Welcome back to Tallinn, to the Poker Festival, the biggest one in the north, Kings of Tallinn. This is Wise Guy, now joined by Christopher Carlin, our normally live reporter, now live, super live here in the stream as well. And Christopher, you've been following the main event closely doing the blog during the days. What are you feeling getting into the final 16?
Look here, Wise Guy, goosebumps. What a day this is going to be. No, but yeah, it's been a great tournament. Exciting to see the action unfold. And right now, only 16 players left fighting for top dollar, right?
Yep, definitely. Yeah. 169,500, I should say. I took another 10 for us as well from the side.
Hey, I don't mind.
But that's the top prize. We are, of course, already in the money. We played a long day yesterday. The aim was to get down to the final table, although with the nice structure we had, we stopped on 16 to get them some rest over the night, and now they're back on 2 full tables of 8. And let's get back to the tables and see who we have on our feature table today. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the tournament, of course. We are about to get started. We can see the dealer preparing the deck. And coming into day 4, as we are now, we have the chip leader in the 3rd seat on this table. It's Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes, riding under the Spanish flag, although living here in Estonia. And we've seen him on numerous final tables. He was 2nd in the main event of No Filter last year in October. And now he uses his chips to get the first pot raised already with King 10. And he's under the gun +1. And this is John Dwire in seat number 4. Irishman who's also been playing a lot here in Tallinn. Most cashes though from his home country. And 4th seat, and Alexis folding. We see Christina Solly, the only remaining woman in the field.
And the Rubik's Cube is with us today as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's on one of the shorter stacks, coming in with 760,000 to start today. And Scholl Weinstein, one of the 3 Israeli players still remaining. This is his friend Lev. And quite a story for these 3 Israeli guys still in. Lev and Scholl, and then also we have on one of the biggest stacks coming into today, Tal Barasovsky is on the outer table. They are all in the same team. We have a team competition during this series as well.
Exactly, a team challenge. So I would assume there's also a 4th player in that team.
Yeah. Probably he's acting like the water boy now because he's
yes.
he's not picking up points from this event, so he's got to serve the others, right?
Maybe he's gonna play the open face Chinese or something else.
There are other tournaments still. There's a progressive bounty as well happening today, so there are still tournaments to be played. But the big story, of course, being the main event, the big one, the €1 million guaranteed, with 1,033 players coming back now on 16 left. And we should say that this is live streamed on numerous platforms, but if you want to connect with us here in the booth, you can do so by the chat of OlyBet Poker YouTube channel, one of the platforms where it's streamed. And we have some shouts already in the chat for Finnish people, I think. We have a few Finns still in, and not much action for Gordo in the first hand. Now he's folded the second one, and Alexis is the one opening this one to 100K. We are playing 25 50K blinds for another 8 minutes or so. There was 10 minutes left when we started the day on that level.
Yeah, as you mentioned before with the team challenge, I don't think that the team that these 3 Israeli guys are part of, I don't think they had too many points going into the main event, but as you said, they're going to get many points now, and if they all were to make the final table, they will be in a very good position to be on the top of the leaderboard. What is the prize pool for a team challenge?
At the moment, we have 74,000 euros in the prize pool, and what happens with the team challenge is that 2% of each tournament is taken, the prize pool from each tournament are taken away to the team competition. You form a team of 4, and then you get your points based on, you get a few points just for entering tournaments, but then of course the better you do in them and the final tables And wins, of course, are important. And actually, there is one team who's really running away with the team competition. We have the Finns of Onni Huttunen that we saw second place on the 555 the other day here. And he's also joined by Alexis Heikkinen, Mika Töires, and Jussi Julkunen. And they all have a lot of points, Onni being the best of them with 117 points alone. So he could almost win this on his own, because that team has 300 points at the moment and second place has 200.
Oh wow, yeah.
So and then they have 300, and then it's close between second and seventh, I would say, between 200 and 160 points. So still a lot to play for. And these Israeli guys, then, they have only 33 points coming into today. I think Black and White Knights are their name, but then we'll see then how much they manage. But let's say they would finish first, second, and third in this one. They would surely walk away with the team competition, because there's over 100 points just for the win in this one. But they need a big score to be a contender in the team competition.
We see here one of the players in that team, Charles Weinstein, and he actually was the ship leader going into day 3.
He was, yeah.
And he's still in the mix. He has a stack to play with, so yeah, it's a fun bunch of characters actually. And you mentioned Christina Solli earlier before, the last woman standing in the main event. I don't think there has been a female Kings of Tallinn main event champion.
No? We had the WSOP circuit winner, of course, main event, Jenny Westerlund, but not for the Kings of Tallinn. I don't think the king has become a queen at any point yet.
There you go.
Now then, a limped pot from Paul Newey, high-stakes player in seat number 2, but Guillermo not having that in the big blind with the big stack. He raced on Paul Newey and fold from seat number 2. So our chip leader gaining a bit more chips, and we can see in the background the clock, 4 minutes left of this level, and still we have 16 players left, so no player out on the outer table either. And there's 16 players left and 10 different nationalities, so 3 of them being Israeli, and then it's spread across Europe, I would say.
And we have 1 Swede, right?
Yeah. For us, we are Swedes in the booth, me and Christopher, so we'll keep a little extra thumb for Habib Ibrahim, who is our only Swede left in the field. Came in about 5th or 6th in chips, I think, to start the day, and he's on the outer table. And Alexis, the only Frenchman being left, of course, being the day 4 bubble guy yesterday, Mathieu Cifuentes, I think was the name. No, sorry, Chauffandé.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and Cifuentes is, of course, our ship leader. Lev now. Let's go back to the Frenchmen's, but it's Lev Margolin to open this pot, most likely. He's on a rather short stack, as you can see. Only 14 bigs in front of him, and 7s in the hijack position.
Should be a shove, do you think?
He has 2 options, raise or shove, but he decides to just go for the raise. And might be some trouble. And race was to minimum 100, and then Gary now asking how much he has behind. Gary Fischer, seat number 1. And he comes over the top. Racing to 425, big race from Gary. Just looking at Lev, not worried about the guys to his left, by the looks of it, and he didn't have reason for that. And now decision time for Lev, whether he wants to go with these 7s, but of course a strong 3-bet from Gary indicates that he has a strong hand, and Lev knows that at best he's coin flipping this one.
Exactly, yeah.
I think we're going to see him lay this one down, actually. I think he feels that, sure, he might be up against ace, queen, ace, king, but no other hands rather than a bigger pair than his own would do this. So, and we're not sure how much these players have played. I mean, this is day 4. They've been playing, I think these guys were on the same table most of yesterday, actually, so there might be some history as well. Gary might have showing some strong holdings and not being the guy that 3 bets light.
The 2 of them actually had a fun interaction on the outer table. yesterday. Yeah,
Okay.
because Lev was short stacked during multiple times really, but managed to win 3 or maybe 4 flips to stay alive. And then when he won the 4th one, Gary said, "I told you, you're indestructible." And then he said, Gary, I remember you from EPT 20 years ago. And Gary was, really? Do you? And then they reminisced about some old good moments.
You see, there are some history for sure then. Some 20-year history even.
He was like, yeah, I remember how you played that 20 years ago, so I decided only to call now, or blah, blah, blah. Something like that.
Interesting.
Yes.
No. Lev, slightly worse hand, and even a bit shorter now than only 12 bigs in front of him, so the 9-8 off is not something he comes raising with. Paul Newey, silent so far. He limped his small blind, but not much more. And our chip leader in position on the button, raising King 10 off. John Dwire getting out of the way, and maybe Alexis doesn't want to go up against the chip leader with just a jack deuce. No, he folds as well. So up to 4.2 million now as he steps away a little bit from the table. Guillermo maybe checking the phone. Coming back quickly. There's a coffee waiting for him on the side apparently. And here we have the chip count for our feature table. And then we have 8 more players on the outer table as well. And this is the final day, so we will follow this all the way till the end. And it will be quite late tonight, I think, that we will have a winner crown, because the structure is nice. We just see that there is a new blind level in place. Not sure if it happened before or after this hand, but it's 60,000 blinds.
I thought I remembered Gordo from the first time I was here in Tallinn. So I was thinking maybe he was on like the final table of something. But yeah, you mentioned before that he came second in the no filter main event back in October.
We had him on another feature table, I know at least, if it was the Kings or Tallinn or the circuit events, but I don't think he was on the final table maybe. But he has another win in Estonia as well, or a big win. He won the Colbit Open the other year, a few years ago. So he's been living in Tallinn for a few years, I think.
And he picks up quite a nice hand on the cutoff here.
Yeah. And has the chips for it, so he made some min raise to a 120 against the big blind of Christina, who has a suited king as well.
Yeah.
And she, as you can see, only 10 bigs or so behind.
Exactly, it's a nice hand to defend, isn't it? But
normally it is, definitely, but it's just that she needs to vest another blind, but I still think that she will call this one.
But he's going to be in rough shape.
Yeah. And talking about Swedes, I just see that we won a gold in the Olympics, biathlon.
Oh, really?
Mr. Ponsiloma taking down that one, but we're not going to talk too much about the Olympics. But of course, as Swedes, we need to... is Christina thinking about making a move here now? Of course, she knows that Guillermo is opening a lot of hands. Actually decides to lay down.
Yeah, I like that.
Saving a blind. And if you are in the YouTube chat, you can see the payouts pinned in the chat there as well. But let's talk about the payout structure, because we are on 16 left, which means they have locked up 7,750. And we have a pay jump coming when we have one player out. So then 15th place would get 89.50 instead. So some 1,200 euros to be made as well, just by laddering up one place. And still no eliminations, as you can see. We have 16 players in. And Lev and Christina was on the shorter stacks coming into today, the 2 shortest. So I'm not sure if we have something happening inside of the table or we are waiting for at the moment.
It looks like they're drawing their attention to one of the outer tables, standing up.
Yeah, maybe an all-in.
Ooh.
So I guess they are. I didn't think they were doing hand by hand just for the... No, they aren't, right? So just
no.
interested to see what's happening on the outer table. Lev on the shorter stacks wants to ladder up, of course, before making his decision, if possible. But I think it's only... Oh, and look, he will probably shove this one because ace-jack is still in early position, but it's 8-handed, and he has just 10 big blinds, so I expect him to shove this one. But let's see what the veteran of the game decides, what route he wants to take.
Maybe he'll do the old leave one chip behind the trick.
I don't think he's that kind of guy, actually. It was like yesterday when we saw Johan Storåkers, the old timer.
Yeah.
You know, he was really surprised to see people doing that. Well, why do you leave one chip behind? What is this new thing happening in poker? And he, interacted with another, I wouldn't say old guy, but another, in my age, like maybe 35 plus. And they said, they were talking like, what's this new thing?
Yeah.
Come on, the kids are doing this, leaving one chip behind. Just shove it in.
Yeah. I like that.
So it was just a min race, but it's a strong one, of course, coming from a short stack under the gun. So Christina folding the last king suited she had. I think she will give Lev the credit as well for this. But these are...
Yeah, and she's in the small blind as well.
Yeah.
So Weinstein is still to act from a big blind. So...
Yeah, interesting, of course, to see the two Israelis maybe up against each other. If Lev gets a call from Scholl when we get over there, but Christina now thinking about a move this time instead. I don't think she will, but it's all in the books. And yeah, that's a Rubik's Cube for you and me, Christopher, right? That she has.
Yeah, that's some nice ship tricks she's doing there.
She just wanted to do. That's why she's stalling a bit, right?
Well, I do have some TV
look
time.
What I learned yesterday.
What
and
deuce?
Showing the deuce of the 6 deuce suited for Scholl Weinstein, and Lev gets to pick up at least the blinds and ante, but he has to put 120k back into the pot as the blind is 60k and the big blind ante, of course, also 60, but paid by Lev in this case.
Yeah, six deuce of hearts wasn't the worst hand from a big blind, but of course not able to call against an early race with such a small stack, is it?
No, I mean, you could, of course, but I mean, these guys being in the same team,
yeah.
maybe so don't want to go up against each other too hard. And of course, they won't be soft playing. I'm not accusing them of that at all, but it's not the best hand, of course. 6 deuce off. You never know when it gets an early position
I
race.
would peel one off there.
We would be too eager
yes.
too, but
4 betting.
Gary now first to act in this one, and King Jack off. Sits with 2.1 million, so about the average stack at the moment.
And we also have right now the 3K High Roller is also being played in the tournament room.
Yeah.
And they're actually heads up.
Started yesterday, they played quite late into the night and came back in the money on 5. 39 entrance total in the 3K No Limit Hold'em. And do we know who is heads up in that one? We don't, right? We can check.
No, we can do some quick research maybe.
Let's see. It's Finland versus Lithuania.
Oh.
Lukas Sorainen that we had on the feature table in the main event yesterday before busting out around 30th place maybe. And Audrius Navikas is his heads-up partner. They have almost even stacks going into the heads-up. So playing for a first prize of 38,500. Second is 26.3.
Look here, you might have a King Jack versus King Jack.
Yes.
If Scholl decides to call from a small man here, it seems like he indeed does. And Lev will perhaps get some TV time and let this one go.
I think so. Unfortunately, it would be good odds for him, of course, to limp or call this one, but he won't. It's such a bad holding. Let's see if he would have flopped the top pair and nothing for the King Jacks. Lev standing up on his chair, but he's not in the hand. So let's see if it's favoring the aggressor here now, as Scholl has checked. Expect Gary to come with a continuation bet maybe, but of course the 5-6-8 board favors more the small blind, but
Yes.
if it would have been a big blind, he would have been more worried, of course, because calling from the small blind indicates that you probably have a stronger hand, or maybe many ace X's, since Gary doesn't have an ace himself. And he does continue with the 125k bet into the 400.
Yeah, I don't think Scholl will peel one off here.
Now, we haven't had this guy on any of the feature tables yet, so I'm not familiar with his way of playing. If he has a bluff in him here to check raise, but I would expect not.
As previously mentioned, he started day 3 as the chip leader, and he also was the guy who busted Patrik Falk in 136th place, which was the bubble, of course.
Oh, Falk was the bubble boy.
Yeah, so that is what actually saw him gain. Well, he had a big stack before, but that secured him the day 3 chip lead.
Okay.
And yeah, he's still in the field again. So I think he's a very competent player, and he has a lot of patience.
Yeah.
So no surprise to see him here.
Good thing in a 4-day event, of course.
Yes, sir, Bob. Still 16 players left after roughly 30 minutes. Is that how long we played?
20 minutes. We had
20
10
minutes.
minutes left of the previous level and now 10 minutes into this one. So we're 20 minutes into this day. And it seems actually like we are doing the hand-by-hand thing then, since we are on the money pay jump thing.
You know what I think they're doing? I think they are not doing hand by hand, but I think they're keeping a close eye, so maybe it doesn't differ more than 3 or 5 hands. Would be my guess.
All right.
So that's
Your
another
guess is as good as mine.
Yes.
Or better.
Are we on the direct pay jump?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, they could be doing hand for hand. Yeah. Whatever. The pace of play is good. We can talk a little bit maybe about what a great festival this has been.
Yeah.
This is the 11th day? 10th day?
You tell me. You're the one who's been working every day. I'm just doing 4 days of stream here. But yeah, it started. If it depends on how you count the first Thursday last week, when there was a soft start down in the casino.
Yeah. I'd like to count that as well.
Yeah,
it
so
was
then I
good
think
vibes.
it's 11, right?
Yeah. But no, and you know, it's funny because we talked, you and I, that Sweden had 0 titles last year.
Yeah.
And at least 5 this year, I think, which is nice. But yeah, there's been so many events. There's been a trophy for every event. It's all been so exciting, really. And today, of course, one of my favorite games, the Open Face Chinese.
Yes.
Also being played.
It has started in one of the side rooms here. And also the PKO, I think it's a 200 euro buy-in starting at noon, some hour ago, but still open for a late reg in case you are watching this stream from a nearby location and wants to join the action as well. But still, this is the last day, so we will also look forward to the player party tonight, of course.
Oh, yeah.
With some karaoke and, of course, the Good Beat Jackpot band, which has a lot of celebrities in it. We have Olivier, the tournament assistant director.
On bass?
On bass. And we have Jarkko Rantala, the husband of Teresa Nusiainen, on drums. And, of course, the big star of the show, Televira, our host of the festival together with Glenn Brown, and now also doing the vocals in tonight's Good Beat Jackpot band, joined by a few others in the band as well.
Any chance we'll see Glenn Brown on the mic as well?
I don't think we can keep him from it. because today, you know what? It's his birthday as well.
Really?
Shout out to Glenn Brown, our co-host of the festival, and of course, you've seen it on the socials. If you're not, you've been sleeping under stone, I guess, because that guy's just everywhere, right?
Yeah, he is.
Now I think we're ready for the next hand. Some more about Glenn Brown later, or not, but let's see as we are back in the action now. I think we have the button on Christina. No, sorry, she had it last hand. It's on Scholl Weinstein. So we have Gary Fischer on the big blind. Paul and Guillermo has folded, and John picking up a decent hand. King 9 suited.
Just a
Decides to
little
not
bit too
play.
early, maybe.
And now over to Christina, but she doesn't find anything to shove her 10 big blinds with or raise. So she's folded as well, and down to Scholl Weinstein instead then.
Is that a chess horse?
I
he
think
had?
so, right?
Yeah. Do you play chess?
I don't.
No?
Hardly know the rules.
Oh, really?
That's why this Rubik Cube, the small one, is for me and not the
it's
big
more
one,
appealing,
right?
yeah, sure.
Jack 10 now in the small blind. And decides not to go up against his teammate and countryman Scholl. But Gary surely defending with an ace in the big blind, at least defending. Don't strike me as the guy who would 3-bet here with the ace, but we'll see what the decision will be.
I mean, you could, because the button range is so wide, I guess, but...
Oh, decides to
okay.
lay down, actually, giving Scholl the respect. And a bit surprised to see that, but it's been, we are on a pay jump bubble, as we said, and
that
it's
is
been
true.
Hesitant opening to the first orbit, I would say. Not many big moves or 3-bets or anything like that.
And as you said, we don't really know the players' history. Maybe they have battled back and forth during the earlier days, and
both in this tournament and, as you said before, they've met 20 years ago, some of these players as well, and played during the years, so might be some history involved as well. But a little bit of a soft start, getting into the game, getting your emotions in the right place, and of course a few of these never played on a TV table either before, so some things to adapt to in the big day 4 of a main event. Now then, a bit even earlier position for Jan, but a suited ace. And this time he looks interested, grabbing some racing chips. And seems like it's a 125. No, putting a bit more. Is that 130? Green chips being 25Ks, blues are 5.
And the pink ones are 100.
That's the one you want. Scholl now. Seems like he wants to play the King 8 suited here now against John.
I can't imagine that from the cutoff here, but I've been wrong before.
No, decides to lay down. So you were right again.
Yeah, maybe I am a professional.
Have you had the chance to play anything yourself during this series, or you've just been doing the... Oh, sorry, let's get back to you later on, because now Gary's waking up with a monster in the small blind. Aces, first one of the day that we've seen on this table. And trying to do his best to look not too strong. Like, should I really raise here? Yeah, I might have
it's
to.
It's a close one, blah,
It's
blah, blah.
exactly.
And you can see that he's already thinking of folding there in the big blind.
Yeah, Paul Newey, seat number 2 on the big blind. And here we come with the 3-bet. And it seems like we have a big one. Should be 500. $475. I took one chip off that 500 then.
Yeah, you don't want to go too big.
No, exactly. So I don't see John staying in this one, of course. Just 1.3 million, 20 bigs behind or so. So I think he'll give Gary the respect he deserves. And did we have a show of the aces? Not yet, but here we go. There they are.
There they are. One of the best starting hands in poker,
Yeah.
if not the best.
What about showing the hands, Christopher, like that? Are you a fan of that? I'm not, I can tell you before, so you have my opinion already.
Yeah, I understand that it's not good from a strategical point of view, but I've always been a little bit of a rascal, so I enjoy it.
Yeah. You enjoy it. Of course, it's a TV stream. We are on a 30-minute delay, so I mean the other players could get the information from someone in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
But if they're interested, but still, just not a fan of showing any hands at all. Myself, I mean, but this is Gary's there and I'm here, so
yeah, that's
maybe
a coincidence.
Yeah, exactly. John now losing some chips. Then raise folding last hand. Now will most likely fold the 10-8 suited under the gun, of course, and Alexis and Christina does the same. Scholl also not entering this one. What about the short stacked Lev? Not the one he wants to put his last 10 big blinds in play with. Gary finding a decent hand on the button, of course, so this is a hand we want to get racing with here against the blinds, although he has 2 big stacks to his left, the chip leader in the big blind, but Queen 10 suited is just too good of a hand to not be opening. And now he makes it 125, a little bit extra against the min race, and Guillermo gives him the credit, folding the 6 high.
Yeah, there were some prominent names who made it to the money, but that came up short yesterday. You had Finnish legend Juha, for example. You had Ranu Sotla, who won the first ever Kings of Tallinn back in 2015.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they both made it to the money and went out around 100 or 80th place or something like that.
Something like that, I think.
Here we have the outer table now. Do we have action? Yes, we do. We have an all-in from Habib, our Swedish friend. And do we also see the underhand? Seems like an ace-jack versus tens, is it?
I see
ace-king.
King, I think, versus tens.
And there's an ace.
Yeah.
And seems like the ace-king or ace-jack, whichever it was, is the winning hand. And we can see that Habib actually has gone short in the few starting orbits. So now doubling up. I think he was down to about 600,000 before that hand and now sits with 1.3 or something like that. That's the reports we've been given. So he started the day with a big stack but lost a big pot against Petteri Laihu, I think his name is. The Finn, one of the Finns on the outer table. Let me double check the name for you. Petteri Laihu, yes, doubling up through Habib on an early pot. And Petteri now up to second in chips overall. Sits with 3.5 million approximately on the outer table. And Guillermo Cifuentes on this table is still our chip leader overall. Now also we have the paparazzi coming taking some photos of us. Rusne from the OlyBet social media team, maybe putting us in a reel. Are you ready for this one, Christopher?
I am ready for this one.
Good.
Rusne Egelite, I think she's called actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
You know you're Lithuanian.
Oh yes, I do.
And we are, of course, not seated in just by the feature table. We cannot see this live. We are in the outer room here in the, should we call it the lobby on the second floor?
It's a beautiful view.
Yeah.
And we have 20, at this point, empty tables right in front of us. But yeah, what a massive venue this is, really. And that's needed for this turnout. What a popular festival this has been.
Do you know how many tables there are total?
You're putting me on the spot.
Yeah, I am.
Well, I know that they're numbered up to like at least 78 in the, what I call the mixed games room over there, you know. But I don't want to take poison on it.
And then we have some 15, 20 tables downstairs as well. So it should be over 100 tables at least
in the
play
ballpark.
total during these 11 days. I think we came
Look
to the
at this
conclusion that it is.
creative race here from the small blind to
Yeah.
175.
Gets it done. Chip leader given. Oh, actually. Okay, no, sorry. John 3-betted. Sorry. I thought he folded that. But he did not. So, did not work out for our chip leader this time.
No, but of course, Guillermo knows what he's doing. He's applying the pressure here on the pay jump.
And we can see in the chat that we had some question if we have any Estonians left. We do not, unfortunately. We had a few deep runs from the home country, but no Estonians in the field for today.
No, the last one standing, I think, was Magnus Puck.
Yeah, correct. Both he and I know there were 2 pucks still in yesterday.
Father and son.
Yeah,
I've
father and
heard
son.
the rumors. Yeah.
Guillermo now waking up with a big hand on the button with the jacks, and our chip leader, of course, attacking the blinds with this one. John will not be participating with the 9-4. What about Alexis, the Frenchman in the big blind? Does he have a hand? He does not actually. 4 deuce. It's suited though, so maybe he wants to defend this one, see a flop. It's a min raise from our chip leader, and Alexis stays in. So these guys are heads up to the flop then. And does not favor the defend of Alexis. As you can see, Guillermo totally outflopping him with the top set. Just unfortunate for Guillermo that Alexis doesn't have anything to connect with this board, so it will be hard for him to get anything more out of this one. And since it's a board with 2 spades, he still wants to defend his flop set, not letting any free cards come for Alexis, and he has to settle for smaller pot. As it seems now we're doing the first dealer change of the day, still on 16 and no eliminations on the outer table.
So they're playing 60-minute levels. That is correct.
1 hour levels, that's correct.
Yeah.
And the first break of the day coming up in 1 hour and 36 minutes. So it's going to be a long day for these guys because we are playing down to the winner. The plan was to play down to the final table today, but I wouldn't say there was a tight game going on, but we didn't have too many eliminations in the middle of the day, and we didn't want them to, of course, not have any sleep coming into the day. I think we ended the game around 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. last night.
Yeah, something like that.
A bit earlier, and then give the last 16 instead, then a nice rest out, come back for today and go for the full day instead, down to the winner eventually. As Scholl Weinstein now opening the action, perhaps under the gun. Seems like he's reaching for raising chips. Does make it 125, I think, with only green chips. That's the correct amount. Gary now suited ace, mid position. Lays it down. Paul Newey, seat number 2, hasn't entered many pots today yet. And he had a bit of a mixed up game yesterday. He played a lot of pots at some point, and then he was folding a lot for a long time. So it seems like he's waiting for the cards to come to him today so far. And short stacked even more now, only 8 blinds in front of her. Needs to get something going soon, but the 9-4 suited, of course, not the correct one to do it with. And Scholl has to settle for blinds and ante with that under the gun race. As we can see, the average stack almost 2 million on 16 players. As Lev now gets seated again. And Christopher, you will be doing the live reporting as well during the day, and I know your colleague as well. There will be a live blog if they want to follow the outer table as well. Might be some updates, but also maybe I think we also have the Poker.pro coverage with the daily recap up as well.
That is correct. So in a short while I will abandon you, and I will do the coverage from the outer table as well. And then when we reach the final table, of course, you will keep it going here on the stream. But we will also do the coverage with a delay on Poker.pro.
Yeah, that's correct. Now then, we have a raise from Gary under the gun +1, and maybe it's time to make the decision for Christina to put those last 460k into play. She does shove here now, and we'll see about the action before it gets back to Gary, but we have quick folds from the Israelis. And back to Gary now. He's pretty much committed to call as he made the raise to 125, and it's only 365 more. He's not loving it, but of course, given the odds with the blinds and ante also in the pot already, he should be calling here. You can see that it's a 70-30 advantage in the equity for Christina, so she will get it in good shape.
There we go.
And she'll be happy to see that she's up against a worst hand, but of course live cards for Gary, as we are waiting now for the outer table to finish their hand, since we are on the money pay jump. We don't want to have the showdown. There we go, before the outer table is done with their hand. But here it is, the all-in star for Christina. She's the one risking the seat in the tournament. And a 1.1 million pot, so if she wins this, she's at least getting somewhat back into the action. There's a club, 2 clubs. Ooh. This is, of course, Christina still ahead with the ace-10, the gut shot, but the flush draw is there for Gary. And he finds the jack on the turn, but the flush draw now for Christina as well, so Gary's taking over the lead. Can she get back? Oh, look at this, runner. So turn of events is back to Christina Solli, and we do not lose our last standing woman in the field. She doubles up through Gary Fischer, and up to 1.1 million now. So she's been losing a bit in chips during the first orbits, but now nice double up for the Norwegian. And we have a lot of chants for her in the chat yesterday, so I expect some happy Norwegian flags maybe flying in the chat as well now. As the double up is there, and some 32 minutes left on this level, still 60,000. So now she has about almost 20 big blinds. Again, Christina Solli.
Yeah, that really couldn't have been any more exciting, right? With
no, flush draw for Gary on the flop.
Yeah.
He takes over the lead with the jack of hearts on the turn, and then Christina gets the flush on the river. So that was a roller coaster hand, and Gary now down to 2.1 million, not losing too much chips in that hand. Still just about above the average stack. And I see some questions in the chat about the payouts. You do have them if you're in the chat of OlyBet Poker YouTube. You have the pinned final table payouts in the chat, but looking at the overall 16 left, we are right now 16 left, which means 7,750 euros for the 16th place finisher, and then there's a pay jump to 89.50 for the 15th place. Then we have 12th and 13th place taking 10,750, 10th and 11th place 12.8k, and then on the final table we start the payouts at 16,200, all the way up till the top heavy price of 169,500 euros. Now Christina with the new found chips with the double up. She's attacking the blinds with the jack-8 off and Scholl with an ace in the small blind. Knowing that he has a short stack also in the big blind of Lev. And he
goes for a free bet.
Yeah. And Lev quickly gets out of the way, and I don't think Christina will risk any more chips in this one, but they just found double up. She tried to steal the blinds, but didn't work out against the ace-5 of Scholl. And Christopher, I know you will be going back to the live reporting soon. We'll have Jason Glatzer coming in the booth shortly. But before that, I think we also will have the winner of the 3K high roller joining us shortly, actually. I'm not sure if we're going to spill who it is or not, but we did say that we haven't had a heads up in that some minutes ago. And the winner is going to join us in the booth shortly, I've been told.
Nice.
So let's see who it is that we will get in the booth together with me. But Paul Newey now, suited ace-6. As we said, not playing many hands so far. Guillermo slowing down a bit now. Very active in the beginning, taking advantage with the big stack of players just settling in. Don't want to play many hands. Don't want to be the first out on day 4. And we saw the ducks folded by Alexis, but Christina now. This time she has to raise again, now down to some 15 big blinds. So could be a shove possible, but I do think she will be raising. No, she shoved this in. So the full almost million in chips goes into the middle. Oh, do we have a quick call? Oh, look at this.
Okay.
She's getting it in good now. Snap call on the button from Scholl Weinstein. And Christina is in good shape.
Oh my God!
Oh, I was just saying she's in good shape until we see the big blind special of Gary Fischer. Because now he has all in from Christina, almost a million. Snap call from Scholl with 1.1 behind. And Gary sits with 2 million plus. So, I mean, of course, he needs to shove this in. And it will be a tough beat for Scholl Weinstein. Because once it gets back to him, he's not going to be thinking that his ace-jack suited is good anymore. Christopher, do you agree with me? Well, we'll see a shove and then the decision back to Weinstein. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't realize first that Scholl only called, but so he's committing almost half of his stack to the call. He has already, and he snap called as well.
Yeah.
So this is a really interesting spot, actually. Gary is shoving here, of course.
I mean, he has to normally, but he's probably a bit afraid of the aces here now since that snap call from Weinstein. But you can't be folding kings here now, even though, I mean, sure, it's a big, you're deep in the main event, but now he has to consider that. So now it looks like he's just flicking in chip for a call.
Yeah, exactly.
That may be okay.
He's all in.
He's all in, yeah. So, and now, of course, Scholl Weinstein knows he's behind.
He's standing up and sitting down.
The worst hand Gary Fischer could have here in the big blind is queens, I would say. That's my opinion, but he knows that the ace-jack is never good, but he's invested half his stack.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I can fold this ever.
We hear him saying he thinks that he's committed.
Yeah. Asking exactly how much it was that Christina put in, that he's already committed.
Yeah, he's going to do some counting here.
Yeah.
And again, they are on the pay jump right now, so... But on the other hand, he kind of knows that Gary doesn't have aces now, right? Because he looked so concerned. Otherwise, it's great acting. But
yeah, it could be. But of course, he's blocking an ace himself, and he should think maybe that at least the ace is live. But then also, of course, he has Christina. But this is just a massive one.
yeah, he's He's really contemplating his decision here.
Yeah, now you can see the players from the outer table as well gathering around because they are waiting. We're on a pay jump bubble, so they're holding the hand on the outer table until we're done with this one. And Gary and Scholl also almost with equal stacks. And Gary has put his 2 millions in the middle. You want to be a part of this thought process now for Scholl Weinstein as he goes through the options and the hands possible.
Yeah, I'm still. I'm not surprised that he only called, but the snap call was so interesting under these presumptions.
Yeah, it's like he was in the big blind and just I have to call, but not at all considering. Of course, playing the small blind has a way smaller stack than him, but he has Gary covering him, almost covering him in the big blind, and now the unlikely but still possible scenario of him pushing did happen, and now he's in big trouble because if he folds here, he's still left with 1 million in chips plus, but the pot will be 5 million plus if he enters it at 12.
What do you think?
I think he will end up with a fold. I'm not saying it's the correct decision, but I know. I mean, if you know you're behind in this spot, and you might be either heavily dominated or totally crushed by aces. He does come with the call. Oh, okay. Or is he just putting in the one he already owes? Okay. Yeah. I thought that was the call, but it's not. He's still counting. Okay. Looked like he was, but those chips are the one he already owes for the call of Christina's all in. And now he sees that this is what he's left with, and there's the fold actually. Yeah. And now he will see that he would have been in really rough shape. Taps the table for himself, so correct laydown, but we'll see whether he would have won it or not. And now, of course, Christina is in bad shape because there's an ace folded, and she has the ace queen. So this is a 4 million pot, or sorry, 3 million at least for her. Can she find an ace? She cannot. Runner outs with the flush possible. 2 aces left in the deck, of course. We have one folded by Scholl. Oh! On the turn, ace of diamonds. She finds it again. Christina Solli. Now this pot is massive. There's a queen as well. Doesn't change anything, but the triple up for Christina Solli. Up to 3 millions. Starting the day with less than 1 million on the short stack, 700,000 something. And now really back in contention, well over average. And Gary Fischer now on the short stack. So what an action-packed. And you can see that Scholl now did the correct laydown, but he would actually have gained 1 million then from Gary if it would have stayed in the hand, since he would have been second with the ace-jack.
This is a good time for me, Wise Guy, to leave you.
Yeah.
And
get back to the live reporting.
Yeah, you will be joined by someone else.
Yes, the winner of one of the high rollers, the one we just concluded, the 3K No Limit Hold'em, and we're going to give the heads up over to him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher Carlin from Poker.pro. And now then, we're not on camera, so no, you can't see who's joining me because I haven't spoiled already. But this is the winner of the 3K No Limit Hold'em High Roller, and it's the guy that we actually had on the feature table the other day in the main event as well. Congratulations, Lukas Orainen, joining me.
Thank you. Hello, hello.
It was a fairly quick morning. You came back with 5 players.
Yeah, took an hour.
Yeah, to finish them all.
Yeah.
And I was actually railing you last night when you had the bubble in the 3K.
Yeah.
And Johan Karlsson, unfortunately, was the Swedish bubble boy eventually.
Yes, unfortunately.
And
a friend of mine as well.
Yeah, and now you came back this morning on 5. You were in the money and then played it down to the winner.
Yep.
And how did you come in chips? Were you a big stack already starting the day?
I was a big chip lead. I think I had like 800k and the second guy had 400 or something.
Okay.
I had half of the chips in play.
All right, okay.
Much.
Yeah. And then no hiccups then on the way, you just...
And there was, at the start, there was a few hiccups, yeah. I lost all the all-ins at the start, and then Then I had an average stack for a while, but then I managed to do the job.
Okay, so you were thinking like, oh, is this going to be the day now? I'm just going to finish third or fourth on coming in with the big chip lead, but you eventually didn't. And you were also, this is the main event we're watching now together, and you were also deep in this one.
I was 45th, I think. Yeah.
Playing on the feature table, what was the feeling on the stage? Do you like it?
I like it. I like it. Yes. I've gotten quite used to it, so I don't mind it at all.
No.
I even think there's kind of an advantage.
Yeah, when you're used to it,
because I'm used to it, and some other players are not. So yeah, you can use the advantage.
Yeah, we're talking about that here on the start of the day. Of course, a few of these players, the first time they're on the feature table under the lights, and it's a big day 4 in the main event.
Right.
It gets to you if you're not used to it.
Yeah,
of course.
it does. Yeah.
And I think actually a few of these players even came into this one from a satellite. So I mean, it's a big payout already getting into the money, and now we're at the really big money. And now then, of course, the short stack of Lev is going in the middle.
Yep. So 16 left?
Still 16, yeah. We have some all-ins, but the short stack has doubled, or even as we saw Christina now, the last woman in the field, she tripled up the last hand.
With the ace-queen?
Yeah,
against
Kings.
Yeah.
And also, is that interesting? We can discuss about that hand just when we're done with this one, but we're going to see first, once the all-in gets going from Lev here, you can see that he has 450, and unfortunately for Alexis, who's been playing tight so far today, he has committed 120k in the wrong spot this time, because he's also being on the short stack. It will be tough for him now as we go to 450. And Gary, losing $1 million in the last hand, has to give it up. And of course Alexis can't call.
Yeah.
Chips are worth too much to lose here now. Yeah, so we had just before you missed the hand, but we had Christina then opening on the button. She shoved 980, I think it was, with the ace queen.
Yeah.
And then we had Scholl Weinstein, the small blind, snap call with ace jack suited.
Yeah.
And then folded from the small blind, but the big blind woke up with kings.
Yep.
So he shoved 2.1, and Scholl had invested 1 million out of his 2.1. So the decision was back on him with ace jack suited, and he eventually folded.
They found the fold.
Yeah,
that's good.
So of course the correct one, but it was it's a tough.
It sucks.
And also was a bit for Gary with the kings. I mean, of course he has to go with it, but just a snap call from Scholl with the insta. Like he was in the big blind and just flicked it in, but he had two people behind him.
Right.
So, but I guess you would have done the same decisions, or would you make of the hand just telling him?
I wouldn't have snap called, but I would have done the same decisions for sure. But I think for the big blind, it's actually a good thing with kings that the small blind snap calls, because if he had aces, it might take a little time. You know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hollywood a little bit.
Looking at the big blind.
Right,
exactly.
Right. So you're just never behind there.
No. There's no way you can be behind. But
and also Christina's never shoving aces.
No.
She had like 15 bigs or something, right?
Oh, yeah. 13, 14 bigs. Yeah,
so it's pretty much a dream spot for kings.
Yeah, absolutely. But Christina was the one. We had one of the two remaining aces come on the turn, so she tripled up then. Really back in contention. She came in the second shortest today with 700 something, and now she has 3 million in front of her. So nice to have Norway still in the game as well, as we go to a flop here now. And you can see that it's favoring our chip leader. Come in with 3.8 million to start the day, and still our chip leader with 4 millions, Guillermo Cifuentes.
Guillermo has been crushing lately.
Yeah.
I think I always see him deep in these Tallinn tournaments.
Yeah, and he was actually second in the main event of No Filter in October.
Yeah,
we had in several final tables or feature tables throughout the years here. So, yeah. He has a lot of cashes in Tallinn for sure. And now it was Paul Newey who continued this one. Just with the king jack. Can he find any flush draw? No, he cannot. So might be giving this one up now. Getting a quick call from Guillermo. And have you been playing with any of these two players?
Yeah, both.
Yeah?
Both, yes. Paul is a very nice guy. With Guillermo, I haven't talked much with, but I played with him a few times.
Yeah. Sure. And yeah, the check is there from Paul, so Guillermo now thinking over his options. Of course, also adding the gut shot with the 4 for the straight as well. And expect Paul to give this one up now. He
Yeah.
does quickly. So yeah, we saw you deep in the main event also. Luca, have you been playing the entire series as well?
No, I arrived on Wednesday
Yeah.
for the 5K. I played that 2 times and then the main, and just busted the main in time to get into the 3K.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And that was good.
Yeah. So trophy now.
Trophy, yes.
Not
And
not your first one here, right?
It is.
It is.
It was my
Okay.
first one in Tallinn. Yes.
Oh, right.
Yes,
Nice. Because I was
feels
just
extra
like
good.
Guillermo.
Yeah.
We had you on many feature tables as well.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
of course, you got to make that win also as well. So
Yeah. First trophy in Tallinn.
yeah.
Feels
Nice.
good.
So now maybe you can go on the Rupetami way of winning 5 high rolls in a row or whatever it was.
That's gonna be tough. Robe is the goat.
Yeah.
Is the goat here.
I haven't seen him too much this week. He was not in this one, right?
He was.
Yeah, well, he was,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I think he came like 12th in the 3K. And
All right. Now then, Christina with the newly found triple up. Now she goes almost min racing to 125. Still on the 30, 60,000 blinds. And Gary will not be putting any chips into this one with the 8-5 off. And our chip leader is out as well. Would it be a pickup of blinds only? Most likely, because I don't see John defending here from the big blind, but he might. Christina, though, with an early opening, does stay in. So, yeah, flop between John and Christina. And John actually being rewarded with the middle pair. Are you defending 6-5 in that position against Christina? I mean, of course, there are a lot of other dynamics involved, but normally?
No, probably not. 20 bigs against early. It's close. It's close. 6-7 for sure. I don't hate it. I don't mind it.
Christina continuing after the check from John, but finding a pair. He stays in with a 110 bet. Now, good news for John, of course, as the board pairs as well on the turn. He goes check, check. And, oh, another one. She finds the ace again, but, of course, range disadvantage for her as John now, of course, understands many aces are in the hands of Christina, so maybe hard for her to get anything more out of this one, but at least she takes commando of another pot. Oh, checks behind.
Snap checks.
Afraid of the 10 there, but yeah, she'll be glad at least to see that the ace is good enough, but you want to search on value there, right? With the ace normally?
Yeah, I would.
Of course, the flush gets there as well.
I understand it, because
Yeah.
flush gets there and the big blind's not going to have too many ace-x when he check calls the flop.
Yeah.
So I understand her reasonings, but I would at least think about it. I wouldn't snap check.
And here we have the chip count of our feature table. You can see in the background still 16 left, so we are 8 still on the outer table as well. And Lev came in as the short stack and has about the same stack still, so not much has happened in that part of the chip counts, but Christina being the one who has amassed most chips, of course, during this day 4. And is there anything left for you to play today, or this is it? No?
No. Maybe online.
Yeah, it's Sunday after all,
It
right?
is Sunday,
So
yes.
you're choosing
yes.
between the player party and the
Yeah,
grind,
exactly,
online grind.
exactly. kind
Yeah.
of leaning towards the player party actually right
Okay.
now, but
Yeah.
but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I told some people that the only way I'm gonna be coming to the player party is if I win the 3K, and I actually did. So
You already told that.
yeah.
So now you have to. Okay.
So I might have to come there.
Yeah. Maybe we'll talk to Teresa that she won't hand the trophy until you're on the party.
I
then.
already got it.
Oh, you
I
got it
already
already.
got it,
Okay.
Yeah, Teresa was pressing me as well that I have to come to the players party.
Yeah. Yeah, we had that thing during. Were you here during the No Filter series?
I was.
Because Munir, who founded
yeah,
it.
Munir said that
If you don't come to the player party,
right,
we're going to destroy
it. They're
the
going to
trophy.
smash it.
Exactly. Yeah, and the winner showed up, so we didn't have to. But he had the sledgehammer on the stage even.
Yeah.
Okay, now small blind. Yeah, sorry.
Did any trophies get smashed there?
No, I think it was just the main event that he did that threat with. So.
Okay.
But he did have the trophy on stage with me and the sledgehammer as well. So, and then the main event winner was not to be found at first. So it was like good for socials to be almost destroying your glass trophy with a sledgehammer. But the winner showed up, so we didn't have to. And now we saw the opening race with Ace Jack. We saw ducks folded in the small blind. Any thoughts on that play?
How many bigs did you have?
It was Alexis who was in the small blind with 11 bigs. So I guess not the hand you want to be shoving
really,
with against an opening race.
I don't think you want to play too many flats there at this stage, so then you just have to fold.
Yeah. And now he's actually the short stack of the table and also I think in the tournament, but still has some 10 big blinds. And I was actually in the big blind, but now Christina has the big blind and players from the outer table, I think, a bit curious about the action since we are on a pay jump, so they're doing, I think I don't know if we were strict hand by hand, but at least they're keeping an eye on that one table doesn't play too many hands.
Soft hand for hand.
Soft hand by hand, yeah, exactly. And now Lev then with 12 big blinds in front of him and ace 4 off. He's not been opening many hands.
And he shouldn't open this one as well.
No. Gary, king 9 suited under the gun +2.
What's the average stack, do you know?
It's 1.9, almost 2 million.
Okay.
So Gary just half of that to start the hand, just above the million after losing the kings to Christina. Who now sits with 3.4, so nice stack for her. And reaching chips to defend the big blind, 8-7 off. As we now have Mr. Jason Glatzer getting in the booth and bringing half his home as well. Drumsticks and stuff. Now then, board that favors Gary, of course, with the king. Christina just with the gut shot for the 9. And still the option is on her. There comes the check, I think. No, she's actually thinking about donk bet here now. Oh, there's the check. Gary actually checks behind.
Interesting.
Christina doesn't find the 9. And this time a quicker check. And now you at least want to be trying to build the pot a bit if you have a king here. Flush draw getting there on the turn needs to be protected as well. and
All right.
pick up for Gary.
I better get
Okay.
going now.
Yeah, so Luca Sorainen, again, congratulations to
Thank
winning
you,
the
thank
3K high roller. You get some applause by us in the booth as well. Jason is
Thank
on,
you.
on his toes today. And then what future plans? Any series that you're already planning to go to next?
Yeah, it's going to be a hectic spring. Going to Paris on Tuesday
Yeah.
for 2 weeks. Then I'll come back home and the Scoop is starting, so the series, online series.
Yeah.
I'll play that for about a month, and then right after I'm going to Dublin for a few days, and from Dublin to Prague for the WSOP.
All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a hectic spring, as you
Hectic
say.
spring, yes.
And then
After
at
that, I'm
least-
going to take a few months of live poker, I think.
Okay, but you need to come back for the circuit events in the summer here.
Ah,
though.
yeah.
Yeah, so-
That's an exception.
Yeah, exactly. That's still a
never
vacation.
miss a Tallinn series,
No,
right?
exactly. All right. Lovely to have you in the booth. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Luca,
sir.
and good luck on your future endeavors as well.
Thank you.
Then we'll hand the headset over to Mr. Jason Glatzer coming back here now. And yeah, that was our winner of the 3K High Roller No Limit Hold'em, just crowned this morning, we should say, or afternoon maybe, depends on how you see it. But Jason Glatzer, welcome back.
Thank you, and what a treat that must have been to have Luca going straight from winning the high roller into the booth. I was here ready to go, and I saw Luca, and I heard Luca's coming. I'm like, okay, let's see.
Let's have a coffee.
Yeah, I had a coffee, and I'm on to the second one, which is already a good thing.
Nice.
I'll need to listen back a little bit later because I see that our live reporter, Christopher Carlin, was commentating. But it looks like other than, let's say, that Christina Soli double up, which I was peeking out of the corner of my eye because maybe not so secretly been rooting for her, I think, since the beginning of yesterday when she became also the last Norwegian, last woman standing, and someone that I've always respected watching play. So got a little bit lucky, but sometimes you need a little luck to get to where you need to be.
Definitely, yeah. And that was a special hand when she tripled up. Did you catch it? No?
I was in the right behind in the corner watching on your big screen actually.
Ah, okay.
And we're being asked about the outer tables. They're being caught up now. There wasn't really anything. There were no eliminations on either table yet, which is quite unusual considering how long it's been going on. But Christopher Carlin, who was previously in the booth, now he's back on the floor. He's multidimensional with the pad and pen, ready to rock and roll. And just check out the reports at Poker.pro. There'll be Luca, not the Luca that was in the booth, a different Luca, will be updating the stream as well. So if you miss actions on the stream of the final table, you can catch up by reading the reports and then be, straight up ready to go.
Yep. And we see some chance for Habib in the chat as well. He's on the outer table, the Swede, and he came in as one of the bigger stacks, but we saw him doubling up some 10, 20 minutes ago when he was on the short stack. So he lost a big one early and now back in contention. But then at least he had 1.3 million. But we are seated outside of the ballroom, so we don't have any view specifically on the outer table. Can't give you live updates, but there will be from Christopher Carlin then on Poker.pro and the OlyBet channels as well. So full day packed and still no eliminations, still on 16. And Gary now opening under the gun with the 7-5 suited early position with just 20 big blinds in his stack. Maybe he'll get away with it because Lev has been folding over to him in the big blind and doesn't look like he wants to defend, or does he? And it was not a defense, so we have chips to Gary, blinds and antes. And now Jason just had to step out for a second, but he'll be right back in case you already miss him.
Oh, sorry, you kept the ante, sorry.
Paul Newey now first to act, and both him and the chip leader Guillermo has folded already, as John now with the ace-7 offsuit.
Apologies for the short departure. We have other things to do related to Lucas Orienen. The 3K event is one of the most prestigious always on the Kings of Tallinn schedule. It used to be, I think, the second most prestigious, but now there's also a 5K high roller, the 555 NLH Championship, the PLO Championship, now a new 3K PLO high roller. So where that ranks is, I think, very subjective, but let's just say it is one of the biggest events every year at the Kings of Tallinn.
Indeed, yeah.
I think it was the Rupe Tarmi affair for a little bit of time.
Yeah, I just said to Luca when he was in the booth with me here now that now he has to start at 5 in a row or whatever we had with Rupe, but he said, no, Rupe is just a GOAT. I can't do that. I'm happy I just have my first Tallinn trophy.
He's quite an underrated player, Rupe, because he's probably the least talked about Finn that's had the most success, I would say.
Yeah.
And look at this. It's an action board here between John opening from early position with ace-7, flopping 2 pair, and Gary getting the flop of his dreams, gut shot along with the flush draw, along even with backdoors to Broadway. What else can we add to this? His 9 and 10 at least aren't live, but he doesn't know that. And Gary's going to have to stick around. Way too much equity. Did just chip up against Christina. Got a few of those chips back that he coughed up to her when his kings were no good against her ace-queen. And Gary maybe thinking about raising. He's not thinking about folding here.
No.
Unless he misread his hand, which can happen to the best of them. Even Phil Ivey has done it on TV tables, folding the nuts or second nuts as well.
True.
It is a raise incoming, though, so there was no thought of misreading hand here. There's thought of pure aggression, and this could spell trouble for one of these players, actually, with, there's a little differential of stacks.
Chips are going in, right? I mean, flopping top bottom for John and the backdoor flush. Nut flush, even.
A battle between Great Britain and Ireland. And these guys probably have played with each other because they've both been around for a bit of time. I recognize both players from years and years ago. Same with Paul Newey, who's in between them. The young gun, G. Gordo, the chip leader.
All in.
Oh ho!
Snap called by Gary.
Wow, wow, wow. So 2.3 million in the middle. Gary will still be alive if he doesn't improve, but will be on crumbs.
Cards are on their back. We're doing some hand by hand since we're on the pay jump, but we are ready to see the rest of the hand shortly between Gary Fischer and John Dwire. There's the heart, but it gives additional outs for John as well. You need to find a heart, an ace or a 7. And it's not to be. We don't see the river here, actually. It's a jack of clubs. There we have it. And unlucky for John Dwire, he will be most likely eliminated. We just have to double count.
He's the first one out in 16th place. Nobody out yet at the side tables. So 7,750 euros, wise guy. I mean, that's what he was guaranteed to earn today, but it's still a nice payout even for a 1K event.
Absolutely, and yeah, he didn't actually got it going today. Was involved in a few hands, but eventually, of course, had to go with this one, flopping the top bottom with the ace-7, and Gary Fischer is getting richer.
Other than maybe not playing the ace-7 at all, the hand just played itself. You have to defend with the 10-9, and I think everything else was standard. But
yeah.
All these players, I mean, especially Lev should be, and Alexis should be happy about that pay jump. It's a sizable one of 1,200 euros. So the final 15 have locked up 8,950 euros now.
Yeah, and even some more team points maybe for the Israeli bunch of 3.
Oh, that's right. They're all still in.
All still in.
That's crazy, by the way. And then they could go from like bottom of the pack they probably can't win the leaderboard even if they go 1, 2, 3. But I didn't do the calculations. Has anybody done it?
No, not really, but I know that the first place is over 100, so let's say it should be well over 200 at least but the leading team has 300 something, so it might be only second place that they're able to reach, but not.
I think I'd be willing to say that it's also highly unlikely that all three will be in the top 5, even because of the short stacks of nature. I think it's just Tal with chips out of the 3 of them.
Yeah, I don't think the leading team, RPT, with 300 points needs to worry, but maybe the
Wow, how do they have
third,
300?
fourth, they have.
Who's on that? Oh, it's Ani who won, I think, 2 events, and Mika also has been running deep everywhere. So it's the 2 of them carrying the team, actually.
No, actually, Alexis has more than Mika.
Alexei.
So
What did he win?
Not sure, but he must have had a win or a big second place at
I'll
least.
have to check that out.
So they all have a lot of points.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid team. The MVP is on that team with over 100 points in Ani, though. The current MVP, there'll be probably a new one after the main event points are included. But I don't think anybody has more points individually than him either, and he has more points than most of the teams by himself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, looking at the teams in the top, it doesn't seem like anyone has anyone left in the main event, but I know there are a lot of players playing the side events at least. I see this 4th place team of Barry's Angels. I know they are playing the open face, a couple of them, and the others are playing the Progressive Bounty starting this morning. So they are chasing the last points available.
They need to pad a little bit because 5th place is not too far behind, and as you mentioned, the Israeli team is, they could storm well past Barry's Angels.
Actually, we do have the team of Deals and Play that are now in the 8th place. They do have the chip leader Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes in their team, so they have a good chance at scoring some more points as well. And currently, he's the person in the 4-man team that's taken the least amount of points for his team. So,
well, let's catch up with the action.
Yes.
We had a bet. Christina calling with the top pair to Guillermo's open with the 8-7, and then continued for 90,000. Paul Newey, he just got up from his seat, had 4 deuce suited. Not a hand we typically see Paul play, but he was in the big blind and folded on a awful flop for that combo of cards. And I think Christina just wants to set the trap against an aggressive G. Gordo. Maybe on the final table we could just have it say G. Gordo. I mean, everybody kind of knows him that way. But I don't know if we can get the nicknames up. But it's Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes. And he's undeterred. He's going to be repping that 3rd diamond. And Christina is locked in.
Attention viewers, deep step to above bar has been broken to 3. If you have 3 other players, you can prepare your decks.
You might say, why isn't she called already? But the board is scary, actually. And she may be even thinking, she's not thinking necessarily about folding, but I think she wants to think things through a little bit. And raising would be just to deny future equity, but I don't think she's doing that either. I think there's just one play for Christina, but she may look at this a little bit differently, and she does call. Oh, well, Christina should feel a little bit better, but if Guillermo bets big, it's actually, I expect Christina to go back into the tank and side call with her Broadway. Because of that Jack of Diamonds coming on the turn instead of a Jack of Hearts or a different Jack. If it's against a different player, you might even be able to find a fold, but you would have to be pretty sure to fold here. And I'm just assuming, of course, Guillermo is going to fire again, which he hasn't done yet. And it's about half the pot, it looks like. maybe 500, maybe a little bit more, but it's going to take a second or two to for anyone to know that. But I think it was one of the pillars of the tower coming down.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more than half, right? So we'll see what we...
Maybe 550. 750, wow. Okay, we're going to have a new chip leader if Christina does find a call here. And if Christina doesn't have the 10, she's going to actually have to fold here. So it is like actually very strong and good continue all the way through, just not against the fact that Christina happened to have the one combo of ace that you didn't want to see.
And there's the call, and we have a new chip leader in the tournament, Christina Solli. She came in as the second shortest in chips this morning, and now 2 hours later, it's 4.7 million in front of her, and the bluff did not work for Gordo this time. Still a lot of chips left though, 3.4 million as you can see, but Christina
That's a
Solli,
tournament high as well. And she could have easily been out on the rail. You know, it's you know that I'm not going to stress on it too much, obviously. But if she wins, it's going to come back up again. You know, at least a few more times. You know, that ace queen. You know, it was played perfectly, but it just shows you how much luck sometimes you need on top of the skill. You need both. At times, there's always that one where you steamroll everything. But in general, if you're playing with 1,000 people, you need once in a while an ace queen to get ahead of kings. But you should remember that moment too, because if you go out on a bad beat, you were already on borrowed time. You know, you could have been out 16th. You've already made another 1,200, and now you're chip leader. So Christina, I believe, gets all that. So not necessarily referring to her particularly. It's more on a generalized sense that a lot of people, all you hear are bad beats, not about the ones that maybe, you know, they won a coin flip or gave somebody else a bad beat.
and Christina now entering the pot again, ace 10, that she just won a major hand with. Of course, she has to play this one as well.
She may get an ace 10 tattoo if she can oust a player with this time, or get someone else to bluff into her. And Schall getting a little bit shorter over time. It's a little bit speculative to play from the hijack anyway. I would think maybe from the button you could think a little harder if you want. But it would have at least worked out so far. If he called, I don't see. Actually, that might have been deuce a 3-bet from Guillermo, but probably would have gone to see a flop.
So Guillermo and Christina go to the flop again then.
Part 2.
Yeah, don't see this one getting as big though.
Unless it turns into some kind of leveling war. The one thing we know about Guillermo here is never discount his creativity in a hand. Very little equity there, no clubs, but if he's going to at least see and reverse float this. And if it goes check-check, I would almost be a mandatory bet on the river here by Guillermo.
Yeah, at least now a 7 to represent something.
Let's see, he may think a check-check gives it the check mark over to him too, but that would be a little bit ambitious. Christina's checking back a lot of kings, but I would love to know what Guillermo is processing in his head right now. And does check, opting not to add more into the pot.
There's a birthday boy here, Jason, isn't it?
Yes.
Right beside the booth. Should we sing for him now or later?
Happy birthday to you.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Happy birthday, Glenn Brown.
Ladies and gentlemen. So make sure to check out the socials of OlyBet channels as well during the day, because Glenn Brown surely will be showing his face during the day. Maybe we'll have to throw. Can we throw a cake at him today as well?
I think so.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, all smiles here today. The last day of the Kings of Tallinn, of course, ending with the big player party tonight. So that's where you're gonna have to, or you will be allowed to sing, Jason, on the karaoke.
I'm not allowed to sing now?
Okay, I can step out and you can do your show.
Okay,
The
fair
Jason
enough.
Glatzer show, ladies and gentlemen, starts in 5 minutes.
I have the drumsticks. I just need my keyboard, and we're ready to rock.
You have a one-man band, that's what
Yes.
you're saying. All right. Ladies and gents, the player party is at the OlyBet Sports Bar and Grill tonight, so if you by any chance feel the urge to listen to this guy sing, use the drumsticks and the keyboard at once, join us. Christina now, another ace, suited this time, ace 4, and it's going to be 3 in a row for her as she makes it minimum 160 or more. Yeah, 160 I think is the choice. And so far, the 2 Israelis is not catching the bait. Gary won't be entering this one either, so it's down to the blinds of Guillermo and Alexis, sorry. And
5 million now for Christina. 5.2.
wow.
We're going to see a different mode apparently from Christina, although she's had an ace all 3 of those times. Meanwhile, we have still 15 left.
We do. No
So
changes
just
on
one
the outer
player
table.
actually eliminated in the first hour and a half, more, almost an hour and 40 minutes of play.
Yeah,
That's
and
wild.
it doesn't seem to be happening too much on the outer table. We're not having daily or minute updates by the minute, but we do saw earlier that Petri Laiho doubled through Habib Brahim early on the outer table. So
So he must be close to 4.
yeah, he was at 3.5 at that moment, but that was almost an hour ago. So we'll see. We have a break coming up in about 50 minutes, so then we will get the chance to update you on the current chip count on the outer table as well.
Looking forward to that.
Now then, it's under the gun time for Scholl as he finds the King Jack suited. So 1 Jack folded there from Lev.
This might be the shortest average, though, we've had at this stage ever at a Kings of Tallinn main event. It's a 26 big blind average at the moment.
Yeah, normally we're around 40, 45, I
yeah.
would say.
Normally it would be final table, this level or next, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe not this level, but next level
Next,
or
yeah.
the one after. It may still happen, you know, at the 550, 100. You know, it's 6 players, lots of short stacks in play. We'll be under 10 big blinds, so we'll see how people tighten up. But I remember the story of one of the former champions who went on to bigger things right after, and Zavaratnis from Vitalijs Zavaratnis from Latvia. He came to the final table with just 4 big blinds, and I remember watching him on the side table. I was doing Christopher's job, and he wasn't on the feature table. And I was just wondering, you know, I knew the guy was already a good player, but why he was so willing to blind down to 4 big blinds. But it was enough. He came back and won it on the final table. So we could see guys like Lev doing the same. But on to the action-wise guy.
Yes, as Gary now with the at least second premium of the day, because we saw him lose with kings earlier, and now waking up with the queens under the gun +1, of course, opening. And it seems like he's sizing up a little bit. Was it 165 or more? 190, yeah. So it was a bit extra icing on the cake from the 160 min race. And this time it won't be Christina that takes his chips. Let's see if everyone else. It's only down to Scholl now with Jack 8 to defend in the big blind. Or not.
Next number is the possible team 500, 800, 800, 488.
Interesting here. How was he playing before? Was he defending liberally? Because this isn't a min raise. I mean, it would be fine to defend if he's used to playing Gary post flop, but it would lean towards a fold if you're trying to conserve chips.
Yeah. No, actually, he hasn't been defending too much, Scholl. It's more been opening a few pots and not really getting anything through, though.
Because he was a chip leader at the start yesterday with 135 remaining.
Yeah.
and we didn't really see too much of him. I know he popped on the TV table maybe for 15, 20 minutes when I was out of the booth, so I didn't really see him at all today or yesterday.
Just had a short stint. And another pair for Gary, smaller one this time though, and it's under the gun, so checking them 3 times now, they're still 6s. It's looking a bit confused what to do with this.
Just turn them upside down. They may become 9s, but they'll probably still be 6s.
Opening another one. Chooses the same sizing, 190. And now this time Paul looks interested, and this is why.
I think there's like one play to make here with the Cowboys, but Paul may opt for the safer.
He does shove.
Very good, Paul. But the problem is Paul has such a tight image, and Christina, can she do it twice in a row? I think she's going to let this one go. It'd be different if she had full equity. She has Gary opening under the gun, who isn't, let's say, the tightest player, but he's certainly on the tighter side comparatively to somebody like G. Gordo.
And Paul just been playing very conservatively today. He's not been playing many hands at all. He hasn't gotten any cards, of course, but he at least does not have a...
And considering we saw him yesterday shoving for 32 big blinds over an open and a call with kings, and we haven't really seen him do this kind of move with a 3-bet shove at all. But she needs to be more concerned about Gary than Paul, so I don't know whose stack she's looking at the moment. Because what happens if she calls and Gary comes over? Does she need to come over to get Gary out? You know, that would be one question. And the other is, do I even want to be in this to begin with all this silliness going on between 2 of the tighter players at the table already having chips into the pot? Ace-Queen is strong. Perhaps if it was Ace-Queen suited, that would sway a decision, but maybe Christina thinks Ace-10 and Ace-Queen are my lucky hands.
Yeah, true that. New favorite hands, but... And also for Gary opening under the gun, I think the only hand we've really seen from him today was the kings. So not a player entering many pots as well.
He also did a little bit of Hollywoodding, like not intentionally, but it would appear on the table that he was. But you know, he was just really rechecking his cards, and you know, this little surprised looks. I would almost take that as a tell, even if I'd be wrong. You know, I would take it as a tell that he's strong. You know, so I'd be worried about Gary quite a lot. You know, Paul, you can afford. You lose that one. You know, it's $4 million. It's not the best, but. Look, she's disgusting.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
It's
just
like she
absolutely
folded kings or something. And decision back to Gary then instead. 735 more, bit too much with the 6s, or what does Mr. Gary Fischer think?
Against any other player, he would have called, I think, already. It's the same situation that Christina had, but she had a double with Gary and Paul. The thing is, he's never shoving an ace-5 there, right? So at best, you're flipping. Then you have to do the math, right? You have 735 to call to win, you know, 2.1. So you need to be right 1 out of 3, and then you have ICM and stack preservation, and just making a final table at the Kings of Tallinn main event is a prestigious moment, so there's also the prestige EV.
Absolutely.
So I don't know what Gary's going to do. I would actually have folded probably only to Paul sitting right next to me, you know, like... and then I would probably have to even fold 7s and maybe 8s. I'm not sure where I'm drawing the line. But it's also, we have a lot more information, you know, watching Paul, not only this festival, but others that maybe Gary has, and, you know, that Gary's processing. Well disciplined there by Gary. Would not have been getting the correct actual odds against the range. We'd have to run it to know for sure. But situationally, he would have been at a 4-1 disadvantage. A look at the chip counts here. Christina still at 5 million. Guillermo Gordo been maintaining that 3 million stack pretty much all day. And Gary Fischer's had a roller coaster ride. He had his stack absolutely decimated by Christina when his kings were no good against ace queen. But he did manage to come back and is back up to 2.5 million by eliminating the first player at the final at the feature table, and John Dwire. Still 15 players remaining, so we've only lost that one player thus far today. The final table will begin when we're down to 9 players. And the action is up to G. Gordo here with the 10-7 suited. Too early position for him to play around with that. And Shaw with a pretty bad suited hand, but he's still unopened on the button and may decide to take a stab at this. Instead folds, and I think we're getting a walk for Gary Fischer with the 8-7. Those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer here commentating the Kings of Tallinn final day alongside Andreas Wise Guy Hoagland. We'll have some guests throughout the day. We've already had Christopher Carlin, who's been reporting at Poker.pro, and the 3K NLH 6 Max affair won by Lucas Sorianen, and he joined the booth for about 15 minutes during last spine level. Meanwhile, Zev on a short stack. What's Lev going to do here? I believe a shove is in order, but perhaps Lev wants to find a better spot, but you can't really wait too long. You have less than 5 big blinds unopened on the button. You have 2 Broadway cards. It should be likely a shove or almost a shove by most players. Lev may be playing it a little bit more creatively than most do, though. Does jam the 370. Quick fold there by Gary, and Paul with the king 3 is going to ask for a count. But I think it's a bit too much, but let's see. Maybe he thinks he's priced in with any 2, and he might be, actually. Not with any 2, but with a decent part of his range getting some decent odds here. If it's a pure chip EV situation, you need to be right similarly in the last spot 1 out of 3 times. If it was a bounty, it would likely have already been called. We can see that if Paul calls, that Lev's in great shape to double up, but it'd be basically flipping a coin, which he's going to do. And you can see that even with him shaking his head. He really doesn't know. It's but Paul tends to lead to folds in these tougher spots. And in this case, situationally speaking, at least it would be a fold. I'm not sure about range-wise, because Lev should be shoving wide, but king 3. And it is for a quarter of his stack, keep in mind. Paul's still thinking about what to do. Paul Newey who has played in a lot of bigger buy-in events over the years. Meanwhile, Lev picking up a little bit of a pot there. It was a 200,000 to add to his 370, so more than half a stack increase just by getting a couple folds with the button jam. So I'm going to catch up with the chat while we're waiting for Wise Guy to get back. Welcome, everybody. We have the French contingent back for Alexis, so wish him good luck, and hopefully we get Matthew over in the booth a little bit later today. Some more questions about the other table. Right now there's still... Oh, we lost somebody, so somebody did go out on the outer table, so I'll update that while we're talking about this hand, because we are down to 14, but you can get your reports on the outer table and also on the feature table once the final table begins at poker.pro. Let's see if we can find out who went out on the outer table, and it is, unfortunately for the Finnish fans, Ville Matti Karonen in 15th place for 8,950. Meanwhile, Shald, the other Israeli at the table, is all in with ace-jack and gets all folds for another 200,000 for him. And what's interesting about the 3 remaining Israelis out of the 14 players remaining is they're all on the same OlyBet Team competition team. As a team, they have almost no points, like 33 points, and it would be very difficult for, even if they finish 1, 2, 3, I don't think that even gets them into the lead, but they would pretty much lock up second place if they finish that strong. So if all 3 make the final table, there's going to be a lot of team members sweating this out because the prize pool has swelled quite large. Keep in mind it's funded with 2% of all the prize pools that qualify. Lev still waiting for the aces he was promised 2,000 years ago. A few more Israel fans. And a French fry from Africa. Welcome. Bonjour. And if you're curious who this is, my name is Jason. I run the poker news outlet poker.pro. I've been a partner and involved with OlyBet events for the better part of a decade, for probably more than a decade now. You've heard my voice here, you've heard at the Kings of Tallinn, and many of you have seen me around reporting over the years, and now I've taken a side in training others for the most part, and doing my best and bringing some new blood to poker media. Meanwhile, Alexis would actually be ahead. Guillermo, we can say would shove any 2 because he did. And there's not really too many more spots for you. You already have 160,000 of your chips in the pot. If you call and you hit, I think you'd be at around 700,000 as well, Alexis. But it's not that Jack Deuce is a very good candidate to be calling off your stack, but as a short stack, he's going to go for it, folks, and he is ahead with the Jack Deuce against G. Gordo's 10-3. It is a short stacked jam, even though it looks like 2.9 million. It's because Alexis was short. So while the hands may not be premiums, this is a situation that can easily happen in any tournament with short stacks in the small and big blinds. But Alexis needs his Jack Deuce to hold to stay alive. Meanwhile, G. Gordo wouldn't mind catapulting up to around 3.6, 3.7 million. But it looks like because we have another payout jump for 13th place, we were hand for hand waiting for the action to conclude on the other table. And G. Gordo having a smile here. And the Jack Deuce is sweating this flop. And oh no, it's a 10 out of the window, followed by a Queen and an 8. So still the Jack is okay, the 9 is okay. And it's the 9 of clubs on the turn. So Alexis with at least half the pot locked up and most likely the whole thing. And the 9 of spades on the river. So another 9. Irrelevant, but Alexis doubling up to 760,000. Guillermo down to 2.5. Niv Mankuta, the final table will be played today. As soon as it's reached, the players will go on a short break. Everything will be set up, and you'll be able to watch it on the live stream until a winner is crowned. I'll be joined back again by Wise Guy fairly soon, and we will also have guests throughout the day. We do expect it to be not the shortest, but also not a marathon of a day either. And here's a look at the chip counts. Alexis no longer the shortest, but even with that double is still under 10 big blinds, and Lev with 7.1 big blinds are the two short stacks, and of course Christina solely up to 5 billion. And in very good shape to make a deep run at the final table we were just talking about. Anybody that has any more questions or wants to say hello, come on over to the OlyBet Poker YouTube channel. There's plenty of other places for you to watch. You can watch on our YouTube channel at Poker Pro World as an example. Another example would be the OlyBet Poker Facebook channel. But if you want to talk to me, come over to YouTube. Twitch, I'm sorry, it's not Facebook. The OlyBet Poker Twitch channel would be another place you can watch. But we have a little bit of a chat going on the OlyBet Poker YouTube channel. Wise Guy and I will be paying attention to it off and on throughout the day while we commentate the action and bring to you a winner at the 2026 Kings of Tallinn main event with 169,500 top prize. So G Gordo opening with the worst kind of ace from the button. And Alexis, who just doubled up through him and saw him jam that 10-3, maybe thinking my King-9 now looks like King-King, but I think if he's going to play it, it's going to be a shove or something close to it. And even though there is a money jump, they are playing hand for hand at both tables, both this table and the outer table. So Alexis was actually thinking there wasn't a stall for a pay jump. And Christina with the mystery cards opting to call. We're about to see them. Definitely a very defendable 10-9 offsuit. And it's a queen, deuce, 5 flop. So Guillermo's still ahead, but now with the duck connecting with another friend. And Guillermo does continue a lot in general. More repping the queen on this bet. He does have that ace of spades as well, which could mean something later on in this hand. And Christina, who really didn't connect with this board at all, has some backdoors. She's opting to make a move and put some pressure on the aggressive Spanish player. Mad respect to Christina here, not afraid. Perhaps she picked up on something with Guillermo here, or just understands that she wanted to do this play eventually from the big blind against this particular player, but I think this is just going to be a sign of we have a new aggression factor in Christina. Unfortunately, I can't read Hebrew to say your name, but Niv Mankuta Poker Couch. I think that means hang out on the poker couch and have some popcorn. It is going to be that kind of day. Chill out, put your feet up, get it up on the big screen if you got it. Because it is going to be an exciting conclusion. And we've had some really cool hands thus far and a lot of good play. So Guillermo not buying Christina's check raise there, which is quite interesting, and Christina giving up. So Guillermo really putting his creativity to use. And does he think that Christina was doing it with air? I think he does, but isn't sure. And the 7 of clubs river does not connect with Christina, even though she might not have realized it at the time after her check raise was called. The 10 and 9 were both live. And after Guillermo checks it back, maybe she's now thinking, you know what, Guillermo is likely on a flush draw. I'm going to rep my queen that I was afraid to bet because the 5 paired the board. We see she has 10-9, but we shall see how sticky Guillermo is with the deuce connecting with his ace-deuce. The bet sizing isn't that big. It would get, let's say, a lot of hands that 10-9 is behind of the fold, but I'm not sure this is one of them or not. If the bet was bigger against this particular hand, not necessarily against his range, it would be much harder for him to call, but I think Guillermo, based on the fact he called the check raise, and then the board didn't get much scarier after that. Because Christina could be check raising with a lot of flush draws. It's hard to put her on the 10-9, but does fold. Wow, so Christina, mad props, mad respect. So Christina really priming herself here, up to $5.5 million. Even if she doubles up any player at the table, she'll still have some chips. We do not have the stacks right now at the outer tables. We'll have them a little bit closer to break time, but I think it's fair to assume that Christina has the overall chip lead at the moment. Hey, Avi. I don't know any German either, so I can't speak to you in that language, but I know him and he's a poker coach. Cool. What's he focusing on for teaching? Is it for beginner players or for advanced players? Oh, and Argo is here. Hey, Argo. Didn't see you this week, but much love to you as well. I'll be around for at least a little time at the OlyBet Bar and Grill for the players' party tonight. If you're around, it would be great to catch up with you, Argo. Meanwhile, Guillermo back in action, opening up the ace-5 suited, and Alexis, who doubled up his minuscule stack against Guillermo an orbit ago, is now thinking whether he can do it again with his trays and his slightly bigger sub-10 big blind stack. It looks like he is going for it. He is leaving some back, but that's not for fold equity, potentially. Nope, it is all in according to the screen. Just not all the chips in the middle yet. And get Schwul to fold another ace. So if Guillermo calls, there's at least one ace out of the deck, which would be good news for Alexis. And Guillermo making the call, so he will see that it's a flip. We know that at least one of the aces is out, but Alexis not in as good shape as he was the previous time they were all in, but if he can double here, he's not in the worst of shape either. He'll have more than 20 big blinds. So the lights and cameras are flashing. That means we're waiting still for the hand at the other table to end because we are still on a money bubble. Not a money bubble, but a pay jump. Coming up fairly soon. The top 13 players earn a 5-figure prize of $10,750, and the player that goes out in 14th earns $8,950. And speaking of the outer table, you ask, you shall receive, Strat. Here we go. This is what it looks like on the final day on Sunday when many players have already gone home. But you can see it's quite busy, and this is just one of the rooms. Oh, that's interesting, Avi. I mean, being I'm in the poker media, if he wants to reach out for a chat or a view, I am Jackson Poker on Instagram, but that's not for today. With an X, Jaxon. So ace-5 against pocket threes. And here we go. So far, the trays are good, but still 2 more cards to come. A lot of those outs were in other people's hands. 7 of diamond does not create anything new. It just needs to fade an ace or a 5 for the double up against the start of the day chip leader. And it's the 6 of clubs on the river. The trays double. Alexis now up to 1.6 million. He was down to around 4 big blinds, literally an orbit ago. Doubles twice through G. Gordo, who is the start of the day chip leader. And now it's G. Gordo wondering, am I even going to make the final table? I was chip leader with 16 left, and now I'm near the bottom of the totem pole with just 14 players remaining. If not tonight, Argo, I'll be quite in and out of Estonia throughout the year, between poker and other things. And I'll make sure that to hit you up a week before I come next time. It's really so hard to see everybody you want to see. I've been coming up here for 10 years, but Argo is like a true like old school friend, you know. So you definitely want to make time for the people when you were first starting out and all that as well. And I just like hanging out with Argo as well, so I should make a better effort. Apologies, Argo. But here's a look at the chip counts. It's Lev as the short stack. He needs to follow the path of Alexis. But we did lose a player on the outer table, so even if Lev goes out soon, he did earn a little bit of extra cash. And in 14th place is a player from Latvia, the final player from Latvia, and Gert Zarens. Very good run, and 10,750 euro for the next for the final 13, and he earned 8,950. So it's now an 1,800 euro pay jump. Of course, they're going to get bigger and bigger as we go along. And Gary with the old school raising size up to 180, tossing a few extra chips on top. And Lev, now is this his spot? He would be marginally ahead. He does have to find one. Or maybe he's going to follow the path of Alexis and be below 5 big blinds, but you're in the big blind. It is an under the gun open by a tight player, so it's not as easy as it looks because we see Gary has king-queen suited. But he could easily have ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10. He wouldn't really have too many of the 5s blocked, or if any at all. And then there's all the pocket pairs you're behind of. It just so happens this particular combination is a coin flip. And because Gary is suited, it actually being shown on the computer screen as a favorite, but there must be some other reason for that because the ace-5 would still be marginally ahead in a vacuum. And Gary's saying, I didn't expect that, which was he was expecting either a fold or a shove, but not a call. And what a flop here for Gary. Top pair, some backdoors. Perhaps this was a wise move by Lev. It wouldn't be the right kind of flop for him to shove range-wise or hand-wise. On the other hand, if you shove and it worked, we see Gary is probably snap calling. Then you have some breathing room. So let's see how he plays. You know, a jam by Gary. It's basically a bet of 310,000 into a pot of a bit more, and that's exactly what Lev does. So he opted to defend off the ace-5, which is fine off a short stack. It shocked Gary, but the play is fine. He could have folded there, and he could have shoved there. All three options were open to him. Yeah, certified TD. Maybe we've met then. I've been pretty much in every major casino at some stage in Europe. Some just for a quick trip and a lot for work and some for play. And sorry for those that don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going to be responding throughout the day, and at least until the final table, to anyone that's responding in the YouTube chat. So come and say hello if you have any questions about what's happening. I'll see if I can answer them for you as well. If you like what we have been doing this week, we'd love to hear about that too. And if you don't like what we're doing, we don't mind hearing about that as well. We all know we're not for everybody, but we strive to always improve. But meanwhile, we have Paul jamming under the gun with tens, which isn't a surprise. That would be the choice here. And Shaw taking a bit of time with his ace-8.
1,115,000.
And this would be pretty much a suicidal call. I mean, he could get there with the ace-8, but it's really horrible against Paul's shove range from under the gun or from any position from that matter. Shaw agrees, just took a little time to think it over. And Lev going to conserve his tiny stack for another time, and Gary has nothing doing with the 9-7. So Paul back up to 1.3 million now. Well, we'll have plenty of time to give people shout-outs while I'm alone in the booth for a little while. I'm going to do it as well. First of all, I want to wish a very happy birthday to Mr. Glenn Brown. We had also Christy, the head of marketing here at OlyBet. Her birthday was earlier in the week. We can say happy birthday to her as well. So happy birthday to the both of you. Hope you both had an amazing Kings of Tallinn. And those two did a fantastic job. Glenn, you've seen on the screen, but you haven't seen the hard work that Christy has done behind the scenes along with her team. A few others, such as Alice Loss, is another one that's working behind the scenes. And then you have what Teresa Newey put together. You know, she's the founder of all this. The amount of organization as the TD that takes to run this flawlessly is amazing. And not only that, she's there for everyone. You know, you have a problem. It seems like Teresa is always solving problems as well. So Teresa is absolutely amazing. And shout out to Olivier. He popped into the booth for a little bit of time. He's more of the operations of the actual technical tournament director, officially the assistant TD, Teresa's right hand. You've seen him in various places around Europe at other big events as well. Him along with the amazing floor, too many of them to name individually because if I leave one out, one is going to get mad at me. But I love you all. And same thing with the dealers. I don't want to play too many favorites. But let's say the cream of the crop come here to deliver an amazing experience for the players. But back to the action. We have Lev jamming the ace-5, and Gary's been kind of hanging around thinking about what to do with the 10-8 while we were busy giving accolades. I have a few more to give, but we're going to see if this hand develops into something. Yeah, I don't see Gary calling. But Paul Newey, he has other ideas, and it might be trouble for Lev here. He's way behind Paul Newey's ace-8. Paul should be just about calling with any 2 anyway, and waking up with an ace makes that much easier. Meanwhile, if Lev can get there, he'll have a little bit of breathing room, and sometimes these hands also end in a chop, and that wouldn't be the worst case scenario for Lev. Not gaining too many chips, but at least he still has chips to play with. Ace-8 versus ace-5 with Lev at risk. With just 14 players remaining, so there is no money jump.
General information. Tonight, we have the Kings of Tallinn 2026.
Ace-5 not looking as bad now because a 3 would help as well, but the low cards don't help the chop potential. He needs to board the pair or improve. The 7 gives him an open-ender, but Paul has that ace of hearts, so a lot of that counterfeited now. And it's a 2 of hearts on the river, so it's the nut flush for Paul to eliminate Lev Margolin, but a heck of a run by Lev. He hung around a bit for that short stack, and he has 10,750 reasons to be happy. And now we are down to just a dozen players. And 12th place will also get the same 10,750 prize before the top 11 increase a bit to 12,800 locked up. A look at the chip counts. Christina still more than double her nearest opponent. Schwal, Guillermo, Paul, and Alexis all kind of in the similar 14 to 21 big blind range, and Gary with the middling stack of 2.6 million for 33 big blinds.
So once again, keep your green wristband on. That will be your ticket, your entrance to the players' party.
And meanwhile, Teresa is busy making an announcement in real time about the players' party. So if you've attended the Kings of Tallinn, basically all you need to do is get the normal players' bracelet when you come in to register for the casino. And for that you need also to play the poker events, and you'll be led into the OlyBet Bar and Grill when the party begins at 9 o'clock. And it should run, for 5, 6, 7 hours. There'll be a little bit of karaoke in the beginning, and then there'll be the house band coming on. Tilly Vera, who you've seen alongside Glenn Brown, she's going to be singing. Yarko on the drums, and Olivier will be on the bass. So several of the people that are involved with the Kings of Tallinn in one way or the other, some as very senior people such as Olivier will be part of that band, and we've heard them perform before, and it's always been a good time. So come on out to the OlyBet Bar and Grill around 9 o'clock tonight. So to continue on with the thank yous, Wise Guy would probably have interrupted me by now, but we have also to thank my team at Poker.pro. We mentioned Glenn Brown. He's just part of that, a bigger part, and you've seen him in the commentating booth, and you've seen him, if you've been in attendance, roaming around on the floor with the notepad, always ready to deliver, is Christopher Carlin. You could check out his reports on Poker.pro. Also, the Finnish media, Hannes, has done a fantastic job updating on the Estonian contingent. I'm assuming he has a day off today because, unfortunately, Magnus Puck was the last Estonian to go out. And although G. Gordo has lived in Estonia for a long time, I don't think he qualifies. But go check out the reports. You'll read a lot about what happens in Kings and Tallinn if you're Estonian. We also should thank Luca today, who is behind the scenes at home reporting for Poker.pro. Rusne, who's been doing the social media stories, massive props to her and to the video editing team over by OlyBet Poker. It's been absolutely fantastic all week long, not just because we have such great talent in Tilly, Vera, and Glenn, but because of the creativity of the whole team. And massive thank you from me to also make what we're doing look better. Teamwork makes the dream work, and that's what this all week has been about. And my gratitude to everybody, and apologies who I didn't thank. I'm still very appreciative of you all, such as the people helping out, making sure that everybody is liquidated, the people helping serving food, the people cleaning up after the messy poker players, and that you don't notice because it's done behind the scenes. All this that makes this event happen, a lot of hard work, and now one player later today is going to be crowned the champion, and all the accolades will go over to them. All that hard work will be worth it. So we're being asked for the payouts. I don't think we have a command here in YouTube, but hopefully we can get one added. I understand asking for a 30-minute delay. But for those of you asking for the payouts, I'll run them through really quick with you verbally, assuming this hand doesn't develop. But in first place will be 169,500, second 112,900, third 77,150, fourth 60,900, fifth 46,250, sixth 35,450, seventh 27,250, eighth 29,50, ninth 16,200, 10th and 11th 12,800, and where we're at now. The 12th place finisher will collect 10,750 euros, the same prize collected by Lev Margolin, who just busted at the TV table. Now Gary with a loose raise for him anyway, to 185,000 with Queen 7. And Christina with a dominating king-queen suited, opting to call to see a flop from the big blind. And the king connects on the 4-8 king flop, nobody with clubs. And Gary, the pre-flop aggressor, may opt to continue with him having a lot of kings he should open with in the hijack. We can see that this is betting into disaster, but it doesn't look like the sizing is too much, and you can't blame Gary for giving it a go. And I think Wise Guy is coming back, or is he? I think he just bluffed me. And now it's a double bluff because he is in fact back. But until the headset is on, we don't know for sure. But join us in this hand. It was a Gary, it's the loosest open I've seen from Gary so far in the time we've been watching him, and open to 185 pre-flop with the Queen 7 from the hijack, and Christina opting to defend. And now Christina, who check raised with air about 45 minutes ago, maybe she understands people might be watching the stream and giving information over. Now she's doing the opposite. She's check raising with top pair Queen kicker.
Yeah, not much for Gary here, but to fold, right? Or is he gonna get a little bit wild and crazy?
I'm not saying he's not capable of doing that. It would just be an awkward, weird spot to do that when 12 players remaining. You do that much earlier, I feel, but if he feels he can get away with it and add $1 million to his stack, go for it, but it's not going to work this time, as we see. And Christina up near $6 million. You missed some excitement, though, while you're gone, so let me update you. Alexis was down to about 4 big blinds and change. He was in the big blind when Guillermo jammed with Jack Deuce. He doubled against 10-3. And then he doubled up again against Guillermo nearly an orbit later. And since then he hasn't played a hand, but it changed the dynamic a bit, because now you see G. Gordo, who was the start of the day chip leader. He was actually down to, I think, 1.2 million. And in jeopardy of actually going from start of day chip leader. He's still in jeopardy of that to not even making the final table.
Interesting, yeah. I see we have lost Lev since I was at the booth last.
Yeah, Lev blinded down quite a bit, and then he defended with ace-5, and it was a worse flop he can see, so he got off that, and then got his crumbs in on a coin flip, actually, and lost that as well. So it was a little bit unlucky for him, but it's hard when you get short. You know, you you need to try to maintain as well if you want to not be out on the felt losing a 60-40.
Yeah, 13 minutes left till we go on a little break in this main event, and 12 remaining players. So, who did we lose on the outer table then as well?
Yeah, let's update everybody on that. So we'll go through the whole day. And 13th, and from Israel, was Lev Margolin for 10,750. The last Latvian and Gert Zarins busted in 14th for 8,950. Vili Mate Karinen, who we saw a bit yesterday, busted on the outer table also for the same amount. And as you remember, John Dwire from Ireland, who was at the feature table, busted out the first player, and he got the min prize for the day, even though it's not the min prize of the tournament, for 7,750 euros. So I was expecting to be potentially a bit closer to the final table at this stage. So the average is not the usual, as we talked about earlier. It's a bit lower. So we're going to have I think, a different dynamic on the final table. Eventually things do open up because, as you know, as players start to get eliminated, the average goes up. You know, the chips have to go somewhere. But I find it interesting that we still have 2 Israelis and 2 British players remaining in the final 12, which is quite unusual. But we have Gary. What's he doing?
No, it's not Gary. It's actually Lev. Oh, sorry, Scholl. Now I'm confused. The graphics were off because it was Scholl who shoved. So
okay, and he had about 1.1 million, so that all makes a little bit more sense. And
they received. He had King Jack.
Okay, that's all. As the Israeli contingent might appreciate, kosher.
Yes, indeed.
But we do have a few Israelis watching. We have a few from France watching. We do have at least one person from Sweden because we did get a question about Habib. We do not know his stack unless you caught it on the break, but he is still alive.
I could update you that he just doubled on the outer table, actually, up to 2.2 million, approximately, 2.1, 2.2. So he was down a bit from the last double up that we actually saw on the camera some hour ago, and now he doubled up again. So he's still in contention with about just below an average stack of 2-point-something million on the outer table, Habib.
We would like to have some Swedish flavor on the final table. We had Johan unfortunately bust near the end of night. Johan Stolrekers, old school Swede who we're seeing more of lately, which is nice.
And also, actually, we talked about earlier, I think it was with Christopher, that we have a few players still in, at least to start out the day, that came in through satellites to this main event.
Oh, really?
And I also
this is info to me.
And I also learned during the break that the way Habib satellited in was through the Swedish Poker Tour, a club tour where they had a ranking, I think, and a final that he won, and he won his package here.
So kind of like a free roll benefit in a way.
Yeah, kind of. So nice score, at least locking up.
I imagine G. Gordo is a candidate to have a few tickets in his belt, knowing how he's an online poker beast.
Yep.
I imagine he is not free rolling, but playing off his OlyBet Poker account that, as an Estonian resident, that he can have.
I think so too. Now then, king high board, 2 hearts between Paul and Gary. You can see they have a piece each. Top pair and backdoor flush for Paul Newey, so he'll be happy with this one, but it's Gary actually attacking the board. A donk bet of 105.
I like this against this particular player and the blind-on-blind situation because Paul plays pretty honestly, meaning that if he doesn't have a king or a 10, and maybe even the deuce doesn't matter, he's going to fold here. So you're getting so much to fold. We see that Paul is actually got top pair and shouldn't be going anywhere, but he's doing something else. That's he's trying to realize all of his equity now. It is a kind of a scary board, so I don't blame him because if the Jack Queen is scary, the hearts are scary. And Gary doesn't look like he's going anywhere.
Actually, no.
Which is curious. He does not believe Paul. Or thinks Paul maybe can do this with one of those draw hands I just talked about. And with like a lot of those hands that would be raising pre-flop, but maybe Paul wouldn't actually. So it's tricky to range Paul actually, but this will slow everybody down, I think. Or maybe give Gary an opportunity to bet again because he can rep that queen jack. He did just bet and call. That would be something a queen jack might do. It wouldn't be really something that Paul we would expect from, but we would expect the big blind could also do that in terms of raising over the open. And Gary is, I think, thinking about whether he should be betting here. One of the worst cards in the deck for both players. And pretty much for everybody else at the table, because one player would be short if it was a different card, perhaps. But Gary going for it, and this might just work. Because he has to worry about Gary doing it with an ace, with two pair, of course the queen jack that we mentioned. Is he betting so big with a queen jack, perhaps?
Well, Paul doesn't seem to be a
like
believer,
this.
or
This is the side of Paul that I like. He has a read. I don't know what the read is, but or he's just counting his chips. I was getting excited.
same.
And sometimes I just can't hide it. And very interesting here. Did he say all in?
Well,
he
he
folded.
did not.
Okay, so Gary making moves.
Nice spot for Gary Fischer.
Wow.
Well played.
I'm impressed with that because I am folding to that check raise. I'm probably not leading out. It wasn't a check raise, but, you know, bet raise. I'm probably just check calling there and playing that hand completely different, but probably not taking it down. So Gary finding a way to get that pot away from Paul Newey, who's now the short stack at the table, wise guy.
Yeah, he is. And I had a little walk around, as we said, and also the Open Face Chinese event is, of course, ongoing. We have one person on, I think it was 6 bullets. You might have a guess who that was.
Is he the one that fired 6 bullets and then it was really 5 in Vilnius in the Sviten Special and then took me out in 3rd place and wound up winning it?
It could potentially
Or
be
the
that guy.
that kind of did it with 6 bullets this time, but there was also a PLO 5 element mixed in with the Sviten? Okay.
It's that guy now, Alexis. Finally finding a hand again, and Ace King will be raised to 160 minimum from Alexis in the under the gun position.
I'm waiting for someone in the chat to see if they can identify who we're talking about before we give it away. Argo was here before, so if Argo was still here, you would know the answer to that very quickly. But I'm pretty sure we have other local players and players from Sweden potentially watching as well.
A lot of clues now.
Yes.
Paul now in the small blind with pocket 5s. And also beside us in the booth, we have Christopher Carlin that was in with me here to start the day. Do we have any action to report from the outer table, Christopher? The chat is wondering. Last time we heard the Habib was doubling up. He's just referring to the chat, just as Jason happened to have some coffee.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I couldn't hit the mute button in time. It is day 15 in my head. It's probably day 10 in real time.
And Gordo lays it down
And
from
the
the
fact
big
that
blind.
none of us have gotten really sick is actually a blessing.
Indeed, yeah.
It is flu season. It is everything else season, it seems, as well. But just 1 or 2 more hands to our first break of the day.
And yeah, as we heard maybe from the floor man, we will swap the tables in the break.
Cool. It'd be
we
nice
will
to
have a
see.
new feature table once we get back, which means that all you fans of Habib and maybe the other guys as well on the outer table, you will get to see them in action. We have Petri Laiho.
It'd be nice to see
We have
Petri.
Tal Barasovsky on the outer table, Veli-Pekka Tapani. We have Anastasios Kostouros and also Habib Ibrahim then. I think those are the players. Miro Sankala also Finland.
Athanasios, which I think maybe will come up as AK, but I think we're deep enough where at least I'm comfortable saying who it is because he's in the live reports and everything like that. It's easy to figure out.
Absolutely.
Yesterday I was fine just calling him AK when he was on the stream. But once your face is on the screen and you're a recognizable person and it matches up with the reports, it's not going to be just AK on the final table.
To be on the final table.
No. If you want to hide, maybe don't go into live streamed games.
Now then, is Alexis defending the 10-9 off against the early raise from Scholl, Weinstein, King 9 suited. Looking over at the stack, which should be 1.3 behind. So to start the hand, they are almost even in stacks, these two.
I don't see Alexis not defending here, actually. He may be thinking back to the time when he was on 4 big blinds and just want, to get to the final table with some semblance of chips, but 10-9, it flops fairly well, easy to get away from. You don't have to overplay if you hit top pair. However, this is an interesting monotone flop with the 10 of spades in Alexis' hands. That's going to be tough if he's facing action to know whether that's good enough for the flush draw or not. We see it is. And Scholl, with the top pair, is definitely going to think about whether to continue or not. And I would say he should continue without saying anything else just because of the way the board currently looks. I'm not sure I'm continuing for a min bet, though. That doesn't really accomplish much. I mean, it gets some hands out of the way that basically you want sticking around anyway. That maybe gets rid of those baby spades, so there is some merit to it. Like I don't know. But it isn't going to be enough to push Alexis out, where maybe he's juicing up the pot. We don't know what Scholl's strategy was with that min bet, but I would have bet a little bit bigger. Two of clubs does not help Alexis, so Scholl still ahead and now is a 3-1 favorite to win the hand. And if he's just trying for pot control, then I kind of understand it to some degree too. So if it was just that he wanted to get to a river cheap and checks back here, I get that first bet. Yep, that's what it was, I think. He wanted to make sure he got a check on the turn, and he got rewarded with a king of hearts on the river. And oddly enough, this is actually presenting a good spot in theoretical terms for Alexis to steal, but we see that he's going to get picked off if he does. But whenever that top pair starts to pair and there's a check on the turn like there was, G. Gordo going to watch from the sidelines.
Yep.
Let's give him a media pass.
Maybe he can cover the outer table for us. Does eventually check Alexis though, saving him some chips. So
And now Scholl should understand his opponent doesn't have a flush. He doesn't have a king. He's not going to get value, but he should still try for it.
yeah.
And it doesn't even need to be that small. I mean, an opponent with a 7 is going to make a crying call for around 350, 400. But it could be smaller than that. It's about in that range, 325. And I'm not sure. what Alexis is doing unless he just wants it to get to the break.
Yeah, if you were looking at the clock, I would have thought so, but...
But is he thinking about coming over the top? I didn't see that one coming, but that's the only thing he could be thinking about here.
Yeah.
And then Scholl actually would have a really ridiculous decision to make, but it's so hard to pull that.
The fold is there, so let's see if we got to the break or not, or if we have one more hand, not sure. They actually are at the break, so by that we'll be coming back to the studio short, and then we'll send them off to a 18-minute break, I think we were looking at. And Jason, it's been a lot of action, down from 16 to 12.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action, but not a lot of people heading to the cashier. So
No.
there's going to be a lot of that going on, I think, in the next 2 hours, just because that's how tournaments work. The average goes down, therefore people have to, something has to give. You know,
Yeah.
the chips have to be distributed. So it should be quite an exciting next couple of hours leading into the final table. And of course, the final table, that's what everybody's waiting for. You know, pack yourselves in, get some popcorn, beverage of choice, and just get ready for a good time.
Absolutely. So short break now, 18 minutes or so, and then we'll be back for more action from the Kings of Tallinn main event. See you soon.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. I'm here with an absolute legend, Rana. 2015, you were the previous champion. It must feel like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago for sure. Yeah. My beard was not even growing then. Like I was like so young in the picture. I just recently looked it up. It was actually like very important tournament for me, because that kind of was the starting of my like a live poker scene area.
Yeah, okay.
And that gave me a lot of confidence. And winning at my hometown with all my friends there, it was like amazing experience.
I mean, you've been known as an Estonian legend. Obviously, I met you in the summer. You were introduced to a legend. I mean, how is it going? First things first, how's it going today? Because your day 2 has started.
Yeah. I'm cruising. I have a very good stack, like almost 2 times average, and yeah, just chilling. Yeah.
So you've actually been in Asia for 2-3 weeks, something like that? A couple of weeks?
Actually, more. I was a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2 weeks. The results were really good out there. I saw your results. How did you enjoy Asia? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was like completely like it's a very different culture, and how the game plays, it's very different. So I have to adapt, and you see things you don't normally see, like the aggression from the local players, and it's just like it's a completely new world out there.
But it must be nice to go and experience new worlds, not just play your local players.
Absolutely, it widens your perspective. You know.
What I love is the fact that you've actually left Asia to come back here to play the Kings of Tallinn, because that's how much it means to you. Because you are a champion for that many years ago. But I know you came back just to play this main event. So. Is that something that is in your heart? Is this the sort of heart the Kings of Tallinn is always going to be there for you?
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, like I had this very beautiful experience of being fortunate enough to be the first ever Kings of Tallinn champion, and that stays in my heart forever. And this series, I hear it actually from everybody, even when I play like in other places in the world. All the people say the Kings of Tallinn is the real deal, and for me it's also like the people, the fun, like it runs so well. Teresa does amazing work. Everybody does great work. It's just an enjoyable series, you know.
It's a fun with over 70 events now. It's getting bigger and bigger. I'm going to ask you one more thing before you shoot. I know you're on a break, so I know I've quickly grabbed you. I've got to ask you a question. And a lot of poker players have different routines. How do you prepare for a big tournament like this? Do you have a routine you go through? Do you just go, right, I'm going to go play poker tomorrow? Or was there anything that you do to like get a routine ready? How do you prepare?
Yeah, I actually work with a performance coach. So we have like a protocol and things that we do. Like one of my things for me is that I just write down some like notes or some ideas, like things that I want to keep like connect myself connected with, some thoughts, reminders, and then during the breaks or like during the game I might sometimes review them. Also like getting in some exercise, potentially doing some Elliot Row MP3, like listening some stuff, getting my mind prepared, and things like that can really add up long term and can avoid you like burning out and like staying focused more on the process, not so much on the result. Because as a poker players, we don't have like so much control of short-term results, and if we try to do our best to be focused more on the process and things we can control, then it's just gonna be much like easier to take up the losses and like carry on with like a healthier mindset.
I love that because it's more than a passion; it's a job.
Yeah, it is.
It's a job. So at the end of the day, it's your business you're running it. And if you can control that business the best way you can, you're going to take every advantage that suits your head as well. Because poker's a funny game, as we know. It's a long game, and we have ups and downs like everyone else. And if that's how you control it, I think that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. It's every edge matters, In a game of pressing small edges, every edge matters, and being prepared mentally can give you a pretty significant edge, I'd say.
I love that. Thank you very much for opening up and telling me about that. Next time I interview Rana, I'm going to get some platform shoes, all right, so I can actually jump up on the stair. He goes, that's much better. Rana, thank you very much, man, and good luck. Play well, yeah?
Thank you.
You never know, we might be interviewing him, holding the crown at the very end for the Kings of Talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. It's another busy day. Right now behind me, we are playing the 555 Pot Limit Sweden Championship, and I'm joined by Anders Bengan Bengtsson. How are you feeling, Bengan? Good, and it's nice to have you here. And you are actually a very important person in this room because you invented this game. Can you tell me about the night the game was invented?
Yes, it's very, very drunk, very, very late. We were 4 guys and we thought mix some games and we invented Sweden.
Amazing, and what an amazing invention it has been. During the WSOP Circuit Tallinn back in August, they actually had, it was the first ever time it was played as a ring event, and you weren't here. Where were you back in August?
I was working.
Well, you were getting married, wasn't you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting married.
Yeah, he was getting married, and we shot a celebratory video for him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everyone who's been playing Sweden says that it's so much fun. Everyone who's played it think it's their personal favorite game. Why do you think that is?
Because it's such a social game. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's always fun to play.
I agree, and compared to Texas, there's a lot more action, of course. So how are you getting along in this tournament so far, being the inventor and everything?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Well, to be fair, right before we started, he actually split a pot here. So a split pot, that happens, that's very rare in this game, isn't it?
No, it's not rare. It happens every hand.
So Sweden, obviously, it has become like one of the most popular games in Sweden, I think. What do you think is the reason that Sweden has been able to spread across Europe and the world?
Franke.
Franke, yeah. Of course, Franke, who's a big poker entrepreneur, one might say. He's been taking the game across the seas and everything. There are many Swedes in the field here. Who would you say, as the inventor, is the best Sweden player alive?
Everyone say Peter Laterra, but he sucks. So I would say Jari.
Yeah, okay. And where do you rank yourself in this?
In the bottom 20%.
You're being modest. I think you're playing great. So, if you can't choose Sweden, what is your favorite game? Because you don't strike me as a Texas guy.
No, I hate it.
Do you like deuce to 7 triple draw or 5-card draw or something else like that?
Nah, not really. So, maybe Omaha. If I'm supposed to play anything, I play Omaha.
Which is as close to Sweden as it gets, right?
Yeah.
So let's actually talk about one more thing. You were playing a Texas tournament yesterday. You bought into the 200 progressive knockout. And what happened then?
I sat down at the table and I got my chips and I thought everyone was playing really tight, so I picked up a lot of blinds and did a couple of bluffs. Worked my stack up to, I don't know, but it was going great. And then you came and said, hey, you're playing main event.
That's right. So he actually registered for the Texas 200 progressive knockout, but then he was seated at the wrong table, the main event table. And when we realized, as you said, you had 40,000, I think, and starting stack was 30,000. So you were on a roll. Yeah. And when was the last time you played a Texas 1K main event?
I've never done it.
You never done it. And maybe we won't see you do that anytime soon.
Never.
Never. So now you are here in Tallinn, of course, during the Kings of Tallinn. What an amazing event this has been. Do you travel a lot for poker nowadays?
No, not really. Not anymore. It was a long time ago.
And you and many Swedes, you basically only came here to play the Sweden event. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is.
Do you have any more future trips planned ahead?
As long as it's Sweden, I'm going.
And there you have it. As long as there's Sweden, he's going. Anders Bengan Bengtsson, the inventor of the game, and we will see if he manages to take the tournament home.
No. No chance.
Actually, last question. What is the most common mistake you see people do at the Sweden tables?
Omaha.
Omaha.
You need to play the draw hand.
You need to focus more on the draw hand. Okay, yeah. And there you have it. Now you can also become a Sweden master. So once again...
I'm not a master.
You're a modest again. You are a master. So, again, the Sweden 555 Championship going on right now. Soon our winner will be crowned. And we hope it will be this man.
Yes.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
We are live from Kings of Tallinn. This is the main event, final day, the final event of the entire series, but we do have some side events as well ongoing today. And Jason Glatzer, we're in for a full day. We're down from 16 to start to day 4 in the main event, down to 12 now.
Yeah, we've only lost 4 players, which is quite unusual for the first 2 and plus, because we had a little bit of the first blind level, 2 plus blind levels of the day, only lost a quarter of the field, but I expect some fireworks going on right now. And hopefully they happen at the table that we're about to move to, because we're going to see 6 new players battling out. It's still Christina Soli with a massive chip lead. She has 5,820,000. Petteri Leho, who will be the table captain on this table, is in second with 3.55 million. But it should be an interesting dynamic, because on that table there's also Tal, from Israel with 3.24 million, and Veli-Pekka Penttinen with 2.69 million. So you have those three stacks, and then on the bottom end, there's Athanasios Kostouras with 1.5 million, Miro Sankala with also 1.5 million, and Habib, who people have been asking about, with not that much less, with 1.3 million. The short stack in play is Paul Newey, which we witnessed as well, but the official tally was 1,050,000 at break. So still some room for people to navigate, and even Paul has 10 big blinds. We're only going up to 50,000, 100,000 now, so maybe my prediction won't come true, but we shall see, wise guy.
We shall. Let's head back to the table, our new feature table for this stream, and now here we have them, the 6 players on the feature table and then 6 on the outer table as well, of course, to make it 12 total, and we're all battling for the 159,500 euro top prize. And here we have him, Habib from Sweden, who has had a lot of chants in the chat as well, so hopefully now some happy Swedes where we can have him on the table as well to see him live from Tallinn in the main event.
Don't look now, but the paparazzi was here. Ooh, I like Tal's new look here. He's gone from sunglasses to a wild-looking pink hoodie.
Maybe the sunglasses are still with him, though. We'll see about that once he played a hand, because yesterday he put them on when he was deep in the tank sometimes, and we saw him very active at the table yesterday, and now he starts this coming back from the break with the race from the button with ace-4 suited, and AK.
No, it's back as AK again. Okay.
AKA, maybe we should call him. Now calling from the small blind, and Veli-Pekka also peeling from the big blind position. And 8 deuce deuce.
AK does have a Hendemop too, so the whole nickname thing is very weird.
And as you can see, not much connecting for Tal on this. He was the opener, but AK donks bet the 8, 2 pairs. Protecting his good flop here now, makes it 225, and Veli-Pekka, of course, is out. This is a question for Tal, whether he wants to continue with this one, represent something bigger. Now we can see, Jason, also the sunglasses are back on.
There we go. And a semi-interesting flop between these two. We'll see if Tal does anything to this donk bet.
Yeah, as we can see, AK just with 1.1 behind, so not too much left in his stack. Tal sits with 3 million behind. Now showing off those glasses even more. Giving it some thought, of course, has the backdoor flush possibilities as well, and representing a strong hand by racing on the button, but kind of hard now to make his story stick to AK, but let's see. Of course, these players have played all day together, and also they were on the same table yesterday, at least at some point, and maybe even before that, since this is a 4-day event, so there might be a lot of history involved as well, but eventually Tal does lay down, and AK showing the 8. But I'm not doing this just with nothing, pal. And here we have the confirmation. Jason went through the chip counts of this before we saw the table, but this is the updated one after that hand as well. Habib being the table short stack. Miro also on the shorter side, 15 bigs. And Petteri Lainen running the table. Petteri Laiho. And I think we should have Habib in the big blind. Didn't see him post any chips, but should be on him. As Petteri now, Laiho has found the suited ace deuce. This time Tal gets out of the way quickly. AK with the 3 high is out as well. And now we have the blinds posted as well from Habib. Let's see what he wakes up with. King 3 off and folds to the raise of Petteri. So 11 bigs now for Habib. Has a few orbits if he wants to wait for a hand, but needs to get something going as the blinds are coming around quickly, playing 6-handed. And 51,000 level right as we are right now.
But the side table lost somebody, so let's check out who that is.
Oh,
I did see somebody earlier walking to the payout desk, and I think it's him. But it is not. It is somebody else. So I maybe gave away a spoiler, but it is, unfortunately, the start of the day chip leader, losing a stack on the outer table. Quite unfortunate run out of events for him, but out in 12th for 10,750 euros in the final 11. Now have laddered up more than 2,000 euros. Are guaranteed to bank at least 12,800 euros.
Did you mention the name of the player?
G. Gordo, yes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Guillermo Gordo, if you don't know the nickname.
Now then, Petteri decides to raise it under the gun this time. Another ace for him, ace-9. And round to the big blind of this Fen. 5 deuce off. Easy fold for him. And Miro still in, was on the feature table. Plenty of time to start the day yesterday. And we still don't know about that thing he's wearing, right? If it's possible to use them like sunglasses or if it's just a design thing.
And our breaks don't coincide with their breaks to really, maybe during the, if there is a dinner break and he's still in, we can maybe ask him actually.
Yeah.
But if anybody is friends with him, maybe they can let us know in the chat as well to speed things up. Otherwise, I'm not sure Wise Guy or I can sleep tonight without knowing the answer to that question.
I couldn't sleep last night due to that reason.
That's why you didn't sleep, okay.
Exactly.
I don't know how it is with you, but I know when I'm done commentating, I can't go instantly to sleep, even if I was tired near the end. It takes a bit of time, at least 2 hours before I can actually fall asleep. I don't know if it's the same for you, Wise Guy.
Yeah, a bit of the same, absolutely. After a long day.
And we have confirmation that they also do work as sunglasses. Thank you. It's your boy.
Ah, we do have.
So you can sleep tonight. That's good news.
Good thing. I suspected, of course, that was the case, but could have just been a design thing. But now we just have to figure out the brand so I can order ones myself.
and wear them all the way over your face during a poker event?
All the time.
Quite interesting. We have another one of these weird blind versus blind situations. Miro just taking it down with a small bet in the blind, so not that interesting after all.
Doesn't change anything. So we guys. I think he holds each one 100. Yes. Pink each one. Pink. Okay.
So Tal is joking around and trying to get one of the players to send some chips, but it's all fun and games from seat 1.
Yeah, nice to see some banter at the table. They've been sitting, as we said, together from the start of today at least, and also a few of these have played together during the last few days, so getting to know each other.
And you even have the brand now, so you can go actually buy them
wow.
during the break, or even now.
It's your boy. Are you also selling these? Are you the agent? A lot of information. Good
Perhaps
one.
we should become affiliates.
Yeah, and Frederick says, Habib never wears sunglasses. He's a real player. Well, you can be with sunglasses as well, I guess, but at least when you're on this feature table, you're under the bright light, so it's a bit more excused, I would say, but I'm not a fan of playing poker with sunglasses. Are you, Jason?
Only on a feature table occasionally because of the lights, actually.
Yeah.
It's but then I'm wearing them actually when I'm not in hands, and then taking them off when I'm starting to look at cards, and then they would come back on if I'm playing the hand or not, after the first round of betting. But that's the only time, and then even then it's very rare. I think poker is a social game. I do try not to give away too much information, but at the same time, I don't want to be, completely away from everything, especially being in the media. It's kind of important to keep things as friendly as possible from my point of view. From other players' point of view, it's their livelihood. They have to be fierce. They have to compete. I play poker to have fun and hopefully make a little money while I'm at it.
Yeah. And also in the chat, we have a question about Gordo. And
he is La Flaca.
Yeah, exactly. He unfortunately busted in 12th place.
And I really had high hopes for him today, too. I was speaking him up during yesterday's stream and said if he's chip leader, it's going to be trouble for a lot of players at the table. And turns out it was a lot of trouble for him.
Yeah, and we had Lukas Sorainen in the booth earlier who won the 3K high roller a few hours ago or so, and he said this Gordo, he's a crusher online, but he's also always on the feature and final tables here in Tallinn and used to playing under the lights that we were talking about. So yeah, we expected him to at least make the final table, but it wasn't his day today, as now Tal is 4-betting. Oh, sorry, it was the race against the blinds. Yeah, 3-bet.
This is fairly standard. It was a small 2.5x open from the small blind. It would be a big open from other positions, but from the small blind, it's a relatively small open. Tal could opt to call to keep the pot small, but he would be playing in position if it's a call, and a fold is actually not so bad to realize all your equity now with the blinds up as high as they are. So good play by Tal there, in my opinion, and up to 3.3 million. I wonder where the furthest person away is watching us from, Wise Guy. I don't know. It's a little bit too early in the Americas.
It is, yeah.
But it is late in Asia, so there may be some from the Asian contingent or maybe places like Australia. But if you're from somewhere other than Europe now, it's your time to let us know where you're from or where you're watching from.
Put the flag in the chat on the YouTube.
Oh, we have to guess flags.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be fun, actually.
Game for us as well. As Veli Pekka finds an ace under the gun. Saw him play quite frequently, opening a lot yesterday, and he has a decent stack, just about average right now. And this is an open to 225 on the 100K big blind. And we have our first flag outside of Europe.
We have two now.
Yeah. No, not flags, though.
Oh, we're only mentioning if they put the flag?
No, we can mention them, of course, but we had both Taiwan and Vietnam.
And one from Russia, which isn't too far away, but further away than some, depending on where you are in Russia. But if it's like St. Petersburg or Moscow, I don't think that necessarily qualifies. That's still Europe.
Yeah. So, Taiwan, probably the leader so far then. Furthest away, I mean?
Yeah, it's probably further than Vietnam, but we can bring up Google Maps or something similar on the break.
Yeah.
Texas, that might be just as far. There we go. So a lot of good poker over in Texas. I have not yet to have gone to play cash games there, but I think I would be drooling over how soft the mixed games in Omaha are.
It's really close, actually,
from Thailand.
Between Taiwan and Vietnam. It's actually depending on where in Vietnam, because it's about 8,000 kilometers to both of them from here.
What about Thailand? We had one come up from Thailand.
Okay, we did, yeah. But that should be a bit closer, right?
Yeah, that's
just a tad, but
Mayor
yes,
from
7,800. So this is really on the same.
So it's a three-way tie in a way. But we have Texas. How does Texas rank going in the other direction?
It's only it's 8,500.
So it's ahead.
Could be a leader, yeah. Depending on where in Texas, maybe.
Yeah, Texas is
How can it be so close?
Larger than France.
Yeah. So while we're Googling maps, we are also having some action on the table that we are following, of course. King 10 suited for Petri, now opening from cut-off position. And suited Doyle for Veli-Pekka. Two Finns, played a lot together yesterday as well. And probably have before.
There are a lot of players that like to call with any two suited cards. In this particular instance, it would have not been that great for him, being that his 10 was dominated. And we have from Iceland as well. You know, I might visit Iceland. I keep saying every summer, I've even called up John and said, hey, can we get a poker event while I'm out here in Iceland? And then realizing I can't actually go. But being I'm originally from the States and, kind of tired of going back and forth there. And in general, a nice halfway point is Iceland to see my parents who are getting old and my sister and maybe a few, old high school, college friends pop out for a nice week or two of party and maybe some poker as well. But I've heard that it's fun in poker. We have one Icelandic player that was in the main event field, Steinthandu Carlson, I believe. I may be mixing up one of his four names, but because it's not a name in front of me, but I played with him before in Vilnius and Riga and here. He's a regular at OlyBet events. And I know there's a bunch that also go to the festival series. And with that coming over to Vilnius end of May, I would expect to see some Icelandic flavor back in Vilnius as well.
Yeah, could be nice, right?
Habib used to date my sister in Iceland. Can you verify any of that? Do you know Habib?
I don't, actually.
This sounds like we might be going in a dark territory, so I maybe don't want to read anymore, but so far it's safe. But we have Veli-Pekka, and we have another small blind, big blind situation. And speaking about Habib, he has a nice hand in the big blind. Is he going to raise or is he going to call? He did just call with the King 10 suited against the 2.75x open by Veli-Pekka. And it's an all-club flop. Veli-Pekka just flopping the goods. He's lucky. Habib is lucky that he didn't get a piece of this board. There's no reason for him to stick around. It's not that he'd be putting him on a flush, but, you open to 2.57x with most of your aces, and here's an ace, and Habib doesn't have one. It should be an easy lay down off the short stack. So Habib did lose a little bit there. He did call with the King 10, where he could have maybe shoved and probably would have gotten a fold situationally. Of course, we see the cards, and it's much easier for me to say that than Habib, who probably didn't want to risk his tournament life in that spot. But still 11 remaining. We've lost only the G. Gordo so far since the break. Before that was Lev Margolin, Gert Sarens, Veli-Matti Karinen, and the first elimination of the day, John Dwire, in 16th place at the TV table.
Yep, would expect though to reach the final table maybe during this level or beginning of next one, because we are on a 50 and 100,000 blinds, so average is about 28 big blinds. We know we have some short stacks both on this and the outer table, so we'll see. But it's been a lot of short stacks doubling up in the first few levels of today, so could be in for some more two-table action for a while before we're down to the final 9. Petri doing what he can to eliminate someone by raising this 8-6 suited, and AK seems to be sticking onto this one with the King Jack.
I'm now rooting for AK because it was just confirmed that if he makes the final table, the AK is going to be relieved, and it's not AK-47 as a spoiler.
That's good to know.
Just in case you were thinking that. So Miro may actually come along. He would be actually ahead with the ace-7, but it doesn't really play very well multi-way against the ranges of both players involved in the pot, especially with an under-the-gun open.
And you see that we also had a question about the final table, and again then confirming that when we're down to final 9 players, they will be reseating, and all of them being at the feature table, TV table.
I would say I would almost guarantee that it should be within the next hour, just based on average stack and knowing their short stacks in both tables.
No diamonds for either player here now to represent the flush, but it's Petteri, the original aggressor in this hand, who goes with a little 150 into 650.
Petteri always keeps you on your toes, because this is really like, if this was like a flop bet, you know, then AK has a lot more options, and I think now he's forced to fold. So well done by Petteri with that under the gun open with 8-6 suited and finding a way to take down the pot. Still 11 players remaining. Doesn't look like we're necessarily hand for hand at the moment. There isn't a pay jump with 11 left,
No,
which
it's
is
not.
why, but when we're down to 10, it'll be back. They've been employing that all day long just to keep the two tables playing at a similar speed, with one initially, I think, playing a little bit faster than the other.
Yeah, that was the feeling.
So this was a on-the-spot decision that they make occasionally at the Kings of Tallinn. It's not the first time where we've been hand for hand at another stage other than the money bubble itself. But typically speaking, if both tables are playing at a similar speed, they just let it fly. Habib, this is your spot.
Indeed. Surely not folding, just a decision whether to shove or just raise.
He has more than the 625 too. You could see he has like a good million change in the back there. He had at least 5 or 6. So this is much different scenario than what we thought earlier when he called from the big blind. That can happen for many reasons, but since the stacks are automatically calculated, it just takes one little thing and that'll happen. But we should be hand for hand again, because I could see on the clock we're down to a final table bubble, which means we lost one player. And who is that, wise guy?
We have lost on the outer table Mr. Paul Anthony Newey.
Legend of the game.
Paul Newey has exited in 10th place, so as Jason said, that means we're down to the final table bubble, playing five-handed on each table, and when we lose one more player, we'll be reseating everyone.
And Tao's running to the toilet apparently, thinking maybe it was a 10 max final table, but he might be sitting back down.
Yeah.
So 12,800
getting
for
moved to
Newey.
the outer table. They're balancing, of course, since we are 6
okay.
on this and 4 on the outer. So
I think he asked, "Can I run to the bathroom?" And they said, "Well, you can, but you're going to miss a hand."
Yeah, not waiting for that, but he will be seated on the outer table, and then we'll continue play for 500 tables until we lose one more player.
We have more Tal fans in the chat.
There's many of them.
Well, before it was a general Israeli chat, and I think it was partly for Lev as well. There's another Israeli still left. They're both on the same team. Lev was on that team, is on that team too, and the other is Schwal Weinstein, who we saw on the first TV table. And we may see again at the final table if he's not the unlucky final table bubble player.
Indeed.
Time shall tell.
It shall, as now Veli Pekka most likely entering this pot from under the gun, ace-10 off. We saw Habib fold already. Queen deuce. And trace for Miro went into the muck as well, so it's down to Petteri now in the small blind. King deuce off. Not going up against his countrymen, but AK is defending the big blind.
So AK not in the worst spot. I mean, he would have liked to have had a 5-6, but 2 overcards and the gut shot for the straight with the 10. And Veli-Pekka checking it back. And that 5 of hearts, I wouldn't be surprised if AK reaches for chips, but it was a quick check. This smacks the range of the under the gun when you get a check from the big blind, when you get a check from under the gun especially. It should be a spot, I think. But I can understand when you're working off a 12 big blind stack, you don't want to be making any mistakes there. And barring Veli-Pekka shoving, AK should win this spot. And he's even betting 100,000. This is a blocker bet in a way. You can also potentially get thin value from something, but it looks like it's inducing Veli-Pekka to make a move.
Yeah.
Does not buy the story. You do not have the 6, and if you do, I have Jack 10.
Exactly, using that 10 in his hand to represent the 10 Jack. An AK, of course, blocking that nuts with the Jack.
This is not easy.
Big
it's
raise.
for half his stack.
Wow.
He's going to show it. Wow, and you shouldn't show it, but people are going to find that anyway. It doesn't really matter.
Show the 10 now?
You show the 10.
No,
show the ace. Show the ace.
Yeah. No show. Have to watch back the stream. If he wants to know what Veli-Pekka was bluffing him with there. And
wherever he checks, the bet that he'd be facing would probably be fairly callable. Because it's hard to get value on that board, right? So that's what he was thinking. How do I get value potentially? But it's also, it is what it is. It is what it looks like. Is he doing that if he has, the straight? Then he's definitely betting bigger, right? So it opens up the possibility to do exactly what we saw there. But it's still hard to do what Veli-Pekka did. Meanwhile, Petteri will be opening up a lot of buttons. And this hand, he'd be opening from any position, and ace-queen offsuit. AK with a quick fold. And Vepa here with the Jack-4 suited. Depending on his style of play, this might be a call and it might be a fold. I'd be surprised if it was a 3-bet, but against a button open, maybe he has another read based on what we just saw him do before. And it does look like he's reaching for chips. Is he going to raise? It looked like he was counting out a raise. Nope, just a call. I got excited there.
Yeah, I could tell. Started waving your drumsticks.
Yeah, that's right. I have the drumsticks today. And look at this. It's It's 2 pair for Petteri, but Vepa here with the flush draw. Veli-Pekka is going to have to stick around and check call this small bet at least. He shouldn't be raising just in case Petteri was honest with his button raise, which we know he doesn't have to be, but in this case he was with an ace in his hand. And with no overcards, it's a call all the time. But Veli-Pekka has a different idea in mind.
Does indeed.
And if he's raised over the top, which would be very hard for Petteri to do without something a little bit better than what he has, because you want to keep the value in, I would expect him to also just call but not be happy about where he stands. But all of a sudden, this pot is building. More than $1 million in it. Oh my! The sneaky Jack-4 suited. This could be a problem for Petteri. It's hard to get away from.
$1.5 in the middle now, and he goes for the small. 425, 450, I think, right?
I suppose the line of thinking is he wants to keep the ace in play. But it does open the opportunity for a bear, queen, or king to also get correct odds, potentially.
Will we see another roller coaster? Will the board give an ace or a 7? Does not.
That's the scare card for Veli-Pekka, because now his flush is not as good as it once was. Queen of Clubs and King of Clubs both defeat him. We see Petteri doesn't have either. But if Veli-Pekka checks, is Petteri going to turn his hand into a bluff?
Yeah, that's the question. Doesn't look like it, no.
No, he looks disgusted, but he should be happy because that did slow down the action. He would have had to likely call another bet and would be definitely below the 3 million he is now. So we have 4.4 million for Veli-Pekka, picking up the big blind special, turning a flush.
Yeah, and still 10-handed, no bust outs on the outer table, so we'll play another hand shortly. And we see that this, I think this chip count we
yeah, let's not even review it because
correct.
we know Habib has at around 1.5, I believe.
Yeah.
Which
So-
means something else is off here.
Yeah, and since we are on a delay, fixing this would mean it happens in 30 minutes. So I think we will have the correct chip count once we reach the final table, make sure that we have all the facts straight. Talking about facts straight, in the right corner of your picture now is Christopher Carlin,
Looking
the
good.
live reporter of Poker.pro. Showing the logo as well,
Yeah,
in case
good
we
job there.
wondered.
Good job, Christopher.
Give this man a race. You can, of course, follow the live blog as well on Poker.pro and the OlyBet channels.
We appreciate all the support, guys, both on our website and also you can follow what's been happening on our Poker Pro World social media channels. And I recommend you also follow OlyBet Poker. Perhaps follow them first, in fact, being that the Kings of Tallinn is all covered very well on there as well. And soon we'll have some new content up because Riga is just around the corner, March 14th to 22nd. There was an €80 satellite for that last night. I have booked already the first 4 days myself. And after that, I'm not sure yet. There's a lot going on at the moment, but if I can stay for the whole thing, I would absolutely love it. I always love Riga. I think I've been to the last 3 or 4. And the first one I went to, it was my first time actually experiencing a poker festival in Riga, and it was end of 2024.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm going to have to come back every time. You know,
Yeah.
It's such a nice location, nice venue. The Latvian poker community is generally friendly as well, so props out to you guys. And thank you for welcoming out-of-towners. I would say even better than most locations. You know, I felt at home there.
Yeah, but for me, visiting Vilnius for the first time recently, I must say that casino has also have a nice location and really, I can imagine summertime that it's really a nice area to be around.
It's sick in the summer. You have so much in that area. Even outside the casino, just outside the casino becomes like a massive OlyBet bar and grill that's outside and as well as inside. And then you have where all the grass is by the river.
Yeah, exactly.
That's becomes a very cool recreational area, along with sometimes, you know, some watch parties and occasionally a band. It's just a nice area. You can take a kayak down the river or take a hot air balloon, you know, all that stuff.
Cool.
But not when it's minus degrees. Then
kayaks then.
Then you can take you can maybe still walk on the river. It's the first time I remember the river being frozen, but it was frozen this year.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of places to do sledding and ice skating as well. Not that there's a lot of places to play hockey, so hockey players go to Latvia, Estonia, or to the Scandinavian countries. Meanwhile, we have AK folding a weak ace, but Veli-Pekka here with a strong ace from the cutoff is never folding unless he misread his hand.
Yep.
And Troll's still in the game. We have a question from Tali Weinstein, but he's not on this table. And we do not know yet if we will see him again, but if he's not the next player out, you will see him when the final table begins because we're down to 10. Final table begins with 9 entries remaining. A look at the chip counts that we know aren't fully correct, but it's just Habib that we know that's a little bit off. He has at least double what is being shown. But it gives you a general idea. It's Veli-Pekka and Petteri 1 and 2, and everybody else is just waiting for that final table to start with them on it, hopefully. Because all the short stacks having the control for the final table to start without them on it. But you would have to have some ridiculous prop bet to want to do that.
Indeed. Now then, really Pekka? Is he just taking a bit of time or actually thinking about opening with the queen 5 off? We'll see about that. Looks back at the board. Still 50 and 100. And lays it down. And Habib not finding anything in this hand either. Habib, you can see flying the no filter hoodie that he's just about to zip up.
There we go.
The poker series that we had in October, I think it was last time here in
Miro is jamming
Tallinn.
the lot, though, and his stack size looked around correct. So it's a 10 big blind jam. And AK asking for a count.
Looking like he actually wants to call this one. Don't see the hand right now. It's a mystery one, but if he calls, they will be on their back, so then we'll see it.
I assume he has something, though, because he calling, you know, we can see it's not his entire stack, actually. He has at least what is being said on the screen just in those pink chips alone.
Should we put him on some kind of
But
a
it would be a good
king,
part of his
queen,
stack.
ace, X hand? Definitely not as strong as like an ace, queen or something like that.
I think it's queen 9 or better, actually. I think he's thinking about some lower hands. But it's fun to think about his ranges at the moment. So he is thinking, so he doesn't have a premium like ace-king or aces where he would have snapped it off. He doesn't have queens. He doesn't have jacks. And likely doesn't even have 10s, 9s, and 8s, which would have already called. So we're looking at the smaller pocket pairs thinking about it. We're looking at queen 9 suited or better.
That's the call, so
but
we
we're
will
about
get
to find
see the
out.
hand.
And I'm guessing it's some kind of weak ace he's considering.
Yeah, we'll see about this. Okay, they're trying to get it red, but we will see cards on their back soon because we are all in. So we're just waiting because we might have action on the outer table since we are on the final table bubble. We're playing hand by hand, so that's what we are waiting for right now. Just to make sure that there's no one at risk on the outer table as well.
Big pot for one of these players, 2 million. And even though it says AK's all in, if his mystery hand does not hold, which we're about to find out along with you on the stream.
Yep, so that's just a hold up to see the hand on the outer table being completed as well.
Because if mystery hands.
Yes, because Jason, if we were to have an all-in on the outer table, what would happen?
What would happen is if it was 2 players at the same table all-in, they would rank the same. And when you're doing this kind of all-in, they would actually wind up averaging out the 11th and 10th, the 10th and 9th place prizes if 2 players go out. So both players would get
Now
a bit
then,
more than 10th.
We can see that it's the ace-8 of spades for AK.
Okay, so that's about a hand you should be thinking about, actually.
Player at risk is Miro from Finland with the king 10 risking his seat. He's the one that's all in at risk and needs to find some improvement because he's behind the ace-8 right now. Although it's fairly close in equity. Can he find some help? Oh, he can. That's the king for Miro, taking over the lead. As you can see now, an 81% favorite in this one. And AK needs to find running spades or an ace.
Hold
There's the
your
spade.
horses.
Oh, oof, looking up into the roof. That might be trouble for Miro, but he's still ahead.
Oh my! Wow.
Ouch.
What the heck? Look at AK. That was like a towel-like celebration, but he immediately apologized. Look at this gentleman. You know, you can understand the initial emotion. It's a big spot. And then, of course, you have to put yourself in the other person's shoes. And AK, fantastic. And now we've reached a final table, actually, Wise Guy. We'll have some chip counts, but I think it's pretty safe to say that unless Christina blew up her stack, she's probably the chip leader still.
I think so, yeah. We'll have to see about that. We'll get the full confirmation. But this is the final table set. And we have our final 9. So I think there will be a break to set up for the feature and final table. And we'll have a little... Yeah, so Jason, we are ready for the final table.
Of course we are. This is what we've been waiting for. This is
Yes.
where all the excitement actually goes up another notch, where ICM really comes into full play, where players know that one of those at this table is going to become the latest Kings of Tallinn champion, get their name on the stairs, get that very nice trophy, and of course the 169,500 euro top prize is good for any player at the table.
Absolutely. So let's take a 20-minute break. We'll be back to introduce all the final table players, and we'll follow this all the way till the end, the final 9 in the main event, Kings of Tallinn. See you soon.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the Kings of Talent. I'm here with an absolute legend, Rano. 2015, you were the previous champion. It must feel like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago for sure. Yeah. My beard was not even growing then. Like I was like so young in the picture. I just recently looked it up. It was actually like very important tournament for me, because that kind of was the starting of my like a live poker scene area.
Yeah, okay.
And that gave me a lot of confidence. And winning at my hometown with all my friends there, it was like amazing experience.
I mean, you've been known as an Estonian legend. Obviously, I met you in the summer. You were introduced to a legend. I mean, how is it going? First things first, how's it going today? Because your day 2 has started.
Yeah. I'm cruising. I have a very good stack, like almost 2 times average, and yeah, just chilling. Yeah.
So you've actually been in Asia for 2-3 weeks, something like that? A couple of weeks?
Actually, more. I was a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2 weeks. The results were really good out there. I saw your results. How did you enjoy Asia? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was like completely like it's a very different culture, and how the game plays, it's very different. So I have to adapt, and you see things you don't normally see, like the aggression from the local players, and it's just like it's a completely new world out there.
But it must be nice to go and experience new worlds, not just play your local players.
Absolutely, it widens your perspective. You know.
What I love is the fact that you've actually left Asia to come back here to play the King's Talent, because that's how much it means to you. Because you are a champion for them many years ago. But I know you came back just to play this main event. So. Is that something that is in your heart? Is this the sort of heart the Kings of Tallinn is always going to be there for you?
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, like I had this very beautiful experience of being fortunate enough to be the first ever Kings of Tallinn champion, and that stays in my heart forever. And this series, I hear it actually from everybody, even when I play like in other places in the world. All the people say the Kings of Tallinn is the real deal, and for me it's also like the people, the fun, like it runs so well. Teresa does amazing work. Everybody does great work. It's just an enjoyable series, you know.
It's a fun with over 70 events now. It's getting bigger and bigger. I'm going to ask you one more thing before you shoot. I know you're on a break, so I know I've quickly grabbed you. I've got to ask you a question. And a lot of poker players have different routines. How do you prepare for a tournament, a big tournament like this? Do you have a routine you go through? Do you just go, right, I'm going to go play poker tomorrow? Or was there anything that you do to like get a routine ready? How do you prepare?
Yeah, I actually work with a performance coach. So we have like a protocol and things that we do. Like one of my things for me is that I just write down some like notes or some ideas, like things that I want to keep like connect myself connected with, some thoughts, reminders, and then during the breaks or like during the game I might sometimes review them. Also like getting in some exercise, potentially doing some Elliot Row MP3, like listening some stuff, getting my mind prepared, and things like that can really add up long term, and can avoid you like burning out and like staying focused more on the process, not so much on the result. Because as a poker players, we don't have like so much control of short-term results, and if we try to do our best to be focused more on the process and things we can control, then it's just gonna be much like easier to take up the losses and like carry on with like a healthier mindset.
I love that, because it's more than a passion; it's a job.
Yeah, it is.
It's a job. So at the end of the day, it's your business, you're running it. And if you can control that business the best way you can, you're going to take every advantage that suits your head as well. Because as poker's a funny game, as we know. It's a long game, and we have ups and downs like everyone else. And if that's how you control it, I think that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. It's every edge matters, In a game of pressing small edges, every edge matters, and being prepared mentally can give you a pretty significant edge, I'd say.
I love that. Thank you very much for opening up and telling me about that. Next time I interview Rana, I'm going to get some platform shoes, all right, so I can actually jump up on the stair. He goes, that's much better. Rana, thank you very much, man, and good luck. Play well, yeah?
Thank you.
You never know, we might be interviewing him, holding the crown at the very end for the Kings of Talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. It's another busy day. Right now behind me, we are playing the 555 Pot Limit Sweden Championship, and I'm joined by Anders Bengan Bengtsson. How are you feeling, Bengan? Good, and it's nice to have you here. And you are actually a very important person in this room because you invented this game. Can you tell me about the night the game was invented?
Yes, it's very, very drunk, very, very late. We were 4 guys and we thought mix some games and we invented Sweden.
Amazing, and what an amazing invention it has been. During the WSOP Circuit Tallinn back in August, they actually had, it was the first ever time it was played as a ring event, and you weren't here. Where were you back in August?
I was working.
Well, you were getting married, wasn't you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting married.
Yeah, he was getting married, and we shot a celebratory video for him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everyone who's been playing Sweden says that it's so much fun. Everyone who's played it think it's their personal favorite game. Why do you think that is?
Because it's such a social game. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's always fun to play.
I agree, and compared to Texas, there's a lot more action, of course. So how are you getting along in this tournament so far, being the inventor and everything?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Well, to be fair, right before we started, he actually split a pot here. So a split pot, that happens, that's very rare in this game, isn't it?
No, it's not rare. It happens every hand.
So Sweden, obviously, it has become like one of the most popular games in Sweden, I think. What do you think is the reason that Sweden has been able to spread across Europe and the world?
Franke.
Franke, yeah. Of course, Franke, who's a big poker entrepreneur, one might say. He's been taking the game across the seas and everything. There are many Swedes in the field here. Who would you say, as the inventor, is the best Sweden player alive?
Everyone say Peter Laterra, but he sucks. So I would say Jari.
Yeah, okay. And where do you rank yourself in this?
In the bottom 20%.
You're being modest. I think you're playing great. So, if you can't choose Sweden, what is your favorite game? Because you don't strike me as a Texas guy.
No, I hate it.
Do you like deuce to 7 triple draw or 5-card draw or something else like that?
Nah, not really. So maybe Omaha. If I'm supposed to play anything, I play Omaha.
Which is as close to Sweden as it gets, right?
Yeah.
So let's actually talk about one more thing. You were playing a Texas tournament yesterday. You bought into the 200 progressive knockout. And what happened then?
I sat down at the table and I got my chips and I thought everyone was playing really tight, so I picked up a lot of blinds and did a couple of bluffs. Worked my stack up to, I don't know, but it was going great. And then you came and said, hey, you're playing main event.
That's right. So he actually registered for the Texas 200 progressive knockout, but then he was seated at the wrong table, the main event table. And when we realized, as you said, you had 40,000, I think, and starting stack was 30,000. So you were on a roll. Yeah. And when was the last time you played a Texas 1K main event?
I've never done it.
You've never done it. And maybe we won't see you do that anytime soon.
Never.
So now you are here in Tallinn, of course, during the Kings of Tallinn. What an amazing event this has been. Do you travel a lot for poker nowadays?
No, not really. Not anymore. It was a long time ago.
And you and many Swedes, you basically only came here to play the Sweden event. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is.
Do you have any more future trips planned ahead?
As long as it's Sweden, I'm going.
And there you have it. As long as there's Sweden, he's going. Anders Bengan Bengtsson, the inventor of the game, and we will see if he manages to take the tournament home.
No. No chance.
Actually, last question. What is the most common mistake you see people do at the Sweden tables?
Omaha.
Omaha.
You need to play the draw hand.
You need to focus more on the draw hand. Okay, yeah. And there you have it. Now you can also become a Sweden master. So once again...
I'm not a master.
You're a modest again. You are a master. So, again, the Sweden 5x5 championship going on right now. Soon our winner will be crowned. And we hope it will be this man.
Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself?
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
I'm a maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas, I go out and buy a cowboy hat, I step into character, then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call. My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever. And if you love me, hold me tight. And you will push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Yeah. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you, Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, this is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in. Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake, I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby. Woo!
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're the main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Welcome back to Tallinn, Kings of Tallinn 2026, and we have reached the phase we all were waiting for, the final table of the main event. And Jason Glatzer, we've been in for a treat, going down from 16 to 9, and just now the final 9 going for the big prize up top.
Yeah, it's going to be rather exciting. They've already locked up a little more than 16,000, a little close to 17,000 actually, but they're playing for close to 170,000 euros and the honor of getting their name in the stairs. Christina, although has over 5 million, it was Veli-Pekka Penttinen who surpassed her and will start as a table captain with just a little bit more, with 5.75 million. But there's nobody super short, the short stack being Habib Brahim, who has some fans in the chat and some fans probably in the booth as well, and Wise Guy, and he has 1.62 million.
Yeah.
But we have players from, it looks like, 2 Israelis, 2 Finns, and otherwise from 5 different other countries. So a bit of an international flavor on this final table.
Indeed, and actually we are going to meet them because we have the presentations by Teresa Nusianen, our main tournament director. So let's head over to the tables and meet our final 9 in the main event.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event, 1,100 euro, Kings of Tallinn 2026 main event. 1,033 entries, and we are down to our final 9 players. Let me introduce you to our final table. Taking seat number 1 from Israel, let's welcome Shaul Weinstein, 1,975,000 in chips. Seat 2 from France with 2,250,000 in chips. Welcome Alexis Lucarini. From Norway with 5,275,000 in chips. She is currently second in chips. Please give a hand to Christina Solli Jörgensen. Seat 4, Finland, with 3,475,000 in chips. Welcome, Petteri Laiho. Seat 5, 3,225,000 in chips. From Greece, Athanasios Kostoros. Seat 6, from Israel, with 4,450,000 in chips. Let's welcome Tal Barasovsky. Seat 7, our current chip leader of the table from Finland, with 5,750,000 in chips. Welcome, Veli-Pekka Penttinen. Seat number 8, from Sweden, with 1,625,000 in chips. Welcome, Habib Brahm. And taking seat number 9, from England, with 2,975,000 in chips. Welcome, Gary Fischer. And we're ready to go, so we're going to do a draw for the button. We are currently playing level 31. The blinds are 50,000, 100,000, with a big blind ante of 100,000. 9 players remaining out of 1,033 entries. Kings of Tallinn, main event 2026.
Well, there we have it. Thank you very much to Therese Nuzianen, not only the tournament director of the Kings of Tallinn, but also the founder of the whole brand about a little more than a decade ago. I could see there's already activity in the chat. I love this. Root for
And
whoever you want to root for.
Has been drawn to seat number 9. So we have Gary Fischer starting on the button here.
Gary Fischer, already a winner.
100,000, 100,000. 24 minutes on this level. Lady and gentlemen, enjoy your final table.
Yeah, we do have
Let's
one lady
deal
still
out
standing.
the
Let's go,
please.
Christina. I'm with Drea on this one. Drea Carlson's in the chat. She was here much earlier in the festival. Christina, the last Norwegian a long time ago, the last lady standing a long time ago. And there's a lot of good players on the table, but she's as good as any of them and has a good shot being in second place. Wise Guy is not so secretly on initially on Team Sweden, but we're really happy if any of these guys win. They advance to the final 9. They've shown a lot of them have worn their hearts on their sleeves. It's been a friendly affair for the most part, and a lot of good poker. So may the best player win today.
Absolutely, and yeah, I know we discussed this about the Sweden thing before, and I said in the start of the series that we really need a Swedish win during this series because we got none the last one, and now I think there's 4 or 5 trophies already to Sweden, so I'm happy already, but of course I'm hoping that Habib enjoys his day at the table together with all the other 9 or 8 then that are still in the mix for this, as we are on 9 final players for the big main event, and no one wants to compete with AK Athanasios in the first opening.
Teresa giving some future instructions.
She's actually talking about the player party. I think that the player has to come to the party
to get their trophy.
I'm not sure she's doing
That's
the
a
Monier
no
thing.
filter,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. But she was almost saying the same thing, that it's a tradition. You're supposed to come to the player party, but that's happening tonight. So they'll probably need to go straight from this one to the player party in the OlyBet Sports Bar and Grill.
And me and you too. We'll probably have to go straight from the booth to the party.
I guess we have to, right?
It's Glenn Brown's birthday, so that coincides. We do want to say hi to as many of the players and staff as possible.
Indeed, yeah.
And then I have to go to the airport around 5 in the morning, so whether or not I sleep tonight is a different story.
You're on the early bird.
Yeah, it's an 8 a.m. flight, so I don't have to actually go at 5. But I need to check in a bag because I've been here for a couple weeks now, and I may just skip the flight as well and take the bus home a little bit later.
Oops. We'll see about that. Depends on how the karaoke is going, I guess.
I don't think I'm going to do karaoke.
I'll beg to differ.
I'm a shower singer. I'm playing the keyboard now.
Are the meaning of karaoke that everyone is a shower singer?
Maybe. There's some people that are really good at it, though. I don't take myself so seriously. I just like the, being able to play music and sing a little bit.
Interesting now, because we had Petri opening under the gun with ace-10 and a flat from Athanasios. And actually, did we see a fold of the ace-jack? And Gary then waking up with a pair of 8s.
Well, I think a fold would be shocking, but he's thinking probably about whether he's calling or 3-betting.
And so you can see 3.5 to start the hand, both for Petri and Athanasios, and Gary sits with 3 million, so he's the shortest of them 3. And here also coming with the call. Are we getting any more interested in this one? We won't have Shaul for sure.
I think it's Shaul. Trying to think. Christina, she hasn't folded yet, but maybe she's planning to defend, thinking that she has pretty good, at least, pot and implied odds. So here we go.
Hoping for an ace 5-3 board.
Or a 4-4 deuce, something like that.
Let's see what we get. Will it favor Christina? Oh.
But the rest is not favoring Christina, but she did hit a piece of it. Gary's 8s are in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, nice flop for 8s, of course.
Maybe not 4-way, though, because Gary will probably bet if it's checked to him, but, you got to be a bit concerned if Christina, in particular, is still involved. And he doesn't have to bet big here to get some information, but these min bets aren't going to cut it either. But this is more along the lines, I want to take down the pot now and deny equity of my opponents. And if somebody has a 9 or a sneaky set or pocket pair that they didn't bet that connected with the board or didn't, then he's about to find that out. Christina, she seems, once again, this middle pair.
Yeah, but still has 2 more after her,
Yeah.
so decides to lay it down, and probably this is going to be it for Gary. I don't see Petri or Athanasios just peeling one here, since it's a rather big bet from Gary, but we'll see what the decision is. At least Petri is already folded, and that's the pickup for Gary, as Athanasios also folds. So nice addition to the stack of Gary Fischer.
Yes. And did a player fold ace jack there? Because there's something in the chat. Maybe I missed that quickly.
I'm not sure if it was Pekka or Tal, but some player folded.
No, Tal had rags.
So it must have been Pekka then, because it was in between Athanasios and Gary.
It's not a hand really multi-way to just float anyway, and if you don't want to 3-bet it, which, you know, could be a problem actually, based on whatever stack depths are opening you. I think I'm often folding ace-jack there as well, based on what you described. You perceive that the first few orbits, at least the first few hands, players are going to be playing tight a little bit, even if they've played with each other as well, and kind of feel out the flow of the other players. But in general, with a lot of ICM on the line and you have the big stack, you don't have to take every spot that you see as well.
No, rather opening the action with King 10 suited and just calling us a third person with ace-jack now, Veli-Pekka. Oh, and Gary with another big one.
There shall be a 3-bet incoming, most likely.
Most likely. Oops. I guess he announced verbally how much, because, or did he just put a stack in there? This time it's Alexis with the 8s, but easy decision for him as well to fold these.
Yeah, and a multi-way pot with so much action. I'm surprised he didn't think about it for a second, but it is a good fold, in my opinion. And this is more for posterity's sake. I don't really see Veli-Pekka calling here, primarily because of the size of the 3-bet. It's 11 big blinds all of a sudden. Gary almost basically announcing his hand, but it doesn't matter if he does, because Veli-Pekka would know he's dominated, and to put that much in just to see if you can kind of get ahead of ace-king. But there's not too many other hands set I would expect that sizing from, maybe an ace-queen, but I try to keep my 3-bet sizings kind of all in line with each other, you know, so that I'm not people aren't speculating, okay, this is what he must have on this sizing.
Here we have the full final table payouts. 16,200 to the next person out, and 169.5 up top.
Which would you rather have?
I'll go somewhere in the middle.
Okay, fair enough. You're not greedy. I like it.
No. I'll let you have it.
Okay.
Yeah. So what are you going to do with your 169.5 that I just gifted you?
Probably renovate our lake house.
Should be a quite a good renovation.
It doesn't even have a bathroom yet, so yes.
Okay, yeah. Tal, one of those guys. Maybe he has a lake house as well he needs to renovate. Now he's going with the 200 raise minimum. With the ace-6 suited. So an ace-10 folded. Down to the woman in the button position. 5-4 off goes to the mark as Petteri looks at 8-6 suited.
Petteri is celebrating a little bit with that adult beverage in the background as well. We'll see if anybody else is. But with the one thing I say about Petteri, he usually has a sipping drink. He's not like this guy that's nonstop. So don't let that fool you. I'm pretty sure he's going to be as sharp as a whistle.
But it's good that you have an eye for the details as well.
Yeah. I mean, when you're playing, you need to actually have eyes for those details because it's information. Any information is good information usually, unless somebody's trying to trick you with that information.
What notes do you have on me?
On you? We haven't played that much together. We played, and when we played in a game that you kind of stink at.
Sweden?
Yes. All the Swedish are bad.
Yeah.
No. Wise Guy is fairly decent at Sweden. For those of you that don't know my sense of humor, there were other players at that table that were quite bad, I have to say, but you weren't the easy target on that table.
Veli-Pekka now under the gun. Did we see the first limp of the final table? No, it was a race to 200. And now Mr. Weinstein with the ace-10.
Let's see how he approaches this. I mean, I'm facing an undergun open. I'm happy to fold it here. Yeah, that's what he does. It was either a fold or the 3-bet. He shouldn't really be doing anything else, and I lean towards fold. If it was suited, we can have a different conversation. And Tal would have 2 live cards if he defends, but playing it safe as well. And Veli-Pekka extending his chip lead to near 6 million. So now that we've reached the final table, let's see who everybody's actually rooting for, or you just want a winner that's well-deserved, you know, which is kind of where I stand, but haven't been shy to say my preferred winner would be Christina. Friendly with Petteri as well, which is evident from the way I've been talking about him, but all the other players I can't say there isn't a single player at the table that if they walk away with the trophy that they wouldn't be well-deserving champion and deserving of the round of applause and the celebrations.
I would have liked if you singled one person out and said, that person's not worthy of winning. That's not really who you are, Jason Blatcher.
No, but there's always somebody that, you know, like when you're playing, you're not that disappointed that they hit the rail, you know, but it's... I tried to let go of all spite and all hate and all revenge kind of ideas that so many, let's say, American mentality people have. I've actually removed that over the past 3 years from my thought process. If you don't like me, that's okay. But then I just, you know, ignore the situation, and there's plenty of people that do like me and plenty of things I can work on productively.
Christina now puts the Rubik's Cube into work, raising it to 250. 2.5x with the ace-9 off. And Tal, not to play a hand yet at the final table, I think, but he played a lot of hands yesterday on the feature table and also was on the feature table earlier today, but this time he lays it down from the small blind. And Veli-Pekka, I expect him to defend with another ace in the big blind. Or do something else than just defend, maybe. We'll see about that.
How much has he played with Christina? Do you remember? Because I think that's kind of a factoring that we know Christina has a wide, not like a super wide opening range, but it's wider than, let's say, the average player at this table.
Yeah.
And if Veli-Pekka knows that, he might actually not be that uncomfortable with what he's about to do, which is a 3-bet. But
yeah, putting the pressure on Christina, and of course those two being the two biggest stacks on the table as well. If there's someone Christina doesn't want to go up against with a rather weak hand, it's Veli-Pekka. So this is probably well targeted and working fine
perfect
for
sizing,
him.
actually.
Yeah.
You know, if it's like to like 650, we've seen even like 500 and, you know, 5 big blinds, and you're inviting Christina to see a flop. And now, you know, if she 4-bets over, you know she's got it. You know that she has definitely ace-4 beat. And if she calls, it's you also kind of gain some of that information as well because of the sizing. So Veli-Pekka stealing one away from Christina. But I can't say that either player played it badly. Christina has to fold there with the range of the 3-bet there by the big blind. Veli-Pekka, the chip leader. Yeah, Tal B yesterday 4-outed, suck out dirty against ace-ace with fishy line. He doesn't deserve to win for sure. I mean, everybody's entitled to that one play, right? You know, like you could say the same about Christina. You know, she got it in with ace-queen against kings. It was a bit of a different situation where I agreed with Christina's play, actually. I did disagree with Tal's play at the time, but, you know, outside of that and the bit of overzealous celebration without acknowledging, you know, that he delivered another player a bad beat, and, you know, at least, you know, acknowledging that he's a very competitive player and has a good spirit, it seems, you know, in terms of, you know, really wanting to play. You could see, like, he's so anxious to play hands, and it's so hard for him to fold, you know, even hands like 6-4 suited from the small blind. But hello, AK. It's AA for AK.
It is. And let's see now, Tal, suited connectors on the button as Anastasios made it 225. Min raise plus a little.
And it's another example of Tal just wanting to play hands against this particular player. You know, it's not that he's only opening with aces. It's maybe not the spot for a dealer 3-bet over an open. I'm not sure if that's what he's thinking about. But I'm not sure how much I like a flat in this spot based on stack depths, based on a lot of information that we've seen in the past. The safest option is obviously just tossing it away, but he is going to 3-bet, which I would say is also not a horrible option. It is in this particular case because AK has AA. So AK is drooling, and let's see if he if it folds around to him first, and then how he handles this, whether it's a call or raise from him. Meanwhile, the chip leader not going anywhere quite yet.
Not yet.
The more he pauses, the more AK is loving this.
Indeed, yeah.
Is he really thinking of a 4-bet here?
It wasn't really, maybe, but...
In Habib we didn't see, but we saw that jack of diamonds at least.
Interesting spot now for Athanasios with the aces.
And look at this acting job. Would you think he has aces right now? If you were playing at this table
No.
without having any other information?
I don't think so now.
Especially if he just calls, it's so disguised.
Yeah,
but it looks like he's
exactly,
firing in a raise.
It would be beautiful with just a call here now, but that's the 4-bet.
And now Tal is going to maybe pause a little. Maybe he's even going to call depending on the sizing. It's a bit too much for him to call, but he would be in position in a bloated 3.2 million pot with 7-8 suited. His 3-bet sizing was even too large. You know, if you're going to 3-bet to 600 or 550, that's sufficient, even 500. But those are minor details, I suppose. And let's see how Tal approaches this. Oh, it was the 575, so it was in that range anyway.
There we have the fold from Tal. Doesn't like to fold the hand, but
No, he does not.
Did he do like, not again?
Yeah, not again.
That's your one time.
I love it when people do that.
I warn you. Well, if it's aces next time again, I don't think Athanasios
Because as soon as they do that, you know you're in their head. You know what I mean? So it's like you can not have them in your head, and all of a sudden they think that they're getting in your head, but it's really the other way around if you treat it that way.
Yeah. All right.
But we have also the Swedish guy's a big fish. I think you want to defend this one from...
Yeah, I can see that the nickname is also Swedish, so maybe a friend pulling his leg or just joking around, but we haven't seen so much. We haven't had Habib actually on the feature table at all, right, before the final table, so
No.
we are unaware of his skills and demeanor.
And he hasn't played a hand yet either.
No. So remains to be seen for us, but I know he has a lot of fans, and that's nice to see. And as we said, he did qualify to this event through a live series of events in Sweden. So he's already locked up a huge payout from coming from kind of a satellite. I don't think it was a direct satellite, but maybe a ranking. Oh, now
Hello.
then.
This could spell trouble for Petteri, depending on how much he respects Veli-Pekka's 3-bets, because we've seen what Veli-Pekka's 3-bet, and it hasn't been nearly as good as Ace-King. Is there no clock? There is a clock, but it's just not on the screen. It's behind where the poker players are sitting, so they can all see it, and once in a while it does pan into the camera. Christopher Clark?
Or if the question was about shot clock, it's not in play.
Ah, yes.
We don't have that here. You can, of course, time the players if you think they're taking too long of a time, but...
It's
no
our
shot
level,
clock.
so, and nobody's really abusing that, I would say.
No.
You should, if you want to take an extra 10 seconds, take those extra 10 seconds, but nobody's really taking an extra 2 minutes where it's unwarranted.
So the 3-bet was 675. Back to Petteri, who called. And not favoring either player this one, so we're down to...
But that
taking
ace of
command.
spades in
Yeah, the back,
Veli-Pekka's
of course.
hand, it could mean something later on.
It's important to have. when he most likely continues now to attack.
It's maybe one of the few boards where he's not going to continue, but I think it looks like he's reaching for chips. And Petri looks awfully confused right now. It's a small bet, 1/4 sizing. We could see he's only drawing to the jack, but he's being milked without even realizing, and Veli-Pekka doesn't maybe even know that he's milking him. Okay. We have a paired 10 there. Neither player can feel too comfortable right now. And if Veli-Pekka checks here, I expect Petri to actually fire from how I played with him before. But I don't think Veli-Pekka is going to slow down either now that the board paired.
Yeah.
He's likely played with Petri before, knowing that he does have a much higher percentage of calling to c-bets than a lot of the other players do. Or at least that's my perception of things. Of course, it could be different in reality. And does check, so let's see if Petri fires on some random river. It depends on what the river is, and that would not be a good one for him to fire on, regardless of whether Veli-Pekka has it or not. He has to kind of acknowledge that the ace-king is a big part of the 3-bet range, and Petri would likely fold to just about any bet on the river. And I think after Petri checks, does Veli-Pekka think he's being trapped with the 10? I don't think very often enough, and he thinks the same.
Yep.
Trying for that last second value from maybe like pocket 8s or something like that, or king-queen, which maybe would have called a 3-bet if suited. There's also the flush, which he's blocking with that ace of spades, and being it was a 3-bet pot, he can also be repping the flush with this bet, you know, but it's also blocking the odds of Petri having the flush. Petri thinking about this hand now. It would be such a hero call that we see wouldn't be correct. But sometimes it could be. I don't think you're getting, you're getting, let's say, chip odds on probably the bluff amount of times that Veli-Pekka is doing this. But from an ICM perspective, I don't think you can call. Yep. So it is a fold. And
7.4 million now for our chip leader.
Wow.
Big one.
And we have how many chips in play? Around 30 million, right? Give or take, it's 30,000 times 1,000 plus a little extra.
Exactly. All right.
And Grizzly Bear. Okay, so Wise Guy is... Wise Guy muted me instead of him accidentally, but he's going to be joining us back. He has other obligations here at the Kings of Tallinn. Meanwhile, I'll man the fort myself for now, and maybe we get a short-term guest at some stage if Wise Guy is going to need to be away for an extended period of time. And Grizzly Bear, I admit I was against Tal yesterday, but he's growing on me. I mean, I was just against really how he acted in that one spot, but it's everybody's different, and emotions run high, so of course I didn't like that, but it doesn't mean I have anything against the guy. I just didn't like the behavior in that one particular spot. He's conducted himself fine, he's been showing quite a lot of energy as well. But meanwhile, it's Christina with the baby pair opening up from UTG +1. And Vepa here thinking about the 10-7 suited. Veli-Pekka eventually folds. And Habib with the double Swedish flag. And the pocket rocket. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. No 3-bet, just call. Trying to trap Christina potentially, or maybe not. The problem with doing this is you're often inviting other people to call too, and that's more combinations that could crack your aces, but being Shaul just had 9-deuce, he couldn't call in that particular spot. Oh, no. Wow, wow, wow. But Habib still has that ace of spades, but Christina flopping the middle set with her fours. This could spell trouble for Habib. This is definitely a board he should be willing to get it in. And he's only betting 100,000. Christina's opting to raise it to 4. Let's see if Habib opts to call or get it in. If I'm sitting there with the aces, I'm getting it in. Habib thinking the same and jamming the lot. And Christina, of course, is going to call with the middle set. And Habib still has some outs. You can see the ones above. One of the aces is gone. A few of the spades are gone, which lowers his percentages, but it's a bit closer to 50-50 without those cards removed that there's no way for him to know about than it appears, even with Christina having a set. 9 spade outs, 3 aces. So that's about 48%, give or take. Less a redraw, so it's close to 50%.
And we have an all-in and call on the final table of the main event.
So we have an all-in and call here.
This is Brahim, has been called by Christina. We are on the board.
Christina solely with the set, and we have Habib Brahim with an overpair and the flush draw.
Christina shows a set of 4s, and Brahim shows pocket aces.
Let's see if Habib can get one of the cards he needs. Only 7 live outs, but there were others that were in people's hands. Needs a spade or an ace to survive. Otherwise, we are down to 8 players. But it's a spade right away, but he still has to fade now the board pairing because that would give Christina either a full house or quads. So you can see the outs have changed.
And we can see the river, please. The river is a jack
It's
of
another
spades.
spade and the jack of spades. So unfortunate for Christina. She flops the set, but winds up giving up around 40% of her stack, give or take, to Habib. A little bit less, who now has doubled up to 3 million in chips. So we are still at 9 players. It was awfully close for Habib to go out in 9th place for 16,200 instead. Now let's see if the only player from Sweden at the final table is able to parlay that into some ladder ups and maybe more. But this leaves Schwal as the short stack, but still not that short with 1.7 million. Here's a look at the chip count, 7.4 million for the chip leader, Veli Pekka. And Gary Fischer, all of a sudden by default in second place with 4 million, and AK and Tal basically a rounding error, and they're at 4 million as well. And Christina solely after losing that pot in the middle of the pack with 3.3 million. Folds around to Tal with ace-jack. He's been itching to play hands, it appears, and this is one he can play in an open pot. A little more than a min raise to 225. The dominating chip leader, Veli Pekka with king 5 suited. And didn't instant fold. It's either a fold or a 3-bet from him from what we've seen, and it is a fold. Habib folding, Gary folding, and Shaul likely to follow suit. He's also waiting for some cards. Meanwhile, Alexis will likely quickly fold the big blind. So Tal is now above 4 million himself and in second place. Next up, folks, we're heading over to Riga for the OlyBet Showdown Voodoo Spring Edition. There's a 1K main event in that one as well. Poker Pro will be there both at the beginning and then throughout, but in the beginning we'll be there also playing, and then the live reporting kicks in on the second half of the festival. So see some of you in Riga. I've been there now for all the major festivals that have taken place since the end of 2024. And that might be my next poker trip, actually, because I have to ground myself for a little while with some family stuff going on back home. So I'll be like you guys, watching streams and keeping up to date with whatever is happening. I see Lemon Poker in the chat here. Let's say not so shyly pimping the festival series. That would be one that I would be going to potentially as well, being I love mixed games, love Frankie. And I just hear Frankie yelling in the background that he hates Chinese poker, speaking of which. But that's over at Banco Casino in Bratislava. You know, they have a partnership now with OlyBet, which is kind of cool. They're coming to where I live in Vilnius as well, end of May. But before that, we have a bigger festival in May. They're just coming for a weekend in May. I recommend you checking that out, especially if you like games like Sviten. But before that will be another OlyBet showdown in Vilnius in the middle of May. So lots of things coming up, and you could check it all out by going to olybetevents.com. Over there, you'll see all the upcoming stuff. There's even the dates for the upcoming WSOP circuit as well at the end of July on there. The news articles I write in the mornings throughout the events are up there as well, along with other news that will be taking place in between festivals. No Habib, no party. The party's going to go on with or without Habib, I have to say, both on the tables and the players' party tonight at the OlyBet Bar and Grill at 9 o'clock. The player party over there has been fun the last few times. It used to be at the Shamrock, which was also fun, but it's a little bit better at the OlyBet Bar and Grill, I have to say. There'll be some beverages, some snacks, and of course the house band with Dwire singing, who may be joining us later. Yarko on the drums, the assistant tournament director Olivier on the bass. It's truly a house band. They haven't asked me for keyboards yet, but I'm not ready for the big stage on that anyway. Still learning. But we do have an open from Gary. Lines have gone up recently to 50,125, so that's why we see a sizing. It's one chip above a min with the ace-jack suited. And Petri, he does like to play hands from the blinds before deuce is not a candidate for him at the moment. Is Habib old enough to drink coffee? For official records, I believe you do need to be 21 years old to be able to play any games here at Olympic Park Casino. So I think that qualifies them to be old enough for coffee. But being that I see that you're sharing the same last name, I think that's some kind of inside joke, and I got a little bit of a chuckle from it too. Joey Pekka folding his 9-7. Shaul, who's waiting for a spot. This is not it, with 10-8 from the hijack, and Alexis with the king-6 from the cutoff just as fast. Christina, she likes the suited cards, but this is just 3-2. They're not snap folded, but not too long after they go away. And hello, Petri. He does have a short stack now under 15 bigs. All options open, except for folding. Decides to just get it in now. Denying pretty good equity, actually, from AK with the 10-9 suited, so well played there by Petri. We had a nice French rail in the stream late last night when before Matthew was eliminated on the final hand of the day in 17th place. Do we have any French people now cheering for Alexis? You know, he needs a little bit of a comeback, but there's 3 stacks around the same. He doubles up. He's in the middle of the pack with Tal, AK, and Christina as well, and Habib, for that matter, who now has joined that middle of pack status. Gary Fischer with a pocket pair. I believe I met him for the first time actually in Malta, not even in the UK and not here. But he's been around for a while. And from what we've seen here on the TV table, not just on the final table, but yesterday and also today, appears to be playing a pretty solid game. It looks like Gary's min-raise may actually work, but there's always Tal to deal with. And I don't think Tal is going to be folding here. And wouldn't be in bad shape, actually. Against the range, maybe, but not against the actual hand. And let's see, what is he going to do? He does make the call. Double checking his cards before we see the Jack, Ace, 5, all spade flop. Tal with the better spade. Gary with that 6 of spades as well. 6 is still technically ahead, but can easily be bet off. Tal does like to donk bet. That doesn't mean he's a donk. It means that he's the one leading out from out of position when he wasn't the pre-flop aggressor. But Tal opts to check. And Gary, is he going to rep something other than his 6s? He's looking down at his chips, and he's reaching for some. It looks like that's exactly what he's planning to do, but now he's having a change of heart. Maybe just seeing how much is in the pot or how much Tal has in his stack there. But it's a small bet of around 275. Not that small, considering the pot's only at 675. And let's see how Tal plays this. Gary has a lot of aces, a lot of made hands on this board. We see he does not. We see Tal, if he knew Gary had 6s, would likely call, but he has no way of knowing that and feels compelled to fold. And Gary now up to near 5 million in chips. So we have more support for Habib, including Maria from Linkoping. And apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. Wise Guy will be back with us at some stage soon and will lecture me on my Swedish pronunciation. Folds around to Shaul, who also folds, and Alexis quickly folds a 6 high. And Christina on the hijack hasn't been able to get much going. She did take a bit of a cooler not so long ago when her flop set got hit hard on the turn to her opponent's flush. Much to the delight of the Swedish crowd, because that opponent was Habib, who had pocket rockets with the ace of spades, and it was the spade that got it done. Meanwhile, Tal in the small blind, raising it up with king 7 against the chip leader, Veli Pekka, who may opt to defend or may send something for a 3-bet. Of course, folding is also an option, but it doesn't seem like that's the likely one. And there's a chip on top of his cards. That usually means something is going to happen. But in this case, it just meant he needed a little time to think and opted to fold the queen 5, and Tal back to 4 million. For those of you just tuning in, these are the opening moments of the Kings of Tallinn final table of the main event. A €1 million prize pool. We began today with just 16 entries out of the 1,033 entry strong field. And at some point this evening, we will have crowned a winner who is slated to receive a whopping $169,500 top prize. Right now, the final 9 can already celebrate a little bit, but they do want to ladder up. They've already earned $16,200 at least, no matter where they finish. But the higher they finish, those pay jumps are going to go up kind of fast at this stage. ICM is at its heaviest point. And before the last break, I did thank a few people. There's still more. There's a lot more, actually. But one of them is one of the most important people to the entire media team in terms of Lenka, the photographer. She makes everything that we do look better, both on the reporting side, utilized by Christopher. Social media, of course, is much brighter. Her images are also used in videos as well, but so many players are taken, and if you were here at the Kings of Tallinn especially, I recommend you going to the OlyBet Poker Flickr account, and I'm sure there's some photos of you somewhere. But major props to Lenka. If it was up to me, she would win Photographer of the Year award every year. And that's not just because I'm biased, because I probably spent a year and a half of my life on events with her, you know, working as a reporter. And there's plenty of other good photographers out there, but Lenka does take the cake in my eyes. Meanwhile, Veli Pekka making a move on Tal. It's one of those button small blind situations. And Eve was earlier, it would be easier for Tal to, let's say, 4-bet or just call here and play in position. But even if he thinks his opponent is often betting wide, it's awfully hard to know that for sure. You have a decent stack. If you start playing around like this and lose a few of them, you're basically jeopardizing the equity that you have in your stack right now in terms of ICM equity, which of course is theoretical, but still it gives you a general idea of what your stack is worth at the given moment based on the payouts and chip count. So let's see. Not easy for Tal. We see he is far ahead if he comes along. We also see he's in position, but he's losing that edge of being able to be the initial aggressor, potentially. Taking his time, but this is a spot where I don't blame Tal for taking time. It's a borderline decision for him, but the longer he waits, maybe the more information he's giving away. Veli Pekka getting him to fold the better hand, so Tal giving up, and Veli Pekka now up to an all-time high for the event at 7.6 million in chips. So that's around 1/4 of the chips in play. Meanwhile, the short stacks are not that short at the moment, the shortest being 13 and 14 big blinds. Petteri also in that range at 16 big blinds. Shaul will be in the big blind next. Folding, and Alexis also folding his king 9. Christina with a 6 high. Petri should follow suit with an offsuit 8-3. However, that's different for AK. He's going to be opening his king queen for 250,000, so a min raise. Pekka thinking about whether he wants to do anything from the button, not because of his cards, but maybe has other ideas, but does wind up folding. Habib folding his 6-deuce suited, and Gary also a 6-deuce suited, which could have made a blind on blind situation a little bit interesting, folded as well. So still 9 players remaining. They've all locked up 16,200 euros. The next pay jump is 47.50, so they'll be getting 20,950 guaranteed for the top 8. And they get even bigger and bigger as we go along. Okay, let's get back to the chat. We have Amund rooting for Norway, so being that Christina was the last Norwegian standing for a very long time, that's for Christina. And we have another Tal fan here. Pekka opening up Jack 8 from the cutoff, using the power of his chip lead to combine it with position to put players in uncomfortable spots or potentially just start stealing away. Gary Fischer thinking about what to do with his offsuit Queen 10 from the small blind. He's in second place at the moment. So Robert Toulson rooting for Habib. And Nicholas rooting for Finland. Which I assume is Veli-Pekka Penttinen. It could be Petri. I'm not sure who Kiki is, because I don't know Veli-Pekka other than watching him play. Whereas Petri I know a little bit and don't remember that nickname, so I'm assuming you're referring to Veli-Pekka there. But it's an 8-4-6 flop, pretty good for Veli-Pekka, who decided to open with Jack 8, and not the flop Shaul was looking for. We'll see how much he continues for, but I'd be shocked if there wasn't a continuation bet over here. Keeping it small, it looks like 175. Should be enough to get the... Oh, it's 775, keeping it big. It must be a typo, because we saw how many chips it was. That's better. Now it says 175, which is what I eyeballed. And let's see what Shaul does here. I almost feel bad for Shaul. There's a lot of Israelis watching, but nobody on Shaul's team. Maybe just rooting for the player that has the bigger stack, or maybe Tal's personally friends with a lot of people that are in the chat. And Veli-Pekka taking it down. Really no reason for Shaul to be more speculative than he already was at that stage.
We do not allow people to walk back and forth to check out and analyze. It's one player to a hand. You are risking being penalized or even disqualified. I'm giving you a warning now, so you know, and I hope this is clear.
Okay, so Teresa laying down the law about leaving the table. They're going to be keeping their eyes on that. Of course, if you need to use the toilet, go on ahead.
Let's just stay here. There's a break coming up, and then you can, go for bathrooms and stuff.
So Teresa trying to, I like this. So usually at a lot of TV tables, they don't try because they know it's very difficult to keep players from talking to those on the rail. And in this case, they're going to keep a close eye on it. So there could be penalties, even a disqualification, according to Teresa, for violations of this. Well done, Teresa. And then you have the breaks to catch up. Shaul is a great chess player. Is he a grandmaster? We have a famous grandmaster here in Estonia that unfortunately didn't come out for the Kings of Tallinn, but he got his roots in poker here in Tallinn, playing at the Kings of Tallinn. I think I saw him at his very first event in Adamar Ladva. Would have been nice to see him this week as well, but now he's playing in the nosebleeds, so I'm sure he would have liked to be here, but he's not going to pass up on a big opportunity, playing at the mega stakes. Christina opening up with the 9-8, and Gary 3-betting the button with a decent sizing to 8 big blinds from the button. The last time he did the same sizing, it was even bigger with Ace-King. And Christina can't call off 40% of her stack, so should be folding. It's not that much, actually, because she already has a bit in, so 900,000 of 280. It's still a third of her stack. Would be playing out of position. But perhaps she doesn't believe Gary's being honest with his 3-bet, and there's something else in mind. But not this time. It wouldn't have been the worst spot, even if she was called. She would have had nice equity, but you don't really want to be taking those kind of risks without a player eliminated even yet on the final table. So Frederick rooting for Habib, and wants the Habib show. Right now it's really the Veli Pekka show. But that can quickly change. Just one double up and it's maybe a change in complete dynamics. So we'll have a 20-minute break according to the clock in nearly exactly 30 minutes. And No Filter rooting for Habib. Welcome, No Filter. There's a documentary on the No Filter poker over on poker.pro. You can go to Poker Pro World YouTube. Also, it's on the No Filter YouTube. You should like and subscribe to that as well. There'll be more content, I'm sure, coming out there. But that was a fantastic festival. We had some of the legends of the game in that one. And I'm not just talking about the founder, Monir Tougeau, who was a fantastic host, a very competitive, very good player. We saw him last year actually on this final table taking runner-up. And also in the 555 NLH championship. He made a name for himself, got all the accolades that one might deserve for achieving that. And after the casino closed over in Stockholm, there isn't really a legal place to play this kind of poker in Sweden. So Monir had the idea, let's bring it over to Tallinn. And it was a big success. But back to the action. We have sneaky aces by Veli Pekka this time. No 3-bet. He's been 3-betting a lot, too. And it was an open by Veli Pekka, sorry. And Christina defending. And it'll be fairly easy for Christina to get away from any big action, but this was not big action. It was a min bet pretty much by Veli Pekka, a chip more. And the jack of diamonds on the turn, another overcard to the nines, perhaps potentially making it even easier for Christina to get away. She may be thinking about now, maybe I should have 3-bet to try to take it, but we see how strong Veli Pekka is. He's been opening a lot, but this time he has the goods. And checking it back, understanding there's a lot of 2 pairs or something else that Christina may have. And now if Christina checks, he can try to get some value on the river, but perhaps Christina is going to try to steal this one away after it was checked on the turn, being that's... What would she be targeting, though? She'd only be targeting a 10 to fold, so I expect her to check, and she does check. And Veli Pekka may try for some sneaky value, targeting a king specifically. And that's exactly what he's about to do. And it's a 1/3 pot size, a little bit more for 375,000. And Christina thinking it through, understanding Veli Pekka has a super wide range. In a vacuum against a lot of players, this is already in the muck. So Christina's probably not going to call, but she's at least going to think about it. And maybe she's about to raise. Interesting. Nope, that's a call size. And she does make the call. Interesting. So not believing Veli Pekka, but this time he has it, and he's at 9 million. And meanwhile, Christina Soli, who came into the final table in second place, is now one of the short stacks with just 1.9 million. So let's catch up with the chat while we are mixing it up, and back to No Filter, because we have the Good Luck Habib, and we didn't even say which Legends of the Game were here. There was actually a game called the Legends of the Game, and you would never guess who was here, but none other than the 2025 WSOP main event champion, a good friend of Monir's, and Michael Mizrachi, and he brought his son Paul as well. To me, Michael's a hero not just for that main event, but he won that Poker Players Championship for either, I think it is the 5th time, but he only played 2 tournaments over the summer, 2 biggest ones during the WSOP, won them both, and then out of friendship to Monir, he wanted to check out the No Filter Poker Series. We have him, his son, we have Scotty Wynn coming, and the singing cowboy, Duncan Blake, made a name for himself. Definitely serenading entertainingly, and that was another player that Monir became friendly with during the 2025 WSC, where he himself had a very deep run and had a lot of TV table coverage. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about the No Filter Poker Series. It was a fantastic event back in October over here at Olympic Park Casino. But welcome to the chat, whoever is manning the No Filter Poker account. And Yoav asking, who is you think the favorite is? Well, I mean, it's a little bit hard not to say it's not Veli Pekka, because he's not only a tremendous player but also has the chip lead. But if you ask me that question again a little bit later, I may have a different answer for you. We've already established who I am rooting for, but not hard enough to care, you know, if somebody else wins, and that would be Christina, who just lost that hand. But I think she's going to regain focus and composure and try to come back strong. And Petteri is probably going to jam it in, and does from the big blind. Gary Fischer now thinking, good thing maybe I have ace-6, he can fold this one. But he's thinking it through. He's not maybe waiting for a count. Would I be surprised to see a call from Gary for 1/3 of his stack here with just ace-6 suited? The open is more than fine from the hijack, but when it's pushed back on you like that. Okay, Gary was getting a count, and it's just looks like he's doing a little simple math in his head and then quickly folds. So he's just waiting for a count. That's more than fine. And Petteri is happy, not knowing what Gary has, to not be off to the races. He was dominating that ace-6, but there's other hands that would have 2 available cards or some pocket pairs where he's actually slightly behind him. We have 23 minutes remaining on this blind level, and then we will be on a 20-minute break. After that, the effective stacks will get even shorter because the blinds will increase to 75,000, 150,000, and then 100,000, 200,000 before we have the following break. Each blind level is 1 hour in length, as it has been throughout the event, providing players plenty of opportunities to build up a deep stack and allow the cream to rise to the top on in this event. Pekka on his 9 million stack, folding his rags. But Habib, here we go. The Habib fans can watch along with this one. We have a min-raise with the ace-7, a little bit more. Shaul folding some spades, so if that comes into play, there's 2 less. Alexis quickly folding the 6-high. We don't see what Christina has, but Petri with the queen-10 from the small blind. These are the type of hands, usually it would be like an ace-4 suited that we've seen Petri call from the small blind both yesterday and today, but the queen-10 on a shorter stack is not a candidate apparently at this point, and a quick fold by AK with the 7-3 of clubs, so that would have been 2 less clubs if the queen-10 came along. And Habib picking up a little bit of just the blinds in the ante, but that's another 300,000 to his stack. So like a 12% increase more or less without having to see anything. Anyone in the chat that was here playing at the Kings of Tallinn, it would be great to know how you did, how you enjoyed yourself, if you had any big results, what they were. Right now, being alone in the booth, I feel like I'm with you guys in the chat, having a friendly kitchen talk conversation while we're announcing some serious poker. For those of you that know me, I'm always happy to hear poker stories from anyone, as long as it's coming from a good place. That doesn't mean I can't listen to a bad beat story, but meaning it's not like a revenge story or something like that, which I don't really want to hear about. We've had a nice drama-free festival. It's been drama-free for me all year, and try to maintain that, enjoy the good parts of life. And it seems like players at this table are enjoying their experience. There will be some frustrating moments for some players that bust out early, but being on the final table of the Kings of Tallinn is quite an honor. And looking at it from a glass half full, even if you finish 9th and 8th, you know, that's still better than more than 1,000 entries, and you got to be on the final table. That's not something everybody can say. And the Kings of Tallinn, it does have that sense of pride amongst everybody here. But back to the action, because Christina will be playing this ace-king suited. A few options available to her. Min-raise, bigger sizing, and shove. Of course, a limp is possible too, which it looks like that's the move. No, it is a min-raise, sorry. Ooh, this could be a spot for Christina. Let's see what Tal does. Christina does have a higher opening percentage, which should be apparent to Tal, who's played with her before this table as well. And ace-queen being a good 3-bet candidate. It could be dangerous for him either way, 3-bet and getting 4-bet, or calling and having to deal with an ace-high flop without hitting a queen. And we have Jan Vabel in the chat. Former poker player here at OlyBet. Had some mixed results, had a couple of deep runs, I believe, here and at other places. But now he is back in action, and a lot of this we have to thank Jan for. You know, he is now in charge once again of the poker here at Olympic Park Casino. The first time around, he had so many challenges he doesn't have today. So imagine coming in and then you have a pandemic happen. Yeah, that's what happened to Jan. So everything you see here, Jan is responsible for at the end of the day, along with Teresa and many other aspects as the tournament director of Kings of Tallinn. But it's the two of them up top and handling different things organizationally. And a massive thank you to Jan. It's been an absolute pleasure at the Kings of Tallinn. And it's the first festival in a while that I don't have a tournament cash, and I'm still saying that, Jan. So it's an absolute honor and pleasure to be part of this as well. So meanwhile, it was a 3-bet by Tal, and as predicted, if it was 3-bet, it was 4-bet by Christina, and Tal is calling the all-in. So Christina solely in amazing shape to double up and get close back to that near 6 million she had earlier. She'll be at close to 4 million if it holds. Meanwhile, she could take a bad beat and wind up out in 9th place. I know half the chat is probably rooting for Tal. We have a lot of Israelis. Half are rooting for Norway. And then we also have a flop coming now. Oh my, Jack 10, 7, 2 hearts. Roles are reversed, where now a king helps Tal versus the other way around, and it's a 7 of diamonds on the turn, so no more additional outs for Tal. So really, Christina just has to hope there's no king, and it's the 8 of hearts. Thank goodness for her that wasn't the 7 of hearts on the turn. To survive, she doubles up. You hear some cheers in the crowd. And we did learn during the last break that Christina actually had 2 of her friends from Norway fly out special from Norway. She has 2 women on the rail right now watching, and I think that's who we heard applaud. So Christina still in action. I haven't been shy that I've been on Team Christina since about, I think, the start of day 3. And here's a look at the chip count. So Christina was in a little bit of jeopardy, but now right back in the thick of things. And Shaul, with that sub-10 big blind stack, is at risk, but with hour-long blind levels. We had Rasmus Lundstrom drop by. We may be getting him in the booth after the break with Wise Guy. If not, it'll be me and Sir Guy still in the booth. We'll probably get Christopher Carlin, a Poker Pro reporter, back in. And maybe Jan Vabel. Maybe we can pressure him now that we see is in the chat to come on down. You're next up on the price of the stream. You see how I didn't violate any copyright rules there? But anyway, we have Alexis here with the ace-10 suited. He may be just shoving here or something close to. He may be min-raising. It is an active table. And it's not that you want to necessarily do anything other than pick up the blinds necessarily here. And it looks like not a jam, and more along the lines that he's betting 2/3 of a stack, so representing a jam, but we'll find out what that represents. It looks like around 950 to $1 million. It is 900,000, so a little bit less, but still 2/3 of his stack. It will definitely get Petri out of the way, who he would have been flipping against with the Ducks. We saw another ace quickly in the muck. And Veli Pekka, I think he's going to fold. He does. And we have Habib, fan favorite, but only with 6-4, so not this time. And Alexis picking up some chips. Grizzly Bear asking if Shaul has played a hand yet. I forget that he's there. I mean, it appears that way, but he's played maybe a hand or 2. But Tal, who's all over the place, both with his chips and with his body language, he has all the fans of Israel at the moment. They're all ignoring poor Shaul. But maybe that's also because he's short-stacked. But they happen to be actually on the same OlyBet Team competition, and so there's people actually sweating them in a negative way that aren't in this chat, at least, because they don't want them to pick up any more team points. They could actually cause some ruckus near the top of that leaderboard. Petteri folding the 5s. Perhaps because of the awkward stack size of around 17 big blinds from middle position. A hand that I have seen him play in a different spot but same position but in the past. Could be an ICM situation as well for him, but it is borderline either way. And it's Veli-Pekka opting once again to open the button, this time with a decent holding of Jack-10 offsuit. And did Gary read his hand correctly? Because it's 4-deuce, Gary. You look like you're thinking about something. Are you thinking about what you want for dinner tonight? May I recommend the Able Butcher on the second floor, Gary? No, he's thinking of making a move, folks. It wasn't about dinner at all. Wow, if he does this. Wow, 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 wow. Crazy. And it should work as well. With a hand with almost zero playability, it is better than 3-deuce. Arguably better than maybe 8-deuce, I don't know. So it's not about that, it's attacking the button open from the chip leader. And mad props to Gary. And when people find out about this, Gary's going to be able to 3-bet for value later as well. Crazy stuff. And Veli-Pekka believing the story. He's never going to believe Gary has 4-deuce there. And it looks like Mr. Wise Guy is coming back just in time for the final few hands and to join me in the studio. I believe he will either be joined by me or by Rasmus after the break. But welcome back, Mr. W. Guy.
W. Guy's in the house. How are we doing?
Or is it Wise
table?
G. Dot?
You never know.
If you were on the feature table, would it just say Wise G. Dot? One big blind?
One big blind, yeah. Most likely if I was on this table. And no eliminations yet.
So apparently Shul now getting some fans going from Israel. That's nice.
Christina waking up with a good hand.
You missed her just double up as well. With Ace King against the Ace Queen by Tal. Maybe that's why now Shul is getting the fan favorite, because now Tal's on a downswing and Shul's on an even swing. But this is a reverse situation. That's crazy, because it was before Ace Queen for Tal and Ace King for Christina.
Wow.
And this could be the exact opposite. So let's see. I mean, Tal should be 3-betting here. He could even potentially 3-bet shove, you know, with this kind of spot and just be happy doing that. But certainly he can 3-bet to a smaller size of around 700, 750 even is okay. But then you're just left with 60% of your stack. I don't mind the shove here. I don't mind the normal 3-bet. It's up to Tal. Obviously, it's his chips. I would mind a fold quite a lot. Partly because of, you know, it's not the tightest player at the table opening. Even if it was, it's very hard to fold Ace King unless you need to call off your stack with Ace King, which is a completely different scenario. But with the fold equity and all that, he does decide on the jam size. And it looks like it's for a little bit less than 2 million if we were counting his chips up a little bit. And Shaul, I mean, he does have a hand this time. People were asking us if he had any cards. He does, but he can't play them. He may decide to just because he's significantly the short stack and there's potentially dead money in the pot, but I think the fold that he did is the wise choice in that spot. Still a little bit of time, and Christina understanding Tal can be a little bit reckless, but there's also do you really want to give back the chips you just got from Tal?
I think it's the first time I see her take off her sunglasses as
Yeah,
well.
you could see the actual, fatigue factor coming into play for Christina, because as I've commented all day yesterday, she was laser sharp focused. Today she's still quite focused, but she's taking, as you see, she took off the glasses here, but it's a lot of the tired eyes that you see on all the players. It's 4 long days of action, maybe more, depending on how many bullets they fired in the opening days. And Christina messaged me just before she was coming back to play the 5-5-5 Queens event. Should I play this? And I said, why shouldn't you play this? But then she bubbles. So now she's more than making up for it. I felt a little bad. I didn't tell her to come or not come. I think that's a player's choice. But I supported, why not come? It's going to be, actually very reputable for whoever wins that one, because it's only going to be the better females playing. But she does make the call, folks. So it's Tal now at risk. The hoodie's off. He's standing up. And it's the exact opposite situation where Christina doubled with ace-king against Tal's ace-queen. Now we have Tal with ace-king looking to double up against Christina's ace-queen.
Let's see if he can. Needs to avoid a queen or a lot of hearts. Oh, there's one heart. But
Ace of diamonds, 4 of clubs, 2 of hearts.
So still it's Tal miles ahead. He doesn't want to see a heart or a queen, but now it's just a queen he needs to avoid. So looking pretty good for Tal to get his chips back. And for Christina to be where she was on orbit ago. And it's a 7 of diamonds on the river. A bit of a clap, something I think in Hebrew slang there. And Christina going ho-hum. Obviously not too thrilled about it. Trying not to let that little celebration get to her. That wasn't nearly as bad as what we saw yesterday. For those that you're wondering when we were talking about that earlier, that you forgive these moments, but they do register to you, that, maybe it would be a little bit nicer to acknowledge the fact that there's somebody else on the table as well. You can celebrate, and then instead of giving them that cold stare down that really was cold actually there, you can, just, tap the table or do something, to make it seem like, yes, we're playing for a lot of money, but we're still all playing poker, and still all have emotions. The clap means let's go. Okay. I think I understood that. And I didn't mind that, but then after, I prefer still poker being a gentleman, gentlewoman type of game, especially here, like when, we're looking at buy-ins of recreational nature, the pros come too. I'm curious how many professionals are at this table. There's definitely some semi-pros.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Gary plays professionally. Petteri, I think, has something else going on, but he may be playing professionally as well. Yeah, as I said, it's okay for a player to celebrate, but it's also okay for me to judge how that player is celebrating. I'm not saying he deserves a penalty or I think that he's a bad person. I just particularly don't like the behavior at that particular moment, and I think that's fine. He can do what he wants. It's nothing against the rules.
No, we're going to express our views on.
Of course we
no
can.
matter what.
But I like this part of, like how he's smiling, and he has a nice smile, a lot of charisma, a lot of good energy. So, it's plus and minus to me.
And he has a lot of colorful winter hoodies as well.
Yeah, I really like this pink
warm.
hoodie. I commented on that too. It's this one looks not as heavy as that one, but the last one from yesterday, but it's still a heavy hoodie.
And Pekka now with 700,000 more to call.
I guess, Matten Krakow is saying, never heard a footballer cry. I mean, I guess you haven't been to too many, teenage football matches if you've never seen that be a problem, that they're not shaking hands at the end of a game. At least when I played sports growing up, it was always that way. Unless you're playing on the highest of highest stages, and even then you see the players acting a bit, more understanding, I would say, of the other person's situation. But I understand it's the competitiveness, and it's fine, it's fine. We can agree to disagree. I don't think he's a bad person because he does it. But if I was on the table, I'd feel kind of like annoyed by it, to be fair. No, I certainly do not like Martin Cabral's behavior, and I won't be shy in saying that. I think it's actually very bad for poker. I find him to be also, when I was back at a reporter, I would avoid his tables, because anytime he would see a reporter, he's just tanking it and ruining it for the other players, and I don't want to interfere with the game. I think he's a little bit better than he used to be fair, but I'm not a big fan of Martin Cabral, and I'm not shy to say that. I've said it before, and I'll say it again.
Now then, back to the table with Petri on the gun position, 10-9 suited. That's 2.2 in his stack, so the former ship leader now down to 20 big blinds or less, and opening under the gun still with the 10-9.
Classic Petri. Let's see if Pekka gives him the respect for the under the gun open. Now, chances are these guys played together before. I mean, at least, even though I haven't played with Pekka, he's playing like he's been there, done that a million times, and Petri plays all the time. And they used to have a bunch of events in Helsinki as well, so it wasn't just in Tallinn. Now they're quite infrequent. All the way around to Alexis. So Pekka giving Petri that respect. That was sevens he folded there. Against a lot of the table, he's doing something else. But it's the under the gun, very sneaky 10-9. And Alexis perhaps thinking, is this a good jam spot? What do I know about Petri's UTG range? On the other hand, the UTG range contains aces. All the way down to probably this, maybe 9-8 suited. He would even do it, I don't know. But not much less than this. Yeah, I'm going to put this to rest, Offer. I just want to point out that I do agree that I've seen Tal off the tables. He seems, and I've seen him even on the table, like in between hands. He does seem like a very nice guy. Just because it's not, I was asked about Martin Cabral, which I'm actually a little bit passionate about. But in terms of Tal, just because I don't agree with a certain way someone behaves, and this is the last time I'm probably going to say it, it doesn't mean I think they're a bad person or not a nice person. If I'm judging anyone at what I deem to be their worst moments, then I expect to be judged that way. And I don't think I would have too many friends because, everybody has bad moments, or does something that they don't realize might affect someone else, type of stuff. So, it's all good. I like having Tal around, and I hope he lasts on the table for quite some time. His energy has been intoxicating, I think, to the other players as well.
Now then, he will come raising the last hand before the break. Queen Jack off. 4 million behind, makes it 250 to go. Another fold from Pekka with a decent hand, but he's off to the break. See if we have any other takers. Charles with the 6-5 suited. Thinking about it. Maybe not the hand to get.
I'd be shocked.
Yeah. No, just maybe stall those last seconds for the break to make sure we don't have to play another hand.
I've done that before, to be fair. When it's like 5 seconds off and you know that if you play another hand, you're going to have like especially when the breaks are only 15 minutes, that you could be going 3-4 minutes into the break. It's better sometimes to just think a little bit.
Yep, so that's the last hand.
You didn't see the air quotes there because we weren't on camera yet, but I think people understood what we meant. So,
yep. So, yeah, that's it for the break now. We just have some 18 minutes or so left of the break, so we're going to send the players off to a break. We're going to have a breather as well, some fresh air maybe, and calm down before we get back going again. Jason, what do you say so far of this?
I've loved it.
Table?
I'm surprised nobody's out yet, to be fair, but I've loved every moment of this. I've loved the energy from the players and loved the difference in styles, actually, that is very noticeable at this table between a Gary Fischer and a Veli Pekka. Then we have a Christina Soli. We have Tal that occasionally makes a different kind of move. And then we have the tight players, such as Shaul. So we have just about every kind of player at the table, and it should be interesting to see what happens in the next couple hours as we trim down the field a little bit.
Yeah. So with that said, we take a little break then. Back in less than 20 minutes. See you soon.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the Kings of Talent. I'm here with an absolute legend, Rana. 2015, you were the previous champion. Must feel like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago for sure. Yeah. My beard was not even growing then. Like I was like so young in the picture. I just recently looked it up. It was actually like very important tournament for me, because that kind of was the starting of my like a live poker scene area.
Yeah, okay.
And that gave me a lot of confidence, and winning at my hometown with all my friends there, it was like amazing experience.
I mean, you've been known as an Estonian legend. Obviously, I met you in the summer. You were introduced to a legend. I mean, how is it going? First things first, how's it going today? Because your day 2 has started.
Yeah. I'm cruising. I have a very good stack, like almost 2 times average, and yeah, just chilling. Yeah.
So you've actually been in Asia for 2-3 weeks, something like that? A couple of weeks?
Actually, more. I was a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2 weeks. The results were really good out there. I saw your results. How did you enjoy Asia? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was like completely like it's a very different culture, and how the game plays, it's very different. So I have to adapt, and you see things you don't normally see, like the aggression from the local players, and it's just like it's a completely new world out there.
But it must be nice to go and experience new worlds, not just play your local players.
Absolutely, it widens your perspective, you know.
What I love is the fact that you've actually left Asia to come back here to play the King's Talent, because that's how much it means to you, because you are a champion for them many years ago. But I know you came back just to play this main event. So is that something that is in your heart? Is this the sort of heart the Kings of Talent is always going to be there for you?
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, like I had this very beautiful experience of being fortunate enough to be the first ever Kings of Talent champion, and that stays in my heart forever. And this series, I hear it actually from everybody, even when I play like in other places in the world. All the people say the Kings of Tallinn is the real deal, and for me it's also like the people, the fun, like it runs so well. Teresa does amazing work. Everybody does great work. It's just an enjoyable series, you know.
It's a fun with over 70 events now. It's getting bigger and bigger. I'm going to ask you one more thing before you shoot. I know you're on a break, so I know I've quickly grabbed you. I've got to ask you a question. And a lot of poker players have different routines. How do you prepare for a tournament, a big tournament like this? Do you have a routine you go through? Do you just go, right, I'm going to go play poker tomorrow? Or was there anything that you do to like get a routine ready? How do you prepare?
Yeah, I actually work with a performance coach. So we have like a protocol and things that we do. Like one of my things for me is that I just write down some like notes or some ideas, like things that I want to keep like connect myself connected with, some thoughts, reminders, and then during the breaks or like during the game I might sometimes review them. Also like getting in some exercise, potentially doing some Elliot Row MP3, like listening some stuff, getting my mind prepared, and things like that can really add up long term. And can avoid you like burning out and like staying focused more on the process, not so much on the result. Because as a poker players, we don't have like so much control of short-term results. And if we try to do our best to be focused more on the process and things we can control, then it's just gonna be much like easier to take up the losses and like carry on with like a healthier mindset.
I love that because it's more than a passion; it's a job.
Yeah, it is.
It's a job. So at the end of the day, it's your business, you're running it. And if you can control that business the best way you can, you're going to take every advantage that suits your head as well. Because poker's a funny game, as we know. It's a long game, and we have ups and downs like everyone else. And if that's how you control it, I think that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. It's every edge matters, In a game of pressing small edges, every edge matters. And being prepared mentally can give you a pretty significant edge, I'd say.
I love that. Thank you very much for opening up and telling me about that. Next time I interview Rana, I'm going to get some platform shoes, all right, so I can actually jump up on the stair. He goes, that's much better. Rana, thank you very much, man, and good luck. Play well, yeah?
Thank you.
You never know, we might be interviewing him, holding the crown at the very end for the Kings of Tallinn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. It's another busy day. Right now behind me, we are playing the 555 Pot Limit Sweden Championship. And I'm joined by Anders Bengan Bengtsson. How are you feeling, Bengan?
Good.
Good, and it's nice to have you here. And you are actually a very important person in this room because you invented this game. Can you tell me about the night the game was invented?
Yes, it's very, very drunk, very, very late. We were 4 guys and we thought mix some games and we invented Sweden.
Amazing, and what an amazing invention it has been. During the WSOP Circuit Tallinn back in August, they actually had, it was the first ever time it was played as a ring event, and you weren't here. Where were you back in August?
I was working.
Well, you were getting married, wasn't you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting married.
Yeah, he was getting married, and we shot a celebratory video for him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everyone who's been playing Sweden says that it's so much fun. Everyone who's played it think it's their personal favorite game. Why do you think that is?
Because it's such a social game. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's always fun to play.
I agree, and compared to Texas, there's a lot more action, of course. So how are you getting along in this tournament so far, being the inventor and everything?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Well, to be fair, right before we started, he actually split a pot here. So a split pot, that happens, that's very rare in this game, isn't it?
No, it's not rare. No. It happens every hand.
So Sweden, obviously, it has become like one of the most popular games in Sweden, I think. What do you think is the reason that Sweden has been able to spread across Europe and the world?
Franke.
Franke, yeah. Of course, Franke, who's a big poker entrepreneur, one might say. He's been taking the game across the seas and everything. There are many Swedes in the field here. Who would you say, as the inventor, is the best Sweden player alive?
Everyone say Peter Laterra, but he sucks. So I would say Jari.
Yeah, okay. And where do you rank yourself in this?
In the bottom 20%.
You're being modest. I think you're playing great. So, if you can't choose Sweden, what is your favorite game? Because you don't strike me as a Texas guy.
No, I hate it.
Do you like deuce to 7 triple draw or 5-card draw or something else like that?
Nah, not really. So, maybe Omaha. If I'm supposed to play anything, I play Omaha.
Which is as close to Sweden as it gets, right?
Yeah.
So let's actually talk about one more thing. You were playing a Texas tournament yesterday. You bought into the 200 progressive knockout. And what happened then?
I sat down at the table and I got my chips and I thought everyone was playing really tight, so I picked up a lot of blinds and did a couple of bluffs. Worked my stack up to, I don't know, but it was going great. And then you came and said, hey, you're playing main event.
That's right. So he actually registered for the Texas 200 progressive knockout, but then he was seated at the wrong table, the main event table. And when we realized, as you said, you had 40,000, I think, and starting stack was 30,000. So you were on a roll.
Yeah.
And when was the last time you played a Texas 1K main event?
I've never done it.
You never done it, and maybe we won't see you do that anytime soon.
Never.
Never. So now you are here in Tallinn, of course, during the Kings of Tallinn. What an amazing event this has been. Do you travel a lot for poker nowadays?
No, not really, not anymore. It was a long time ago.
And you and many Swedes, you basically only came here to play the Sweden event. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is.
Do you have any more future trips planned ahead?
As long as it's Sweden, I'm going.
And there you have it. As long as there's Sweden, he's going. Anders Bengan Bengtsson, the inventor of the game, and we will see if he manages to take the tournament home.
No. No chance.
Actually, last question. What is the most common mistake you see people do at the Sweden tables?
Omaha.
Omaha.
You need to play the draw hand.
You need to focus more on the draw hand. Okay, yeah. And there you have it. Now you can also become a Sweden master. So once again...
I'm not a master.
You're a modest again. You are a master. So, again, the Sweden 5x5 championship going on right now. Soon our winner will be crowned. And we hope it will be this man.
Yes.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Welcome back to the studio, and we have a new guest in the booth as well. You might have seen him yesterday. He was both playing at the tables, or our feature tables, and also joined us here in the booth for a little while. Mathieu, welcome to the booth again. And you went out yesterday in what position?
17.
17
just before the day 4, and it was great experience. The flip weren't for me this time.
Yeah.
I mean, at this stage, before I win a couple of them, so it was great experience, and I'm happy to be here and commented with you, Andreas.
Yeah, and we have one Frenchman still in.
Yes, a friend of mine. I'm happy he's still here, and we'll sweat with him. Hopefully, he will go further.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll talk more with Mathieu, of course, let's get back to the final table and see. We are still 9-handed, and they've just started, as you can see, after the break. We have a new blind level, and this is Tal first to open, or not open probably, but he's first to act. Most likely be a fold. And the new blind level is 75,000, 150,000. So blinds are going up, and they're not shallow, but at least it's a few short stacks on the table. So we'll probably at this level now, with the blinds going up, see the chips fly in a bit more. And you, of course, during the day's long tournament, you've played with many of these.
Yeah, I played with almost all of them. So it was interesting. Tal, I played a lot with him. I like his style, pretty aggressive. Interesting the way he played. Oh, Shoal with the open shove here for around 10 bigs, I assume.
Yeah, he's one of the shorter stacks. So
pretty close, but yeah, I think it's pretty close. Pocket fours fold, that's a good result for him, and 6-3 folds.
Yeah, showing one of the cards, Anastasios. And yeah, you said you played with many of these players, and is there anyone in particular, except your friend, that you will give some respect to? That
even if it's not my friend, I will say it's the one that gave me the biggest problem on the table. I had a big spot against him that I made him double up.
Yeah.
It was a bluff that I attempted, and he played it very well. So I fall into his trap and bluffed all my chipped into him. So he played great. And Tal, as I said, I played a lot with him. And the one on the right, the Greek guy, I don't know his name. I played with him a couple of times. He was pretty friendly on the table, really, really fun to play with. And the other one I played also a little bit. What's his name? Veli.
Yeah.
I played a little bit with him. I think he's playing well. Very serious on the table. I like his attitude. Pretty great. Sportsmanship and everything.
Yeah, very composed and locked in, and also seems like a real gentleman at the table. And really nice to have Veli-Pekka now opening as well under the gun with the ace-5 suited.
Christina also, very good attitude at the table. I like the way she played, and she managed to make the final table. I'm happy for her.
Yeah. Folding
and
the fours.
We have Peter. It's Petery or Peter?
Petteri.
Petteri, okay.
Yeah. And you have to try the Finnish pronunciations now as well.
I will try my best on that. And yeah, good player also. He busted me yesterday, so we had some interesting spot. The 3-bet from the big blind with 9 when I had ace queen, and we had some post-flop interesting situation against him. And that's about it. The one on the right of the screen, I don't know. I haven't played with him. He looks pretty intense and focused on the game, so I assume he's playing great.
Yeah.
But it's a good final table.
Final suite, Habib in the white hoodie, but he's not in this pot, as I think we went 3 ways, right? That's a call from the big blind as well, yes. So we had Veli-Pekka racing with the ace-5 and both blinds calling, and the flop favoring Anastasios with the top pair.
I'm not a big fan of the call of the 8-9 suited on the small blind, given and then doesn't raise. Especially with his stack, he's got a middle stack. He's the one who has the most ICM pressure. And we see that he's leading on this flop. I've seen him do that a couple times with either draw or top pairs. That's his style of playing. I'm not a big fan of leading on this spot. I think, especially with ICM, it's not a good situation and a good thing to do. But it's his style, and he's a feeling player. He plays. You see, he's talking to the player.
Yeah.
I like it. He's a gentleman. He's funny on the table, and
probably saying, "I'll show you. I have a 9 here."
Yeah, he's happy to take the plot on the flop. He doesn't want to see your turn. You can see it, and Veli is going to think about it. Second pair. It's not an easy spot for him. And yeah, he makes the right decision.
Here's the 9. Athanasios showing the card, top pair. And yeah, you were talking about ICM pressure. For those watching that doesn't really follow poker that much, you know, we have a lot of new viewers. If you explain the ICM pressure in this kind of situations and
so
tournaments.
Basically, without going too much into details, here he's around 3rd or 4th in chips, and there's pay jump on the final table. You can see here there on the screen. That's perfect. First place is 169k and 9th place is 16k. So basically, you don't want to finish 9th, and especially if you are the 4th biggest stack, you don't want to collude against the bigger stack than you that cover you. So you don't want to play many hands, especially out of position. So against another gun range, against the chip leader, you don't want to call 8-9 suited. It's too risky to bust in 9s when you have the 4th biggest stack.
Yeah,
it's very not what you want to attempt.
No, you want to attack maybe the smaller stacks, or sit back and relax and wait for someone to take the smaller stacks out and to ladder up to have a bigger payout, of course. And now Habib, one of the shorter stacks, is racing under the gun, early position with ace-8.
Big race, 425.
Yeah.
Don't really know why Hunter's again going for that big of a size. I think you can go like 2x. It will not change the range of the people behind that match, and Veli is gonna just fold pretty easily. But interesting to see Habib taking this 2.8x raise.
Yeah, we have not seen him done that before. Actually, we haven't had him so much on the feature table, so we're not too aware of how the style he plays. But we have seen him raise a couple of times at least, and it hasn't been those big sizings so far as I can recollect. But this time at least, no one went against him, so he gets to pick up the blinds and ante, and now he has the big blind himself. So still 9-handed, and average now is 3.4 million, so getting a bit, not shallow, but still the average creeping down.
It's starting to be, I think you can say shallow, I think,
Yeah, for a final table in this.
Fourth structure as good as King of Tallinn, 22 bigs feels like very, very short average.
Yeah.
I think the average is like 30 to 50 big blinds all the tournaments, so 22 is a little bit short, but it will go, I think we'll have like a couple of busts very soon, and the average will go back to 25, 30 bigs.
And one player who will definitely get active in the next hand on one of the short stacks with just 10 big blinds now. Would you like to see her just shove, or do you want to see a raise here?
No, I want to see him in raise here. With 10 bigs, I absolutely want to see him in raise, but she decided to shove. I think Queens is too strong.
Hand, then you want to raise instead, right? Instead of just shoving if you have a real monster.
You have some raise fold with your weaker opening. Like, let's say if you have ace-10 off, these kind of hands, you can raise folds sometimes, ace-9 off, ace-10 off, some small ace-x suited, and you want to also raise call your top of your range, so queens, jacks, kings, aces, ace-king. She's taking the shove. I can understand it's a big final table, there's a lot of top, but you see, king, queen off could have done something maybe against the raise. I don't think Veli will have done anything even against the raise, but it could have happened. And against the shove, he has an easy decision.
Yeah, for sure. And for those who weren't in the chat or watching us yesterday when Mathieu came into the booth here, and also when you came on the table on the stream, we saw a huge following. There were a lot of people cheering for you in the chat because you have a big following. You're streaming a lot of poker yourself.
Yeah, I'm doing some video on YouTube. I'm doing vlogs in France. Unfortunately, I'm not an English speaker native, so I rather do my video in French. But I do that. I try to.
Like a weekly thing, or
no, not at all. On Instagram I do a lot of content daily, but on YouTube it's more like once a month I try. It's a lot of work to do vlogs on YouTube.
Yeah, of course.
And so people were coming and cheering to me. I always appreciate it, and so it was. I saw some of the message when I busted, and I was very glad. But next time I hope I will come back and make the final table. It will be even more fun.
Do you go around playing full time though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I do.
And it's the first visit to Tallinn, or you've been here before?
Yeah, it's first time to Tallinn.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're very, very beautiful. I went in the city today to see like the whole town and everything. It's very beautiful.
Bit cold though, right?
A little bit cold, yeah.
Do you have enough winter jacket?
Not really, but for an hour or two it was fine.
Yeah. Tal now with the tens in the cutoff position.
It can be a really interesting spot. As I say, he's on the middle of the pack as well with 4 million, and this can be dicey for him if someone 3-bet behind, like the big stack. Can be an interesting spot, we'll see. And it looks like he's going to size up a little bit. 350, 375.
Yeah. And Ville Pekka always with those middle hands.
Yes.
You know, it's never just an easy fold or a 3-bet. It's just on the verge with a lot of hands.
Yeah, good discipline fold, especially against the size up. And 8-9 off on the big blind for Gary. He's gonna defend. I think you have to fold this one. you defending that before, like early on the game, but on the final table you want to preserve your stack, and it's a hand that you want to fold. Check, and I guess we're gonna see a small bet from Tal, and he will take it down.
Yeah. Of course, ace is more in the range advantage of Tal here with the opening raise of the bet, and this bet of 300 is most likely going to get Gary off this. Trying to pick up a tell whether he used the glasses only when he has a good hand or not, maybe. Because we've seen those nice sunglasses of Tal a lot. And eventually Gary's folding this one. So you a bunch of friends who came here together to play, or did you?
No, I just came by myself.
Okay.
I saw the basically I saw it online. I don't remember where. I saw the structure of the main, and that I could register on day 2.
Yeah.
And as I saw, I can come and arrive and just play on the Friday, and there is a 3K 6 max after. So I was like, okay, sounds like I can play like for a decent amount of buy-in in a very short amount of time. So I just jumped in a flight and came here.
So you did enter on day 2?
Yes.
With some 30 big blinds, or?
25 bigs. I played one hand and I busted.
Okay. And re-entered?
And I re-entered and then it went well.
Yeah. So second bullet were successful then, at least.
My first bullet, I defended like a 6-3 of Hertz, and the flop I have like 2 Hertz and a gut shot. And basically like he's got top pair and we get it in. And it didn't work out, but it was funny. Like, okay, I arrive, I play one hand, and I'm already out. But that's
you didn't like Tallinn for a little while there.
No, I was fine with it.
Yeah, sure.
I always be careful with Alexis, who's got ace queen off. It's a complex spot. It's under the gun. I think he's gonna raise. I don't know, 9 big blinds. He can also shove. Ace queen off likes to shove, but it's really early position, so it's a bit closer. He's gonna shove. Yeah. All right. Stay. Skipping 500 behind in case.
Non all in, yeah.
So the 500k behind is for in case it goes like all in, all in, all in.
Yeah.
You will keep to yourself 500.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Now Frank is saying goodbye as well on the rail here. Are you out of the open face? We might have mentioned that you had a few bullets.
Yeah, I had 5 bullets and I busted 1 from the money.
Oh. But still a trophy though.
Love it.
Still a trophy from the series, as Martin Franke from Dwire, that you've seen in the breaks on the video as well, talking about the upcoming festival here in Tallinn. He's now out of his favorite game, the open face. Is that a game you're familiar with?
Wait.
Yeah.
Pocket queens.
We'll get back to that. And we see one ace is unfortunately folded as well. But of course, Alexis has to call this.
And we have an all-in and a call.
And Habib then in good shape, since at least one ace is folded.
It's going to be very complex for my friend Alexis. I hope he will spike an ace.
Yes, of course. And I'm from Sweden, so I guess I'm on the other side.
That's a fair fight.
I'm not going to be biased, but you're surely allowed to root for your friend, definitely. And let's see if he can find that ace to double up. Oh, there it is.
Oh my God.
Right on the flop, ace 6-4. Unfortunately for Habib, but he found the 2-outer. Can Habib find the 1-outer to get back in this one? One queen only left, and that's not it. So
that's a big pot.
A 3.2 million pot awarded to Alexis, and unfortunately for Habib, he'll be doubling up Alexis, but he's still in with 1.3 million. And we've seen a lot of comebacks on this table and also earlier in the tournament, so by no means out of this one. We know that Habib has a lot of fans as well in the chat. And I saw actually a question here from Frederick. He said that he's been talking to his friend Habib in the break that he ate a pizza and think that's the winning concept, and a bit jokingly said about that one, but also asking, is food important during the breaks? What would you say? And of course, I mean, these long days, you need to stay hydrated and make sure you eat something, right?
I mean, it's very weird for me, the food during when I play. I really don't like to eat when I play.
Okay.
I eat very little, but I don't know. Here I eat like a hot dog or something for the whole day. That will do my day. I don't like to eat because I think when you eat after you get tired, and so I have like more like drinks with a little bit of sugar in it or stuff like that, and a very small food. No, not big meal for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And we have some questions. Who's in the booth as well? So you may present yourself again, Mathieu.
Yes, I'm Mathieu Chauffardet. I'm a French poker player and also a French vloggers. I do content on YouTube and Instagram. And I went here to play the main event and ended up busting in 17th place yesterday. And here I am to commentate with my friend Andreas for a couple of minutes.
Perfect. I think that sums it up pretty much. Yeah, I know there was a lot of unhappy countrymen of yours when you busted in 17th, because we have 16 players going to day 4 today then. So you just bubbled that one, but of course still a nice payout in 17th. And I hope you enjoyed your series and planning to come back to us in Tallinn as well in the future.
Yeah. That's what I said. I really liked the structure of the tournament. It was really great. And if my schedule allow me to, I will come back for sure. And we'll hopefully have another deep run, because it's very great. The prize pool was great. 169k for first. It's massive.
Yeah.
And
sure.
we see a raise, bigger size again for Gary, 425k, and king queen off for Alexis that have a decision. He will never fold. The question is, do you jam or do you call? Do you 3-bet? You have 3 options are available. On the bigger side from Gary, I think calling seems the better option, and looks like Alexis is thinking the same.
Yeah, he agrees.
You will see a flop and an ace on the window, but with 2 spades, king of spade on the Alexis, and a gut shot as well.
So if you're in Gary's shoes, I know for Alexis you want to see a check here, but if you're Gary, how much do you size the bet here now on this flop?
I will bet. I don't think you should
Free
check
card.
these boards,
No.
but it's maybe giving the tank of Alexis that might have scared a little bit Gary. Why not? Checking ace deuce, your worst ace on these boards, pot control a little bit, but I would still prefer a small bet, like 25-30% pot. And 100 turn, I think we're going to see Gary bets around. No, he's checking again.
Oh.
All right. And reverse a 6. Alexis is never going to bluff this hand. It's got a little bit of showdown. No need to bluff that. And I think we're going to see a small bet from Gary. And then Alexis will decide. And it would be interesting to see if he decides to call or fold. I don't think Gary's got much bluff that takes this line. He will have bets most of his bluff on the flop. So when he bets the river, I think you have an easy decision to just fold. Even though after check, you can see that maybe king high might be good on this board. But no, I think it's hard to bluff on this spot when you check back flop. Most of your bluff are gonna bet on an ace high board. So Alexis choosing the right decision and making the fold.
Yeah, but Alexis, you know since before, through poker or?
Yeah, we know through poker. He's a very, very great player. I would say he's a better than me for sure. He's playing like high stakes online.
Okay.
And he's very good. And he had a result here. He finished second on the high roller, the 5K high roller, I think. And now he's good on the main. He's a very talented player. He's very calm on the table, and I really respect the way he plays. So if he making a decision, we'll probably think it's the right one.
All right, then we have some cheers to us from Tenerife.
Tenerife, all right.
I think it's Sturla Hiller A guy that goes around, I would say, to play a lot of poker himself as well, but now spending the winter in Tenerife, and hopefully we'll see him at the upcoming festival
And we
at
have
least in
this
Tallinn.
all-in pocket deuces again, a small pair from my jack, same spot as before, 1.5 blind less than before.
And Shaul also with the short stack.
But I still don't like the deuces shove for 9 bigs. It's annoying in the hijack. It's a complicated spot. Let's see what does Shaul. Looks like he's thinking about calling. They both have the same stack basically.
Yeah, a couple of 100,000 left if he is to lose this one, but definitely considering calling or shoving here, just checking how much it would cost him against Habib.
Again, it's a close spot for ace-jack, it's very close.
Alexis very interested as well about the actions of Shaul.
Alright, we have an all-in and a call. Let's see if someone wakes up with something behind, 9-3, Queen 4, alright, that's a fold, that's a flip. 60-40, you see, big equity favorite for the ace-jack.
Yeah.
Is it taking the cards that are out into account?
It is, yeah.
Okay,
if,
so that's
if we have seen them folded, it's also taken into consideration, so it might be a deuce folded as well.
I mean, after the queens from against ace queen, I would hope that Habib get a little bit back, but I'm not anyone favorite, but it's just a fair game to have a little bit back from it. But you know, poker is never fair, and let's see who wins this one.
Deuce is still holding up, as you can see now is the equity favorite, 62%. Oh, another ace
again for Habib.
Oh, there are aces everywhere on these boards. No, it's not to be. Unfortunately, we have lost our 9th place finisher from Sweden, Habib Brahim, and he will take down a nice score still, of course, for this, but a bit disappointed making the final table and then being the first one out on that one. Of course, things a little bit, but
yeah, 16K is it's a decent price for consolation. But still, when you arrive on the final table and you finish 9, it's always a little bit disappointing.
And he actually qualified here through a live satellite format from Sweden. So he did satellite in his way. And 9th place for 16,200, still a nice score, of course. And for you all Swedes in the chat, we're sorry to maybe see you leave. You're welcome to stay, of course, to see the remaining of this final table. But Habib is the last Swede out in 9th place then.
And you see those stack around 4.7, 4.3. That's the one that are the more in the cage right now, because you can see that Christina has around 10 bigs, and so you need her to bust. You need those 2 million stack, 2.5 million stack to bust before you, but you also need to take a little bit of risk, of course, because if you double up and you have 9 millions, you know, have the chip leader, because there is no big chip leader right now. You have 50 big blind, so it's a decent chip lead, but not like a huge chip leader.
No.
So everything is still open. You can still take some risk, but you have to be careful.
And we saw Athanasios try to make it 250 under the gun, but that didn't work since we're 150k big blind. So 300 is the race. And so far, no takers. And we're down to the blinds. Christina now, who also had some cheers in the chat from Sturla and others. And she's folding, so it's down to Petteri. And one of the worst hands you can find in this spot.
It's folding too, and that will do.
So you said you're a poker player full time. Do you mix between online or live, or do you go around only playing live?
I used to play online back in a few years ago. It's been a year since I a little bit stopped online, because I definitely love traveling. That's why I choose poker, is to be able to go everywhere and travel. So for now I'm playing more live tournament, but I think playing online is very important to get good at the game and to train and to get better and better.
Yeah.
But live poker is what I prefer also, given that it's for me more complex to play live, not in a way that players are better in live. I think players in live are worse than online, depend on the stake for sure, but It's more like because there's a lot of different aspects of the game. There's psychological aspect, there's observation, and you play hand by hand, one hand at a time.
Yeah.
And so many factors to take into account in live that I really like it. And so that's what I do. I'm playing live most of the time.
So how far ahead do you plan? I mean, do you know where you're going throughout the next 6 months, or is it a shorter calendar?
Yeah, it's around 6 months that I'm planning, but sometime I just change my mind. Like, let's see, for this one, Tallinn, I changed my mind. Last minute decision.
Yeah, okay.
I was thinking about going to United Kingdom.
Yeah.
They had a 1.5k, but I didn't feel like going there, and so then I looked at this one. I was like, oh, this one looks better, and I went here.
Yeah, but you're based in France.
I'm based nowhere.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just going where there is a tournament, so
Yeah,
I don't
alright.
have any home.
Okay.
Alexis with ace-9 suited against an hijack open, and he decided to fold again. Very cautious, as we said, with his stack. It makes sense to wait. And good choice, because we see a pocket kings from... I would not say the name. I would not try to say the name.
He went under the nickname of AK yesterday, so we might use that one today as well.
AK.
Maybe to make it easier for us. So let's say AK now. Here comes with the 3-bet, and he makes it 950.
It's already a challenge for me to commentate in English,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I will not try to pronounce some Greek names as well. And 950, a 3-bet. On the larger side, I think you have to go smaller here. Even if you're out of position, 20 bigs effective, you should go around, I think, 2.88 or 3x maximum, like 900 maximum. You can even go a little bit smaller because you're really polar here.
Yeah.
When you don't have a lot of hands that's 1, 2, 3 bets, so you either have complete trash or a monster.
And there's the fold from Shaw.
Good fold, Shaw. Showing some discipline again.
Yeah. So now, of course, Tallinn is on your radar, one of the new favorite spots maybe, but normally do you have like a go-to place when you play a lot live, or do you just go around the whole Europe?
Yeah, I have some places that I really like. Cyprus is one of them.
Yeah.
I like the buffet over there is really good.
Okay.
And the
well,
place
you don't
is
eat. You say you don't eat when you play.
Yeah, but
in between.
In between, like the buffet is insane over there.
Yeah,
it's just even if you don't like, I love food still, but I just don't eat during the tournament. And the place is great, and tournament schedule are decent. And I also like a place that goes into my heart a lot. It's Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is pretty great. I'm going there in a few weeks for the WSOP-C.
Okay.
It's a very good place. I love it, and I think that's some of the France. Of course, I like to play in France. That's about it.
Yeah.
That's the place I prefer. Australia, but it's a little bit more far. I like Australia to play over there. It's a good place. Marrakesh is good. I mean, a lot of different places. I like to try new ones as well.
Now we see Alexis folding the ace-deuce suited for the raise over Gary under the gun +1.
They like to size up the raise. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of final table, and I didn't see that much of. Like usually people tend to min raise, but this time they opt for bigger sizing. And Tallinn with the ace-8 suited with an open and a flats against Gary. That will be interesting. Let's see what he chooses to do. I mean, he's never folding, but he's covering one of the stack. No, he's covered by both. They have the 3 middle stack: 3rd place, 2nd place, and 4th place. He's got a decision.
Yeah.
Starting the hand with 30 big blind. It's a awkward stack size. You don't want to shove. You might want to 3-bet size and bluff, but also it's annoying when you get shoved down and fold your equity. The flat from AK makes it want to squeeze more, but He's going to choose the more conservative approach again. It's a final table, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's going to flats. And we're going to see a flop three-way. All right. Low board. No one have anything. We have a 10 of hearts for Gary. A jack of hearts for AK. And a potential backdoor straight for Tal.
Yeah. Tal maybe now wants to use the range advantage. More of his hand, of course, small blind also calls, so it might be low
The
cards.
range advantage of this board is not that much present on this stage of the tournament, because you're not going to defend 6-4 off. You're not supposed to. So you don't have that much trade. You're not supposed to defend 7-5 off, 5-3 off. So you have those hands when you're heads up early on the tournaments. Later on the tournament, this board is not that much your board anymore. It's more still an advantage for Gary that have all the overpair that you don't have. And Gary looks like he's aware of that and is going to bet 575.
Yeah. And should maybe get it done, but you never know with these two guys. They've been doing some plays before, both Athanasios and Tal, but this time they're quickly out of it, and works out just fine for Gary, who gets to add almost $1 million now to his chip stack, and almost up to $6 million as well. Nice addition.
As I wasn't a big fan of the check back with ace deuce of Gary, I'm a big fan of the bet here. I like the way he chose a larger size, a larger sizing, sorry. And no, it's really great.
Yeah.
Great picket from him.
Now we have the paparazzi here as well. Lenka taking almost, not her final pictures, but of course she will do the winner pictures as well later on, but it's been long days and a lot of photos taken. How many thousand photos have you not taken, Lenka, during this series? She can't count it. But if you want to see them, they are on OlyBet Flickr, or Lenka pics on Flickr as well, and then on OlyBet events. A lot of the pictures are published as well. If you've maybe been here and want to see yourself, find a picture for the Instagram maybe.
I saw some of them, yeah, it's great pictures.
Yeah. And we didn't mention your Instagram handle in case people want to follow your journey.
It's Matthew CHFD. It's a little bit complex to pick up, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You'll see.
I know we have tagged you as well in a few of the OlyBet Poker Instagram posts. So in worst case, you can find Mathieu's handle through those pages if you follow OlyBet Poker already. And now seems like we have the first walk almost. Might have been one or two before, but not many. For the chip leader this time, of course. And he gets to keep his blinds and ante. We are still on the 75 150k blind level for another 27 minutes, as you can see from the clock in the background. The average 3.8 million. So yeah, normally, I mean, this is the same structure that's been used for this event for a long time, and I've been commentating on these final tables before, and normally we have seen average about 30, 40, even 50 plus big blinds at this stage of the tournament, but this one is more shallow, and maybe normally at this stage we would have 4 or 5 players left, but now we're still 8.
It's fine. I think, as we see just a couple of seconds ago, we have 2 different groups of stack now.
Yeah.
We have 4 people that have more than 30 big blinds and 4 people that are under 20. So it's gonna go fast now anyway. One stack have Christina have 10 bigs, and they will not resist that short any much longer. So. It can go very fast, like 2 or 3 key hands, and like ace king against something, and that's it. Someone is out. So I'm pretty sure the average will go a little bit higher in not very long.
Yep. Most likely so.
We see a limp from Veli with 8-3 off. He's a chip leader. I understand that he will not get punished that much, but Gary again picks up the spot and raise with queen jack off. And he's getting closer and closer with the chip leader. Be careful with that. We might have a double chip leaders.
Yeah.
Running the table.
Double captains. And here we have our final 8 players out of the 1,033. And if you're in the OlyBet Poker on YouTube, you have the payouts pinned, but we touched on that up top. It's 169,500. And currently they have locked up almost 21K for the next player out.
Let me know on the chat, who are you rooting for?
Yeah.
I want to know a little bit, like there's 8 people, I'm sure some of them you are supporting.
Exactly.
So which one is your favorite on the table?
There was a lot of Swedish flags earlier, but now unfortunately the Swedish flag is out in terms of Habib, but I'm
Greek,
sure
England, France, a lot of different options.
Yeah, we want to see the French flags that we had yesterday.
You had a lot of French flag yesterday?
Yeah, especially when you joined us. I think you sent a post over from your Instagram.
Yes. I shared the link.
Yeah. Yes, there was a lot of cheers for France yesterday, both for you and Alexis.
I see Christina, Chantal, Sweden.
And we also actually had the question before about people watching from far away. So we had people from Taiwan and Vietnam and the US still watching the poker from Estonia. So that's always nice to have.
You can see Go Finland, Norway, a lot of different.
Nordic countries, and Norway, of course, rooting for the girl in picture, Christina Solli, who started the day on 16 players left as the very short stack, or almost that, and then she was up in the chip lead for a while before we formed the final table, and then a bit of a roller coaster, but still in.
She had that hand on the end of day 3, where she had like the ace king against the queen 9 of Tal.
Yeah.
And when Tal made the straight on the turn, it's only in pre-flop, but she still had 2 outs. Only a queen that was not the queen of spade. No, Queen of Spades was in the hand of Tal, so 2 outs on the river, and Pink, the queen, she made the straights.
To stay in the tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those funny moments.
Yeah, you need one of those.
You need to
one or
win those,
two of those
yeah.
at every tournament if you're going to win a big one.
I mean, you need 10 of those.
Yeah, to be fair.
To win a 1K field tournament, you need minimum 10 of those.
And now limped pot. Over to Alexis in the big blind. It's a shoal from small blind.
Queen decided for Alexis. We'll go for a check. He's not making fold any anything better. Some King X might fold, like offsuit King X. He's deciding to raise. Interesting. Definitely raise as a bluff. And 400k. Let's see what Scholl decides to do. 9-5 suited, a bit tricky. He will just find fold. It's more easy to play like this. And we don't have the chance to see a double club board.
No.
That would have been interesting.
For the action.
Yeah.
Yeah, so still 8 and still 2 players from Israel. We have some Israeli flags in the chat
a lot,
now.
yeah, I can see that. Tal, I have a lot of support on the chats. Israel, I can see, yeah.
And I'm not sure if you're aware since you came in late, but do you know about the team competition, the ongoing as well?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised of that when I heard you saying it on the stream. So there is 3 guys from Israel that has on the same team.
Yeah, that
and
was
if they
deep.
finish top 3, they will finish second of the leaderboard.
I think they would, yeah.
So it will imply him to collude at some point, even if they don't want to collude. But mathematically, 2% of the prize pool is making to that. So it's mathematically they tend the way to make this. So what do you think about that? Like,
Yeah, I mean, in these situations when you happen to have many players from the same team deep in the main, which is give the most points. So, as you said, I mean, it might be the case that it comes into. I mean, it doesn't have to be intentionally. It wants, but just somewhere in the back,
It has to be in your mind. I mean,
yeah.
You know that you're winning 2% of the whole prize pool, a part of it, if both of you go far in the tournament. So even if you don't want to collude, it has to be in the back of your mind. So I was interested to see this. The scenario wasn't the best for the promotion, I think, because it was making it a little bit weird. But no one of them is out on 13th place, so. What are they still good for the leaderboard? What's happening on that?
I'm not sure. I don't think they cannot win the team competition. It will not be enough. But they might be. There's 7 teams paid, so they might, if they get like 1-2 or 1-3 in this one, they might get in contention for the prize pool in the team competition.
It's not good for them because so now they have more ICM pressure in head.
Yeah.
So but it's also more interesting for them because they have multiple things to take into account. So it's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, this team competition always been a part of Kings of Tallinn, which I mean, the fun thing about it is that you see people playing a lot of events and like, oh, I have to grind, I have to find the final team points and stuff like that. But it's also, of course, it's good to have it like, transparency, that it's open information for everyone, that it might be cases that you have teammates on the same table and stuff like that. And also for, of course, the floor manager and the dealers to be aware that to make sure that this no collusion happens, or I mean, it just takes a little bit extra to have that in mind as well, that of course it's not allowed to soft play or anything like that against your teammates. But as you said, it might be, I mean, in the subconscious thing that you're thinking about it.
Yeah.
Now, another walk.
I'm sure that none of them want to do anything intentionally. That's for sure. And as you said, the floor is really aware of that and really careful.
Yeah.
So I'm not like I wouldn't be like stressed about it if I was on the final table. Like, oh, they might call it or not. But it's still something fun to see that they have to have this in the back of their head. Like, oh, we're playing for how much is on top, or how much is the prize pool on that?
The total prize pool is 70,000 euros something,
okay.
And then into 7. So I think maybe the 10k something for the winning team. Maybe I haven't seen the full payouts. But now, as we talk about one of the Israelis waking up with a big hand, Tal with jacks.
Okay, jacks.
Under the gun. And we'll see some rather big sizings in the openings
and
on this
I'm
table.
Sure he's going to take the same 350 again. It's interesting. I will always only min raise here anything, because every chip is important. But he's choose to go a little bit larger, and giving that he's a middle stack, make a little bit of sense. Queen deuce for XC will go into the muck. Same for the queen 5. And AK is gonna have to see a flop with ace with queen 10 suited.
Yeah.
Pretty beautiful hand. And let's see a flop. Ooh!
Finds the top pair. This might be trouble for our friend from Greece.
Yep. Dangerous flop, and he's gonna lead into it.
We've seen him donk bet a lot, so when he hits something, and he does this time as well.
And we're gonna see a raise from Tal, that's for sure. But how big he's gonna go? 375.
Yeah, because also it's interesting now, because this is a pattern from AK Athanasios that if the players have watched back the stream, they know that he's done this a lot. When he hits something on a board when he's involved, he often just bets straight out. As
wow,
he does in
and
this
we see a raise and a snap call. The pot is already 2.9 million. That's a big pot. And we could see a new chip leader here giving the action. Some turn can a little bit slow down the action. The 9 will not slow down the action. It's a good turn for both of them. Wow, check. And what Tal doesn't decide. That's the problem with the 1 million, is that you have an awkward sizing on turn. If you went 1.2 or 1.3, you will have an easy shove on the turn because the pot will have been 3.4 million and you will only have 2.9 behind. No, you have 2.9, you have 3.2 and there's 2.9. It's a little bit too big to shove. And in the same time, there's many draws out there. So I don't know which sizing you will choose.
Yeah, 2.9 in the middle, and we saw that quick check from Athanasios.
He's thinking about the sizing, and that's something on the flop. He raised pretty. He used to take his time, Tal, and this time I think he didn't take enough time to think about the pot ratio, and he's gonna go for 1.2, I guess. Yeah, 1 million again. Okay, and that's a call again. Wow, the pot is massive.
Wow, not a believer, Athanasios.
5 million on the middle and a king on the river. Okay. It's going all in.
Oh, wow. Look at this
Wow.
from Athanasios. And Tal don't love this, of course. This is tough because, of course, many...
He calls.
Oh,
He
yeah.
calls.
Wow. That's the jacks from Tal, sorry, beating Athanasios. And big celebrations again from Tal.
He called very, very quick. I'm surprised he
Yeah.
called that quick. It's a big decision, a good call from him, very good from Tal, but I would have taken a little bit more time. It's such a big pot.
I mean, the whole hand was played really quick for this kind of pot. And
for this kind of money, he's a chip leader now. He's got a big stack.
Yeah.
We can see how excited he is after this pot. It's a big, big pot. 9 million chips, 62 big blind now.
Athanasios left with less than 3 big blinds, if our graphics are correct, which they most likely are. So he
That
will
sounds
be
correct.
in trouble.
And that's give the power to the chip leader even more, because you can see Alexis and Scholl are in a big trouble because they have 3 short stack that they need them to buzz before them. And even Gary, what can you do if you're Gary on this position? You have 40 big blinds, but if you just wait a little bit, you will take pay jump after pay jump. So it's very hard for Gary as well, even though he's got a stack that can even make the chip leader have some problem. So we're gonna see how the next 10 is gonna I don't know how to say it in English. Gonna go.
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah, change of dynamics at the table for sure, but. And Tal also, yes, at some points already yesterday, he had a big stack and he really was working the chips and putting pressure on other players. And now, of course, Dream Spot being the chip leader with this top-heavy price pool that we have and a lot of short stacks since we are pretty shallow. And as we saw, we have one player with just 3 big blinds, and Christina, I think she has 7 or 8 big blinds. And great spot for Tal now, chipping up massively with that double up, of course, and we'll see whether Athanasios is able to make the comeback. He has to put a half a big blind already in this one next hand, so don't expect him to fold this hand no matter what. But could it be the start of a comeback, or are we losing the Greek player in 8th place? We'll see about that.
He's on the small blind. We'll see. Still a chip in the chair, but it's going to be hard for him to come back.
Yeah.
And Gary, as we said, 40 big blinds into the blind of the chip leader. I will snap for this hand. You're in the cage right now. There's short stack that need to bust, but he's not thinking like that. He doesn't care. I'm gonna open it, and let's see if the chip leader wants to battle me. I'm ready to battle. I like that mentality.
Now, of course, these players with a less than average stack are getting a bit even more cautious, because now, of course, you want to wait out. You can see that actually Athanasios didn't have even a full blind, was it? Or let's see, it's at least less than the raise of Gary. No, I did fold. He still have chips behind. I thought he flicked in the chips.
No, no, he folded.
He threw the cards. Yeah.
He had a bad hand. He folded right away.
Gives him at least one orbit to wait to get the chips in first.
Yeah, 2 big blind. Yeah. He's got 7 hand to wait. And we see a call from Tal.
And Gary, happy with that flop, of course, finding the king, 2 pair.
We saw him checking back couple hands when he had thumb pair, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a check back again, but here we go. Check back from him. And a full house on the turn. Board is locked in.
And now, small bet from Gary. And I don't think Tal has anything else than fold in his mind, or does he? No? Might be other plans for the chip leader.
No, not on this board. Especially after the big pot, he's not gonna force it.
No, gives it up. Not spewing away any chips after just that nice big double up. So Mathieu, are you staying in Tallinn, or are you on your way to the next stop?
I'm going to EPT Paris, and that's my next stop. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I will be in Paris for a week or 2.
Yeah. So Athanasios waiting at least one more hand. And now celebrating with some snack here as well.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't like this. Come on, Tal. You're the chip leader now. You've got a king on a small blind. You have to play this hand. I'm not saying you have to raise it or whatever, but you have to play this hand. And I understand. It was a big pot, a lot of adrenaline. You want to step back a little bit. It's logical, but I would have preferred him to play it.
Yeah, maybe we can blame the food.
The food. I think it's more about the rush, the adrenaline rush that is going down right now, and he need to just chill a little bit. The queen 10 off for Chol under the gun should go into the muck, but he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
He will fall. 3 high.
But of course, all the players also very aware that Athanasios that now ships it in with the king 9, that he's just waiting to get it in.
Jack 4 off. All right. He will not call with this. Important to know that the 2 chip leaders now, Tal and Veli, they don't really need to bust him, honestly, because they have the chip lead. They can apply pressure to the whole table.
Yeah.
And so they don't care him doubling up or not, like him busting. It's not even good for them if he busts.
No.
So
it's like keeping him on the bubble. I mean, you can
run over the other players. Yeah. So I mean, the 2 hands that are calling now make sense, like Queen 9 suited and King Jack. But you can find an argument to fold the Queen 9 suited just to try to making double up to 6 big blind or 4 big blind, and everyone still have to play so tight that you can pick up so many spots. And you can see Queen on the turn,
Pekka.
and I mean, he's drawing dead, but since Veli is betting, he's not drawing dead anymore. He's playing a king.
The main event, Athanasios is our all-in player with king
6% chance to stay alive on the tournament.
Yeah, needs to find the king. 2 left in the deck, I think. Will it be? Yeah, 2 outs. That's not one of them. So unfortunately for our Greek friend Athanasios, he is out in 8th place, taking down 16,950 euros for his effort, and giving his goodbyes to the other guys. It seems like they have a great banter and a lot of laughs together with Athanasios earlier as well. So I think they're still happy to see him go, but it was a nice attendance at the final table. And there was actually, sorry, we of course has ladder up to 20,950. So
that's still a nice payday, and the AK was pretty friendly on the table, so I'm sure no one is like sad, of course, because the ladder up, but it was friendly to see on the table.
Absolutely. So and Christina, one of those, happy to see Athanasios go out because she's on the short stack with 7+ big blinds.
And you can see that pocket nines with someone who's got. Imagine if AK was still here. You have pocket nines here. You're just not happy at all.
No.
But still with that he will open, and king queen from the chip leader. Oh yeah, I like this spot. Cut off for Tal. He know Alexis is in a bad position because Christina is so short that he cannot bust now.
Yeah.
It cannot bust now. And if Tal knows that, he can decide to apply pressure. But also you have to think that ICM doesn't work only that you need to apply pressure, so that means you need to 3-bet everything because you need to put pressure. It's not only working like that, because also Alexis already know that he need to open so tight. So he already have a very strong range. So you don't have to 3-bet your whole range, but you can do something else. You can flat a lot in position because you're going to apply pressure on him post-flop.
Yeah.
So I would prefer flat here because you're going to play. He's already opening so tight, giving the stack distribution, and you're going to apply pressure on him post-flop, and it's going to be so hard for him to manage on a lot of board, especially with pocket nines. So we're going to see a flop. It's basically a flip. But for the 3 first cards, let's see what's happening. All right. Interesting board. Ace, Queen 4. No one is that happy about it. But a Queen for Tal. Should go check. And we will see on the turn what Alexis decide to do, if he decide to turn his 9 into a bluff. It's like one of the worst hand he has. Ooh, and 2 pair. That's such a good board for Alexis though. That like the Ace King Queen board is like a big board for him. That's like you're supposed to turn 9 into a bluff here without ICM. I don't know if you're supposed to do it with ICM. 10s, you're turning 10 into a bluff for sure. But you're not like opening 6s, even 7s you're thinking about it. So it's like one of the worst hands you're having here. But he decided to check, and that will do, because Tal is never checking back here, and Alexis is gonna fold.
What size do you want to see him bet here now then?
I mean, it's complex. It depends if you want to go for stacks or not. I think you can have different sizing, and with this hand in particular, I think I want to go for stacks, and I want to go for, let's say, 700 on a turn and jam the river.
I think that's a 550 bet from.
Yeah, a little bit less. So he's not going for a jam on the river with that size, even though he could. And we see a fold from Alexis.
We do. So
someone
last
on the
hand
chat say it's the food in hand syndrome for
Tal when he didn't play
had
the king X.
six,
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Exactly. We'll blame the food. So this will be the last hand of this level, and then Mathieu, we're going to send you off as well from the commentary. We love having you here, and hopefully we'll see you back here in Tallinn as well. Do you know we have the WSOP circuit events coming this summer?
Yeah, I heard of it. I will see if I can come to this one, but if I can, I will definitely come. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me with you, Andreas, and hopefully see you next time.
Yep, we'll wait and see. You can watch this hand with your friend Alexis in the big blind. See if someone will attack him, because most likely Tal will open this hand. The Jack-9 suited in the hijack. Oh, actually decides to not play.
He's on the tighter side. He's not on the chip leader mindset right now yet. But I'm sure in a couple of minutes he will switch that up. And small blind Jack-10 off. We'll go into the muck. And let's see what have Alexis. Eight, 6 off, snap folds.
All right, so small pickup for Willie Pekka. And Mathieu, thank you once again. It's nice having you, and good luck on your future endeavors.
Thank you, the chat also, and have a good stream. You are into good hands, so it will be fine. It will be fun.
Yes, and repeat your Instagram so people can follow you.
Mathieu CHFD, if you want to check out. It's a pleasure.
There you have it. All right. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth, Mathieu. And 17th place finisher then, going out late last night, was Mathieu. And now we're down to the final 7 in this main event, as we have the exit of Athanasios. And now we have another player coming in the booth, because joining me now is Rasmus Lundström of Finland. So from France to Finland, welcome Rasmus.
Thank you, Andreas.
How are you?
To be back. Oh, it's good, it's good. Festival's coming to an end and just eager to get to the party tonight.
Oh yeah, that's the focus at the moment.
Yeah, I was warming up my karaoke voice in the shower.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, big stack
we might have, yeah, exactly.
Possibly
a big hand right away for Rasmus coming in the booth. And no tournaments played for you today?
Not today, no. I haven't played a tournament for a couple of days. I took a very unusual approach and slowed down a bit, played low stakes cash for the remainder of the festival, but I'm very happy with my selection.
Great to hear. And so far, no other getting involved. Christina with the short stack, not finding the spot. As we have the raise and the 3-bet, so of course not. She will not put her last 750 into this one, even though she has committed 2 blinds.
Yeah, it can sometimes feel bad to have to fold these hands when you have committed such a large part of your stack, but with no fold equity, it's really not much of a decision, unfortunate as it is. And I do fully expect to see her fold here.
Considering the chance to go heads up against Willie Pekka and maybe tripling up, but I would be surprised if he chooses this spot.
I understand the notion, if she is seriously thinking about this, because there's more than likely going to be very dead money here from Tal, with a very wide open. And
she actually decides to go with it.
She does decide to go.
Okay.
So if she wasn't up against a pair, she would in chips, she would pretty much have the odds. But in this case, of course, she's just going to be, unfortunately, very likely throwing away her final few chips. But she's still live.
She's still live, absolutely. Needs to find some help, though.
This hand is known as the ace breaker. So
Will it
can
break the jacks?
Exactly.
Let's see now.
Oh, wow.
That's an 8 and a club.
Pair, many backdoors here. 3 to a straight flush.
Can she find more outs? Oh, yes, she can. Open-ended flush draw. 12 outs going to the river for Christina. Can she find it?
No.
She cannot, unfortunately. Not a card that helps her. The 5 of spades on the river, and Christina Solli is out in 7th place. Still a nice score, of course. And the last woman standing is leaving the stage right now. So sorry for you, all the Norwegian chat fans of Christina. She has to settle for 7th and still 27,250 euros. Big score and
yeah, good score regardless. I think she's going to be happy with that one long term. Of course, today I think she's going to be feeling a bit down because once you make the final table, you are always aiming for the gold. There's really no other way around it. But it's a great score, and I believe it's her best score as well.
It is, yeah. She almost doubles the total live earnings that she has at least reported on the Hendon mob. And the biggest score, I think, for her was a win in Malta Poker Festival for 5,000 euros. So I don't think we have a bigger score than that. So for sure, the biggest one. And she'll be happy in a couple of days' time, or maybe a couple of minutes' time, when she's going to the payout desk to receive this amount as well. So nice and well played for Christina. Absolutely has been real sport and a nice person to have at the feature table yesterday and today at the final table.
Veli-Pekka now with the chip lead, and having previously showed down that he 3-bet jacks, meaning that he 3-bets more of those strong hands. He doesn't flat something like jacks. Can put even more pressure on Tall's open here, and Tall seeming more on the tighter side, but choosing to open this King 9. I think he's 100% getting out of here, and quite quickly at that. Of course, having seen through 2 3-bets in a row, he might take quite a while to make it look like he has decisions to make, that he's considering fighting back, just to make sure he doesn't get bullied off too light in the near future.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to. Poker is much of a mind game after all. You have to keep your opponents on your toes.
Yeah, just as you said, I think it's probably already folded in his head, but since this is the second hand in a row that Veli-Pekka 3-bets him, he doesn't want to be just folding easily and letting Veli-Pekka run him over totally. So down to our final 6 now, and pay jumps, of course, coming into play as well. We'll have a look at the payout structure soon, but let's follow this hand first.
And he does let it go, as we expected.
Yes.
So give me a quick rundown of how the day and the final table's gone so far.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for many players, but we started the day on 16, and I'm also going to have the payouts for us, so we can look at the payout. And let's see. There we go. Yeah, I mean, so it took a long time before we had a elimination, actually, and we are kind of shallow. Now we're starting to get back in terms of average stack versus the big blind, but it's been a long day with few eliminations, and we had John Dwire go out first. It took over an hour before he left, even though we came in with like a 25 big blind average, 30 maybe. And then we had the chip leader coming into the day, Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes, player you probably have played with here before.
Yeah, a couple times.
He had a real roller coaster and lost a lot of his chips in the early hours, and actually was the 12th place finisher, so from chip lead to out in 12th. And also we've seen Christina Jørgensen-Solli, who just went out. Oh, we have a big hand, so we'll get back to this, because now we are probably looking at an all-in and call situation, with Petri just having 1.3 million total. 1.4.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Interesting spot for Tall. Very interesting spot for Tall.
The race from Gary, 475, and he has 5.5 behind, so Tall covers them both. But do you want to isolate here, or are you afraid of the quite open, early open from Gary? What do you say, Rasmus, in this spot with tens?
I think jacks you go, nines you fold, and tens is the cutoff. So which way do you want to shake? It's ultimately it comes down not so much to what you perceive of Petteri, but what you perceive of Gary.
Yeah.
And
for me, Gary has been quite unorthodox in his way of play, style of play, because he's been opening a lot of sometimes, and then he's been folding a lot. So I would it's hard to put a label on him if he's really tight or if he's, more of the player that plays a lot of hands. It's been a mix, I would say, during these days that we had it on the final table or feature tables.
I think as such, I think a call is fine. I don't think you need to jam. But he does jam. Oh no, he does 3-bet, committing.
Yeah, 3-bet.
Gary gets out of there.
And Tal, of course, happy to see that quick fold from
Indeed.
Gary, and just having to go heads up with some extra chips in the pot as well from Gary.
And as we can see, Petteri actually has quite bad equity here in what is normally a flip. It's now a 2-1 because of some folded outs.
Indeed.
So he's going to need a lot of help.
That's no help for Petteri.
Downgraded to 20%.
Queen doesn't change anything, so he has 4 outs. Ace or a king. Only 4 left in the deck, and that's none of those. And unfortunately for Finland then, and for Petteri Laiho, he exits the tournament in 6th place. So now quick eliminations, few of them. And Rasmus from Finland as well. Is Petteri a player you know since before?
Not well. I've seen him around a little, but I haven't played with him almost at all. He's not a familiar face in my circles, but my circles aren't always so Finland-centric, so he might be a very regular face in Finland.
Yeah, I know Jason Gletzer was here earlier with me in the booth and coming back soon. He played a lot with Petteri, also in Lithuania, so I think he goes around playing the live scene a lot and also the mixed games. But now in this Hold'em tournament, he's in 6th place and 35,450 euros for his effort. So down to the final 5 now. And as we said, it took a long time to get the first eliminations, and also before we were down to the final table. And of course, the structure is getting back at the players, that even though we're doing 1 hour levels, now the blinds and the average, it's up to some 30 big blinds at least. And Gary now just under the average stack. And under the gun race with the Jack 8 suited. And really Pekka, let's see. And it comes down to him in the big blind now. If our chip leader likes to defend with the Queen 5 off or not against the early raise from Gary.
One of the few times when this larger than min raise is actually going to serve some purpose for Gary.
Yeah, actually there has been a lot of larger races. I mean, it's almost like the standard on this table has become 2.5 bigs or so. Haven't seen many min races since we reached the final table. It was standard yesterday and has been most of the other tournaments, of course, as well. But now we see the 2 short stacks, Scholl and Alexis. Those are the guys in immediate danger because the blinds are going to eat them. Playing 5-handed, of course. Blinds are anti coming around quickly. So expect those 2 players in seat 1 and 2. Here we have them to get active soon, although it won't be with the 7-5 off, I think, under the gun for Scholl. But we'll see what Alexis has. Scholl, of course, knowing that he has only less than 10 big blinds in front of him, and the blinds are his next hand, but both short stacks folding.
There's always a bit of pain in folding, knowing that you will be in the blind the next hand.
Yeah.
But in this case, he didn't have much of a choice to make.
Where do you draw the line? Where do you push? When do you push with under the gun in that situation? 10 big blinds, 5-handed.
being 1 or 2 short stacks, especially in this top-heavy structure, I wouldn't worry too much. I would push a fair bit of ace-x off. Something like ace-9 off is definitely going in. I would say ace-8, maybe not. So somewhere like ace-9 off, and then I think almost every suited ace, you can fold something like ace-2 suited if you want. Maybe ace-3 and ace-6 as well, but yeah, I think... And the very small pairs, like 2s and 3s, I would fold. 4s, I don't know. But ultimately, I do jam a lot, especially since our stack is so short, and with this pressure, that even some of our premiums we don't even want to induce. We just want to jam them anyway.
Yeah.
So that actually gives you the freedom to jam slightly wider, because it actually has a lot of fold equity and puts on a lot of pressure. But no, I would say something like ace-9 off is a good cutoff point. King-jack is close. If it's offsuit, it depends on the table and what I believe will happen if I fold. But yeah, ace-9 off is, I think, a good cutoff point in that situation.
Seems like we have a raise now from Gary, flopping the top pair. And as you can see, our chip leader has nothing to this board. He tried to steal the blinds and ante from Gary with the raise from the small blind, but didn't work. And now getting raised at, our chip leader has to give this one up, most likely, unless he's really want to put the pressure on Gary.
Gary clearly seems unconcerned with the ICM implications. He's just taking his hand strength at face value, opening for this bigger size and betting when he gets something. I believe he also did a fair bit of checking on flops in general. Just this like more cash game style approach of like try to have value most of the time, but fast play a lot.
So still 5 players remaining, and looking at the payouts, next is 46,250, 60.9 for fourth, 77,150 for third, 112,900 euros for second, and the winner will walk away with 169,500. And Alexis, one of the short stacks, not finding anything at all under the gun to push with, unfortunately. 5 deuce off. One of the worst hands, not possible to do anything, and Tal not putting the pressure on the other short stack now in the big blind. Shoal.
It's very possible that Tal has gotten a bit stun-locked from those 3 bets he's faced from Veli-Pekka and has decided to let Veli-Pekka handle the aggression instead of him, because that suited jack is definitely something you would expect a big stack to open in this position against a short stack in the blind that still doesn't want to stack off too easy. It's not 6 big blinds or something that you're just going to get in with decent equity. It's something that has a lot of incentive to fold. Also, with 2 short stacks, it's actually easier to put the pressure on them because they will be aware of one another.
Indeed, so
Veli-Pekka sipping some confidence, satisfied with that pickup. Seems to have had a very clean run here so far at the final table and just today in general.
I think he's the player who has had the least fluctuations in his stack as well. I mean, he's been building and just constantly playing solid game and not risking anything too much either, so really locked in and doing a good job. And now looking to attack the blinds of both the short stacks in seat 1 and 2. Decides not to. Bit surprised, or what do you say with King 9? Short stacks in the blinds?
I am a bit surprised. I understand that you would want to fold something like suited connectors with low cards because you will have to fold to a jam every time. But the King 9 blocks a bunch of the jams and okay.
All
Shoal.
in. Oh, and
wow.
then snap call, of course. And Shoal, it's disappointed to see that happening, but at least he has live cards with the Jack 3. And not too far behind, although it's 62-38. he needs to find help. Scholl Weinstein, if he's to stay in the tournament.
Good news for
Or
all
actually
of the other
slightly
players in the
covering.
tournament, as these players are almost identical in chips.
Yeah.
And they just get it in, blind versus blind. So maybe that fold from Veli-Pekka was visionary after all, because we would not be in this situation otherwise.
No, we would
Alexis
not.
would have jammed and he would have lost his chips. Now, regardless of what happens, he's almost guaranteed to have a pay jump, if not now, then very soon. And Scholl, of course, at risk seemingly, but Alexis with complete crumbs if he does not hold.
Exactly.
On the main event.
Huge spots for these two players.
Yeah, 3.5 million in the pot, so
And has been called by
the winner will at least have half the average and, of course, some room.
This pot almost immediately just having that 15,000 pay jump virtually in value, but
Well,
it's a
that's
3.
Scholl Weinstein taking the lead with the Jack 3, finding 3 on the flop, and now it's down to few outs for Alexei. That's some additional ones.
Opens
Blocked
the
though.
Jack.
Ace or Jack.
And the river is the 4 of spades.
And it's not to be. 4 of spades on the river and handshakes as we have Alexei almost out of the tournament. He will be left with crumbles, less than a blind. 50k only in front of him, so still not eliminated, but of course a big pot for Scholl Weinstein to double up through Alexei, and taking it with composure, sitting down in a chair, shaking the hands, and here we have the confirmation that 0.3 blinds is what is left with Alexei.
Yeah, hats off to him. He took that in absolute stride, especially getting it in such good shape as he did, and
yeah, for sure.
And seeing that wide jam from Scholl, and then seeing him get rewarded moments later, he just takes it in complete stride. But now this next shuffle is really interesting because Alexis, of course, automatic all-in the small blind. Sometimes in these spots we see players just come to this almost silent agreement that they're going to limp.
Yeah.
And while they don't limp all the hands, we might see a 3 or 4 way pot here, so we'll see what happens. Veli-Pekka first to act has the decision if he wants to start the trend with 8-4 of diamonds. Hasn't folded immediately, so he is thinking about it, but he does let it go quite quickly. Gary as well. I think after Veli-Pekka gets out of here, I think Gary is also going to get out of here, especially as the middling stack, as someone who can be put pressure on. I don't see a reason to try to knock Alexis out. If anything, you'll be giving him slightly more chips, but he is going to go for that limp I talked about. Just helping people get that pay jump and seeing a limp. I think Scholl's going to do the same.
Yeah.
After all, he's the second shortest, so as a big stack with ace-8 off, you might just want to take the chips because you don't have the same need for an immediate pay jump, but Scholl chooses to limp and Tal, nothing to do but check back. So we do have that scenario I talked about, where almost all players get involved, just Veli-Pekka choosing to conserve his chips.
Still some chance for Alexei to get at least 200k out of this pot.
Yeah, he had both cards live, if I recall correctly, the 9 and the 5, and they are still both live.
Yeah, no connection to the board. That's a 3 of diamonds, given the nut flush draw for Scholl and the pair for Gary.
And that's going to be the elimination of Alexis, as he has the worst hand of all.
He does indeed. It's the small pot 1 for Gary, and that's completing the elimination of Alexei Lucarini in 5th place, sorry, for 46,250 euros. And also, of course, congratulations, despite exiting in 5th, he put on a real clinic as well. He's been playing solid game, and as we heard from Mathieu that we had in the booth here earlier, a really respected player within the French community, and a big online high-stakes crusher as well, apparently. So maybe he'll have time to jump on the grind as well. I'm not sure if it's cash games or tournaments, but it's Sunday, so if it's a tournament player, maybe he'll put on some 15 tables tonight as well.
Yeah, there's definitely things which are just only starting to run, which have 3 hours of late registration open, so you have plenty of time to get that rolling if that is what you're interested in.
Yeah, but hopefully he'll take the time to relax and maybe join the player party tonight and don't go on that grind tonight, because it's a 4-day event and he's been playing many hours, so I think he deserves some rest and some maybe nice apple juice as well at the party.
Yeah, and perhaps some congratulations from friends and family who hopefully have been along. If you've been watching and supporting him in the chat, then you will be sad to see him go, but he gets a good score to show for it, and he played very well, so all power to him.
Absolutely, and his lifetime earnings before this, when we look at the live scores on Handle Mob, was $266,000. So addition to that now, some $60,000 maybe if we convert the euro amount, and good for one of the biggest scores of his career live at least.
Shaw with an interesting open here of an ace-deuce off, four-handed, being the shortest stack. Maybe he chooses this because it has the blocking effect of those rejam hands with aces, and that is going to prompt Veli-Pekka to just call with this combo that could sometimes rejam just to realize its equity. But here I think what's going to happen is Shaw is going to continue for one and then give up, because the board looks very easy to hit for Veli-Pekka, as a small bet will not get rid of him on the flop. We'll see if that is what happens. You certainly aren't opening to check back this flop when you miss with ace-deuce off. There's all the kind of suited connectors and one-gappers that haven't really hit this board. You can even get value from some worse hands, something like a 10-8 or 8-9.
Yeah, Veli-Pekka not folding with the bottom pair, and the board pairing is of course good news for him as well. Increases the strength in his hand. Goes for another check. Will Scholl try another one another time?
This is a position where we rarely see a second bet from players in practice. It's very difficult, because the mindset you're in is if your opponent has jack and there comes a card that's actually quite good for the jack, they're not going to be folding into the second barrel, so you'll just be torching money. And he does indeed check. This is yet another card that's going to have the same effect, so even if Veli-Pekka checks here, I think Scholl will just check back and take a showdown against something like a 10-8 or 8-9. Veli-Pekka might want to go for this block sizing, but I don't think he's going to go very big.
Is it 650 or what sizing did you choose there? Something like that? Maybe, yeah, 650.
Well, it's not that big. This is very much just a straight up value bet with the hand he has. It's not as much of the block effect as I talked about, because this bet is chunky enough where you are kind of expecting him to hero off with worse hands, even though you are betting for value. This is not a bet that is just going to get snap called by almost any two with that 10% or so. So he chooses to just go for straight up value here, assuming that the check back on the turn is going to mean that he's good most of the time, and also a hand that beats him like 8s, 9s or 10s isn't going to be raising you here. So he chooses the amount, bets it out, prepared to fold to a raise. Scholl in an interesting position. Talks about needing a little time. These are the kind of positions you try to avoid when you open the ace-deuce from the cutoff. And Scholl's now getting the worst of it especially against a player like Veli-Pekka who finds this bet with the 7. Again, like I said, there are a lot of things that don't really have showdown here that might want to stab against an ace high or against something like pocket 6s, pocket 8s that they think might fold. These are the gut shots and the flush draws, all of which have now missed.
And Scholl trying to get a read, try to speak to Veli-Pekka as well, but doesn't get much out of him. And just thinking the hand through, talking to himself.
Something that actually works in Veli-Pekka's favor here is that he has the ace of hearts, meaning that Scholl is less likely to have a flush draw himself. Because if Scholl has a flush draw, he's going to think that Veli-Pekka will not. But when Veli-Pekka has the ace of hearts, it means that Scholl will not, and thus Scholl might think that Veli-Pekka has that flush draw, because he's not blocking it. On a King Jack 7 board, with these stack sizes, you will quite often just put the flush draw in the check call column, because you know that if you raise, if your opponent has hit top pair, you're just getting it off, and he pays.
Oh, he does call it off. And
so great bet from Veli-Pekka, getting the absolute max.
Yeah, I didn't think actually Scholl would end up with the call there, but he does talk himself into it and has to give up some more chips to Veli-Pekka, who is now our clear chip leader. And Scholl now left with just 10 big blinds. As you can see in the background, we have 28 minutes left of this level and 9.9 big blinds for Scholl Weinstein. Now the table short stack, and Veli-Pekka 12 millions up front.
Getting such good odds against the chip leader it's always tempting to call off. You also know that the chip leader will be aware of the position you put yourself in when you call those 3 big blinds, significantly reducing your fold equity. There are so many dynamics that ultimately it can be very easy to fall into the trap and level yourself into the call. So fully understand the play from Scholl here. And though I talked about his open last hand because it said cutoff, he was just technically in the cutoff, but the button was on the empty position because the small blind had folded. So that was actually effectively a button against big blind pot, which changes the dynamics a little bit. Now he was under the gun and folded. So I should correct that. As Tall counting out what doesn't seem to be... Is that a min raise? No, it's not.
475.
Yeah. Going for this Gary Fischer trademark open.
Yeah, it's pretty much been the open for everyone at the table. Maybe not Veli-Pekka, but well, everyone else has been around 2.3, 2.5x openings.
Interesting. So someone has set a trend and the rest have followed.
Exactly so. And that's the call from the 7s of Veli-Pekka. And off to a heads-up flop between these two. Really out of position and not finding a 7. And Tal flopping the absolute goods with the 3 jacks. And Veli-Pekka has checked, just a matter of the line that Tal wants to use now. If he wants to disguise his hand, check it back and let Veli-Pekka try something on the turn, or does he want to protect still on the spade, 2 spades on the flop? What do you say, Rasmus? What do you do here in this position, flopping trips?
I would do a bit of both, but interestingly when he goes for this bet, which we now see him do and I fully expect him to, it's interesting because in Veli-Pekka's shoes you almost prefer to have a draw over the pair, because the pair is not going to get much better, is it? But the draw is either going to hit or you're going to get to fold easily on future streets. Now the pair is tricky to play on this board. Very, very tricky. The board might get wetter or it might stay the same. And most importantly, when it gets wetter, you might get out of the way easy. But when it stays the same, what do you do against continued aggression? Too soon to fold, of course. Against this size as well. But looks like Veli-Pekka is thinking about doing something here. And he does. Wow. He does pull the trigger with a raise.
Wow.
Yeah, so chooses that he's going to, I guess, semi-bluff this now, take the equity he has, put a lot of pressure on hands that haven't hit this board, and this avoids having to check call off bluffs on bets on the turn, so it has some practical uses. While this isn't something you see too much in theory, I fully understand his thought process here. And now Tal is, of course, going to continue, but I don't reckon he's very comfortable right now because he realizes the potential that if the pot is this big on the flop, what's going to be happen in 2 cards' time?
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's more that he's thinking about, like, what's going to happen next? What happens on a 10? What happens on a low spade? What kind of sizings is he willing to call? What does he call in the small blind? He has been 3-betting quite a bit.
Yeah.
All of these questions must be going in his mind. Of course, Veli-Pekka will have some ace-jack here. Not really aces or jacks. So this race is really repping a jack, which is what Tal has. So Tal is really strong here. And for all those reasons, I think a call is the best play. You don't want to be bloating this pot, and he's going to have, I think, too many bluffs. You just want to keep them in. Of course, seeing the hand, it's easy to say, but also, just in general, on a board like this, there's not a whole lot of raising for the chip leader. And he does call Veli-Pekka. Probably knowing he's not best by now, or at least that Tal is going to have a massive amount of equity. Turn is not the killer 7.
Quick check from Veli-Pekka.
Yeah, interesting that he chose to go for this almost snap check. He's virtually waving the white flag on the pot.
Yeah.
Maybe also by the time Tal was thinking, he realized that this is a spot where it's really difficult for him to have value. So once Tal calls, he's hoping for Tal to have an ace that's going to go check, check, and he gets that one more chance to go digging for a 7. Maybe a really connected card that he would bluff, something like a queen of spades. Of course, that would be a disaster in this case, but just on the board. And looks like this pot might be over soon as Tal comes up with the bet.
1.8. As you said, most likely the hand is over. Veli-Pekka just taking some time.
I do think so, but I like the size from Tal. You could even go very slightly smaller, because what you want to do is you want to make hands that haven't made yet but have equity uncomfortable. They don't want to fold their equity, but they don't want to call either. And because you could already have a full house, I would even have sized down a little bit. But regardless, the fact that he doesn't get greedy and go for a massive size is a good sign. This size has the benefit of setting up that river jam a little nicer. I don't know if he would go for it in this position, but I don't reckon we'll be getting there, as Veli-Pekka indeed gets out of the way. So creative play from Veli-Pekka, but unfortunate timing as Tal had flopped the goods in that one.
Yeah.
As Tal regains the chip lead.
He does. Back in the chip lead now. Tal Barasovsky. And 21 minutes remaining of this level before we go on a 20-minute break. And then we'll, of course, continue all the way till the end of this now 4-man field in the main event of Kings of Tallinn, 1,100 euro buy-in, and first prize of 169,500 euros.
Jack 3 offsuit anyway. So.
Tall choosing not to put on that pressure. With a hand like Queen 4 off, it's completely acceptable to fold, but some very aggressive players might elect to open with the stack sizes that are in play. Veli-Pekka, on the other hand, doesn't have as much of a decision. He has a clear open, and I think he's looking for if he can ever open jam, but with Gary being on like 30 bigs, that is not the case. Open jam is going to be torching chips, so he's gonna reach for chips. However, he seems to be going for a very big open size. Very chunky. I think he's picked out around 600,000 in chips from the button. And now even more. So he does a different thing, which basically it works like a quite committing size against Scholl, who has a hand. And Scholl goes all in. Veli-Pekka with this semi-committing size from the button, while he's going to get a count. I think he's going to be flicking this in for a call. The jam was so quick from Scholl, but then again, when you open to over 3 big blinds and you face a jam for 9, I don't see how you fold half-decent ace from the button. And he's already reaching for his chips. There we go.
That's the call, and we have player at risk again. Scholl Weinstein, Israel, standing up, sees that he's flipping this one. Unfortunately for him, these 2 overs for Veli-Pekka, and 6s need to hold to have him double up and stay in the tournament. Let's see. That's no help for Veli-Pekka, so still good. Well ahead now, Scholl Weinstein to do the double up. Turn is a 9, so some additional outs with the Queen as well for Veli-Pekka, but still needing help on the river. Oh! Another river ace. We've had some turns and rivered aces to eliminate players previously today, and now it happens again because this is it for Scholl Weinstein. Israel, unfortunately, will be our 4th place finisher, and his teammate Tal Barasovsky is still in contention to take down the tournament, but they're now down to 3 players. We have Gary Fischer, Tal Barasovsky, and the person in the middle of this picture, Veli-Pekka Tapani Penttinen, being the chip leader again. He's actually right on the verge, but he has a few more blinds than Tal.
Did I understand correctly that the 2 Israelis are on the same team?
They are, and also the 13th place finisher who went out earlier today, Lev Margolin. They're all in the same team.
So a lot of points coming into them, and as such a deal discussion is going to be very difficult. Of course, makes it much more interesting sitting here in the booth.
Yeah, and now it seems like there's some action on the outer tables as well. We do have some other tournaments ongoing in the same room, but these guys are now discussing a eventual deal, I think. All right, so they're deciding to take the break now instead of waiting 16 minutes and combine it with some, at least, discussions about a deal being made. So this is Wise Guy and Rasmus Lundström in the booth with me, and then we will take a break as well. I think Jason Glatzer is coming back after the break as well, and then also we'll learn if they made a deal or not. We still don't know. Their players are off to a break. So Rasmus, thank you for being here now, and maybe have you on board later. But for now, we'll send you away on a 25-minute break, and then we'll be back with all the actions until the end of the Tallinn Kings of Tallinn main event 2026. See you soon.
sisekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. I'm here with an absolute legend, Rana. 2015, you were the previous champion. Must feel like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago for sure. Yeah. My beard was not even growing then. Like I was so young in the picture. I just recently looked it up. It was actually very important tournament for me, because that kind of was the starting of my a live poker scene area.
Yeah, okay.
And that gave me a lot of confidence, and winning at my hometown with all my friends there, it was amazing experience.
I mean, you've been known as an Estonian legend. Obviously, I met you in the summer. You were introduced to a legend. I mean, how is it going? First things first, how's it going today? Because your day 2 has started.
Yeah. I'm cruising. I have a very good stack, almost 2 times average, and just chilling. Yeah.
So you've actually been in Asia for 2-3 weeks, something like that? A couple of weeks?
Actually, more. I was a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2 weeks. The results were really good out there. I saw your results. How did you enjoy Asia? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was completely it's a very different culture, and how the game plays, it's very different. So I have to adapt, and you see things you don't normally see, like the aggression from the local players, and it's just it's a completely new world out there.
But it must be nice to go and experience new worlds, not just play your local players.
Absolutely, it widens your perspective. You know.
What I love is the fact that you've actually left Asia to come back here to play the King's Tallinn, because that's how much it means to you, because you are a champion for them many years ago. But I know you came back just to play this main event. So Is that something that is in your heart? Is this the sort of heart that Kings of Tallinn is always going to be there for you?
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, like I had this very beautiful experience of being fortunate enough to be the first ever Kings of Tallinn champion, and that stays in my heart forever. And you know, this series, I hear it actually from everybody, even when I play like in other places in the world. All the people say the Kings of Tallinn is the real deal, and for me it's also like the people, the fun, like it runs so well. Teresa does amazing work. Everybody does great work. It's just an enjoyable series, you know.
It's a fun with over 70 events now. It's getting bigger and bigger. I'm going to ask you one more thing before you shoot. I know you're on a break, so I know I've quickly grabbed you. I've got to ask you a question. And a lot of poker players have different routines. How do you prepare for a tournament, a big tournament like this? Do you have a routine you go through? Do you just go, right, I'm going to go play poker tomorrow? Or was there anything that you do to like get a routine ready? How do you prepare?
Yeah, I actually work with a performance coach. So we have like a protocol and things that we do. Like one of my things for me is that I just write down some like notes or some ideas, like things that I want to keep like connect myself connected with, some thoughts, reminders, and then during the breaks or like during the game I might sometimes review them. Also like getting in some exercise, you know, potentially doing some Elliot Row MP3, like listening some stuff, getting my mind prepared, and you know, things like that can really add up long term and can avoid you like burning out and like staying focused more on the process, not so much on the result. Because you know, as a poker players, we don't have like so much control of short-term results, and if we try to do our best to be focused more on the process and things we can control, then it's just gonna be much like easier to take up the losses and like carry on with like a healthier mindset, you know.
I love that because it's more than a passion, it's a job.
Yeah, it is.
It's a job. So at the end of the day, it's your business, you're running it. And if you can control that business the best way you can, you're going to take every advantage that suits your head as well. Because poker's a funny game, as we know. It's a long game, and we have ups and downs like everyone else. And if that's how you control it, I think that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. It's every edge matters, you know. In a game of pressing small edges, every edge matters. And being prepared mentally can give you a pretty significant edge, I'd say.
I love that. Thank you very much for opening up and telling me about that. Next time I interview Rana, I'm going to get some platform shoes, all right, so I can actually jump up on the stair. He goes, oh, that's much better. Rana, thank you very much, man, and good luck. Play well, yeah?
Thank you.
You never know, we might be interviewing him, holding the crown at the very end for the Kings of Tallinn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. It's another busy day. Right now behind me, we are playing the 555 Pot Limit Sweden Championship, and I'm joined by Anders Bengan Bengtsson. How are you feeling, Bengan?
Good.
Good, and it's nice to have you here. And you are actually a very important person in this room because you invented this game. Can you tell me about the night the game was invented?
Yes, it's very, very drunk, very, very late. We were 4 guys and we thought mix some games and we invented Sweden.
Amazing, and what an amazing invention it has been. You know, during the WSOP Circuit Tallinn back in August, they actually had, it was the first ever time it was played as a ring event, and you weren't here. Where were you back in August?
I was working.
Well, you were getting married, wasn't you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting married.
Yeah, he was getting married, and we shot a celebratory video for him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everyone who's been playing Sweden says that it's so much fun. Everyone who's played it think it's their personal favorite game. Why do you think that is?
Because it's such a social game. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's always fun to play.
I agree, and compared to Texas, there's a lot more action, of course. So how are you getting along in this tournament so far, being the inventor and everything?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Well, to be fair, right before we started, he actually split a pot here. So a split pot, that happens, that's very rare in this game, isn't it?
No, it's not rare. No. It happens every hand.
So Sweden, obviously, it has become like one of the most popular games in Sweden, I think. What do you think is the reason that Sweden has been able to spread across Europe and the world?
Franke.
Franke, yeah. Of course, Franke, who's a big poker entrepreneur, one might say. He's been taking the game across the seas and everything. There are many Swedes in the field here. Who would you say, as the inventor, is the best Sweden player alive?
Everyone say Peter Laterra, but he sucks. So I would say Jari.
Yeah, okay. And where do you rank yourself in this?
In the bottom 20%.
You're being modest. I think you're playing great. So, if you can't choose Sweden, what is your favorite game? Because you don't strike me as a Texas guy.
No, I hate it.
Do you like deuce to 7 triple draw or 5-card draw or something else like that?
Nah, not really. Maybe Omaha. If I'm supposed to play anything, I play Omaha.
Which is as close to Sweden as it gets, right?
Yeah.
So let's actually talk about one more thing. You were playing a Texas tournament yesterday. You bought into the 200 progressive knockout. And what happened then?
I sat down at the table and I got my chips and I thought everyone was playing really tight, so I picked up a lot of blinds and did a couple of bluffs. Worked my stack up to, I don't know, but it was going great. And then you came and said, hey, you're playing main event.
That's right. So he actually registered for the Texas 200 progressive knockout, but then he was seated at the wrong table, the main event table. And when we realized, as you said, you had 40,000, I think, and starting stack was 30,000. So you were on a roll. Yeah. And when was the last time you played a Texas 1K main event?
I've never done it.
You never done it. And maybe we won't see you do that anytime soon.
Never.
So now you are here in Tallinn, of course, during the Kings of Tallinn. What an amazing event this has been. Do you travel a lot for poker nowadays?
No, not really. Not anymore. It was a long time ago.
And you and many Swedes, you basically only came here to play the Sweden event. Is that correct?
Yeah. That is.
Do you have any more future trips planned ahead?
As long as it's Sweden, I'm going.
And there you have it. As long as there's Sweden, he's going. Anders Bengan Bengtsson, the inventor of the game, and we will see if he manages to take the tournament home.
No. No chance.
Actually, last question. What is the most common mistake you see people do at the Sweden tables?
Omaha. You need to play the draw hand.
You need to focus more on the draw hand. Okay, yeah. And there you have it. Now you can also become a Sweden master. So once again...
I'm not a master.
You're a modest again. You are a master. So, again, the Sweden 5x5 championship going on right now. Soon our winner will be crowned. And we hope it will be this man.
Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself?
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
I'm a maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. To Vegas, I go out and buy a cowboy hat. I step into character. Then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call. My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever. And if you love me, hold me tight. And you push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it.
Yeah.
Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball! Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears the people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you, Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the Legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at the Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, which is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice.
No filter.
The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in. Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter, 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity. It's a great hobby. You use your brain. You meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules. So you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer. We're leaving Wise Guy for a little while. You had Rasmus, you had Matthias, but we have a new person on the screen. Wait, that's me? No, we have it right now. This is Glenn Brown, the host of Poker Pro and also helping out at the Kings of Tallinn as a co-host with
Good
Silly
afternoon. Jason, how are we? Thanks for
doing
having
good.
me on. I've just seen my name says birthday boy.
Birthday boy. So
I love that, guys.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much.
Nobody wants to hear me
no
sing
one
now?
is
Not
or,
even you?
Or me. And it's karaoke tonight at the party as well. How is everyone doing? It's been good. The stream's been good. The event's been good.
Yeah, I mean, I've been following along, and I have some news that will break once the action starts, but a little preview,
Sure.
there was actually a deal made, and I was there because I wasn't in the booth while they were negotiating, so we can get a little bit into how that panned out as well.
Sure.
But they're still playing for 36,000 euros and a trophy, so we do expect a lot of good action going forward, but the payouts were flattened out, which we'll review shortly. But how was your day as a birthday boy?
My day's been great, actually. It's been nice. It's been a good week, actually, all week. We had a Valentine's yesterday, obviously, and it's been good fun. And obviously, the week itself's been really good. A lot of good players coming in, a lot of good interviews. Fun, as always, as it always is on this festival. It's been good fun. It's been nice. The players, everyone comes from all over the place this festival. And I just think that makes it a nice feel. I mean, me and you do a lot of festivals, and I just think they all gel, and everyone seems to be together. It's like a family, isn't it? There's a lot of rails as well. So a lot of friends come together.
The team competition helps that a big time,
Yeah.
but there's also the national pride. There's also a lot of friendships developed over the years. So there's all sorts of reasons. But yeah, it's been fantastic all week, and I'm a little bit sad that it's ending. But we still have 3 players left, so let's get to the action.
We do. Let's go.
And here we go. And now that the players are getting ready, we can break into the nitty-gritty. So what wound up happening is they took a break, and it took a little longer because there were some heavy negotiations. Primarily it was Tal, but also Velu were trying to pressure Gary into taking less money and giving 2,000 euros each. Gary initially wanted 100,000, which was 7,000 more. Basically stating his resume, I've been playing poker for 20 years. I'm not afraid to be playing three-handed, but it would be nice to even out the payouts, but I'm not going to be taking a penny less than what I'm worth.
Sure.
The guys tried a little bit longer and eventually, came to see things Gary's way. Gary, as a short stack, will be guaranteed at least 97,000. Velo will receive at least 113,820. And Tal, as the chip leader at the moment, not as second place, but not so far behind, Melo, receive 112,775 euros. They're still playing, though, for 35,955 euros more, and, of course, the honor of being on the stairs here at the Kings of Tallinn at Olympic Park Casino. And, of course, the trophy to remember this event forever.
It's quite a good split, to be fair. And I was talking to Gary as well. He seems very happy with that cut. He seems very happy with the split.
But we're going to have to get right to the action because Velo waking up with a pocket pair, and it's a baby pair. It says under the gun, which it is. But remember, it's also the button in this spot. Although it listed the small blind as a button, so we need to adjust the positions a little bit, I believe. And that might have affected how we're looking at the chip count. But maybe there was a dead blind, actually, that time because I didn't see the elimination. That's certainly possible that is the case.
Okay.
There's maybe no player in the small blind. But it's not the flop for threes. Tal pulling ahead, connecting with this jack, but Velu, the aggressor, may take a stab at it. And does take a stab, and those are new chips to me. Those are the white ones. Tasty $250,000.
Yeah.
And very interesting. Now it's going to be hard for Tal to call again if Velu finds another bet, but it's also hard for Velu to bet. But let's see. maybe Tal's even going to take a stab at it and turn his hand into a bluff, but that would be ambitious, I believe, in this spot. And we have the paparazzi again. We're being streamed at the moment while we're actually streaming.
Story of our lives.
Yeah. But it is a lead out for Tal, so we could see he's ahead. We could see Velo, if he calls, it's not the best idea, but maybe he wants to plan something else with the raise and rep the ace, but not this time. So good awareness by Tal. He could have, you know, like, yeah, he's almost never losing in that spot, but he is making sure that he's not bet off it. So if he's checked and he's bet, he doesn't know where he is, and he found out a little bit of information here.
Yeah, there's Linka getting her pictures. Fantastic pictures, by the way, by Linka all week.
I'm going to paste the chat deal into the chat, actually, because there's still questions, despite me spending a little bit of time announcing it, but I think there are people tuning in at different times, so we'll make life nice and easy for you. Deal information incoming.
Still have an Englishman at the table.
And Mr. Gary Fischer.
Mr. Gary Fischer, yes.
And waking up with a premium on the button. Even as the short stack, he's sitting on a healthy 35 big blinds. And it's a 3x open with the ace-10. And Tal, loving his suited connectors as low as they are, doesn't seem too happy that he's facing a raise. Is he going to 3-bet? The obvious play is a fold. Maybe to a min raise, you can call or 3-bet. It's a bit much from the small blind, in my opinion, to be calling. A 3-bet would be a little bit different. But does opt to fold, the more obvious of the three. And Veli Pekka may opt to defend. He would to a min raise, but maybe not to a 3x raise. But he's looking down at his chips, so it looks like it's being called anyway. So Gary will be going heads up with a superior ace-10 suited against the king-4 suited by Velu. And holy spades, this is an action flop here, Glenn.
Wow.
We got Gary with the flush draw and overcard, and we have Velu hitting the top pair and a backdoor flush draw on his own, along with a backdoor straight draw. And Velo checking his top pair out of position, and the pre-flop aggressor, Mr. Gary Fischer. He likes what he sees. And I'll be curious to see what happens if Velo raises him, and we've seen him do it before when it was a little bit more full ring when he has top pair with the weakish kicker. I think the kicker was stronger when I remember that hand with a king-9 in a similar situation. But it looks like in this case he is just planning a call. Perhaps sensing that Gary could have a stronger king. In this case it is the nut flush draw that Gary has. Let's see if Velu, what he plans to do here. He does check after looking at his cards, and perhaps Gary will be slowed down. I mean, Velu called a 3x preflop. He called a okay size, and it's a jam by Gary trying to push out Velu. And if he doesn't, he needs a spade or an ace. Gary came to play three-handed. He did share with me, it must be fun commentating me because I play a little bit out of the book, is the way he put it. Away from the book, it might have been.
He does. He's played. He said he played the old ones.
I said, no, you've been, I've seen a couple plays here and there that, you can justify that maybe aren't traditional, but I didn't see anything completely wild and crazy. But he's not an online button clicker, I'm not saying the other two are. Velu wondering what the heck is happening. He has all the 7-9s. Maybe perhaps he's thinking Gary might be trying to push out a draw. Not realizing he's on one.
Raise pre-flop, maybe a high king. Maybe he's thinking he's got that.
Yeah, and ace-king is certainly in that betting range. King-queen could be, king-jack. It's three-handed, king-10, king-9.
Let's go.
So good awareness there by Gary. He would have been basically a 3-1 underdog on that river card, actually helping him.
Nice.
Yeah, and blinds will be 100,000, 200,000. But Glenn, why don't you stick around for one more hand? And I know you have a lot of people waiting to wish you a happy birthday that maybe could sing a little bit better than I can.
I think we'll all be singing tonight, I think.
Perhaps some people that give better hugs than I do, too. So, you need to appease your fans. We can't keep you here in the booth.
I know, and I appreciate the birthday boy logo, guys. That was much appreciated under my name. Very good, very good.
It's a nice touch, for sure.
Very nice touch. Thank you very much. I'll stick one more hand, and then I'm going to have to shoot. So it's been thanks for having me here. Haven't been here all week.
Yeah, we keep saying, let's get Glenn in for 10 minutes to say hi, and we had to wait all the way to the last day on your birthday.
I don't mind that.
But
you've had some good guys. You've had some really good guests here this week.
Meanwhile, Pekka here with the pocket fours. It looks like a decent sizing, but it is out of position from the small blind, so you should expect something in the 600K area. Gary with the quick fold, so we shall never know the sizing. But it did look around 600,000 or 700,000.
Gets it through. Right, Mr. Garson, great job this week, by the way. But you and Andreas and all everyone you had the guests.
Thank
well
you.
done.
It's
been great to watch. I'm going to get back and do my other work, my other duties. But thank you for having me on the stream. And I will catch you a little bit later on.
Take care.
It's time to party.
Party.
Goodbye, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed the stream, and these guys have been great. We'll catch up to you very soon.
Thank you, Glenn. That was Glenn Brown, host with Poker Pro. He wears a few other hats as well. This week, the hat was also being a co-host with Dwire at the Kings of Tallinn as well. Birthday boy, he's done a fantastic job. You can check out Glenn at Poker Pro World on Facebook and YouTube, and all his stuff is being shared also at OlyBet Poker. Go check it out. Quite exciting. Ooh. We almost had an injury on the stage. But we haven't opened to 425 by Velu. I think Gary should be 3-betting here, but in Gary's own words, he beats by his own drum. But that's over $1 million there. So it is a 3-bet from the small blind by Gary to 1.3. Tal with the quick fold, and Velu likely to follow suit. Just because we know what he has. So thank you everybody for tuning in. It's been an exciting final day here at the 2026 Kings of Tallinn. The crowds are emptying and the stakes are still serious for the players. They did make a deal, as mentioned. You could see the numbers in the chat. But they're still playing for 35,955 more to the winner. So now there is no more ICM. It is entirely Chippy V the rest of the way. And walking on by right now is none other than the 3K NLH winner that was crowned earlier today, and Luka Sorjanen, one of the young beasts coming from Finland. Reminds me a little bit of Rupe Tarme when he was younger, and Rupe, that event was almost named after him. He won it so many times, including at the WSOP circuit more than once. But meanwhile, we have the 8-3-7 coming on the flop. Both players hitting a big piece of that. Gary loving life with the top two, but he doesn't know that Velu has the bottom end of an open-ender, along with the backdoor flush draw, so shouldn't be going anywhere to Gary's bet. Looks like about 400. Exactly 400. And Velo has a few options open to him. The most obvious one being a call. And that's what he does. So pot up to 1.9 million. The 3 of clubs pairing the board on the turn. That would mean an overpair would lead to that 8-7 being counterfeited, but we see Velo just has a 6-5, so Gary's pretty ahead. He should feel confident he's ahead, but checks it again. Interesting. Maybe concerned about the 3, but he lets his opponent get there. He probably would have called anyway, but now Gary's probably going to have to pay off Velo, who's probably going to lead out after it went check-check. But Velo here with the straight. It's not the nuts on a paired board, and also the flush possibilities with the 3 clubs, but we see it's a very, very strong hand. Worthy of bet, and looks like it's about 700, but we'll find out. Oh, 1.4, a big bet, so Gary got fleeced a bit here with the top 2. Shakes his head in understanding what happened. It's just poker. Easy defend there by Velo, and then on the flop he's not going anywhere. Turn was a free card, and of course the river. Both players have to stay involved, assuming things don't get wildly out of control. But now it's 12 million each for Velo and Tal, and Gary, if he doubles up, he's ahead of both those players, but right now sitting at a 34 big blind stack of 6.8 million. We have a few more minutes of this blind level. I'm not sure if we're taking a break or not, considering players were just on a break, but previously it was pre-scheduled that they would have a break after this level. But I believe they chose to play on, considering the break just took place. And then the blinds will be 125,000, 250,000. Very shortly. Tal opening the button with the Queen-8 offsuit. Velu with the 10-8 will be folding. And Gary defending with this 9-7 off, both live cards. King, Queen, 8, 2 diamond flop, so it's 2 pair for Tal, but probably won't get any love from Gary. Just some backdoors for Gary on this flop. So even a min bet would likely get the job done, but you never know. So 400,000. And as predicted, Gary quickly folds, so Tal wins another pot. Trying to catch up a little bit with the chat that I missed while I was out of the booth. But hope everybody enjoyed leading up to this final 3 and what promises to be an exciting conclusion. A brand new first-time champion of the Kings of Tallinn main event to be crowned at some point this evening. Gary completing from the small blind. Let's see what Tal does if he checks back his option with the 10-3 or if he's going to get a little frisky. Does decide to check back his option. Gary connecting with bottom pair on the 8-Queen-9 flop checks. Tal with a gut shot to the jack. but not strong at all. And the queen pairs the board on the turn, bringing a second potential flush draw. Goes check, check again. And any flush draw would have been completed on that 10 of diamonds. Neither player has it. If it goes check, check, Tal took it away at the river. Is Tal going to try a very sneaky, super thin value bet? It looks like he is. He's targeting hands like what Gary has with a 9x, 8x. And it was just a min bet, so getting another big blind over from Gary. And blinds have gone up to 125,000, 250,000, bringing the effective stacks as they are looked at from a big blind standpoint down for all three players. And also brings 625,000 in chips in every hand before the cards are dealt. Expect Gary to open here. We'll have a 23 big blind stack. We'll have a 3 big blind stack. We'll have a 100 big blind stack. But right now it's 23. And Gary jamming the lot. This is a little dangerous. So far so good though. Tal with the fold. And it should work. Maybe it would have been the same with a min raise, I don't know. But certainly with a jam. And Gary's saying he had deuce 7 for the cameras, that's amazing. But he did not have deuce 7. He had king queen offsuit. Interesting. Gary's talking about the big blind ante being reduced, and that is a sign that he's been playing a lot in the United Kingdom, where they still haven't adapted fully to the TDA rules, which say basically big blind throughout, but casinos are allowed to have their own rules, and it's more customary in the United Kingdom when it's shorthanded, I think 5 or less, that they cut it down to the small blind size. It's still the big blind putting it in, but it's called more of a half ante, small blind ante, even if it's coming from the big blind. And to me, as long as I know ahead of time, I don't mind if they're switching it around. Gary isolating from the big blind, jacking it up to 750. And let's see if Velo wants to see a flop from out of position for $500,000 more. And it's looking more and more likely that he does the longer he's holding on to his cards, but looks like now that he's holding them a little bit up, that it's usually a sign to toss them. But we shall see. He does fold. So Gary deciding, let's get all our equity realized right here, right now. Velu with a weak suited jack. This is a button he chooses not to open, and it could be a walk for Tal. Looks like Gary will at least try to see a cheap flop. We'll see if Tal will lie that. Probably not on his option. I don't think it's being checked back this time with an ace. Jacking it up to 650 and getting a call by Gary from out of position with just 6-4. Ace-5 is still ahead on the 9-Queen-7 flop. That ace of clubs may come into play for Tal later in the hand. Right now it just represents a backdoor nut flush draw. And Tal will be continuing for 600,000. So about 38% of the pot, and a fold by Gary. So Tal now over 14 million. There's a close to 31 million chips in play. So nearly half of that is in Tal's hands at the moment. Is Gary gonna fold? Yep. And probably good he did, because Tal probably would have had something to say about that with the king-queen. A raise to 1 million. So the two big stacks may collide. Ace-7 three-handed is pretty strong. It is a blind versus blind situation, so depending on how Velu approaches this, he could, in theory, be seeing a flop and play it in position. But it is a big open, a 4x from the small blind. And Velu making the call. And not the worst flop here for Tal. Flopping top pair, the king of hearts as well, in case a couple hearts come. Also has some backdoor straight draws if things get dicey, like if an ace comes on the turn, the 10 can still come on the river. He did that once with king-queen to crack aces, in fact, with an ace on the flop. Ace-jack, X on day number 3. And a bet of 875 with the top pair. Velu double checking his cards. Takes a deep breath and does opt to fold. So Tal now extending his chip lead to 15 million. It's a little bit of a gap, but not a massive one between him and Velu with 10. And Gary sitting around with about 6 million. Hey Argo, maybe somebody in the chat actually already knows. It would be not necessarily the best time, even if I catch him on a break, let's say, to ask him that. But if I see him afterwards, I was kind of curious about the hoodies too, Argo, about Tal's hoodie yesterday, and he has a cool one today as well. They look super warm with the lights coming down on that TV table, but they do look very cool. And Dexter Slab, Bad River, Norway, the best players at the moment. I think there's some other countries that would agree to disagree on that, but Norway does have a lot of super solid players. I think the players of Lithuania might have something to argue about there, and maybe the Finnish contingent would argue a little bit. But if we're basing on today, neither of those countries are in the final three. Finland is, Norway is not. But I did enjoy watching Christina Solli, who is the last remaining Norwegian. Meanwhile, it's Velu with the ace-7, opening up the 650. Gary calling with the king-8. So far, so standard. And if Gary doubles up through Velu, he would be basically swapping stacks with him, but it's an ace-ace-king flop. Looking good for Velu, and could be actually a little bit dangerous for Gary, actually. It's only 20 big blinds, and once that ace pairs, your king, all of a sudden your mind becomes a little bit stronger. And Velu going to be betting his trips. And Gary would need running kings to actually pull ahead in this hand, but let's see how long he takes it. He's going to have to call a reasonable flop bet and reevaluate. Hand too strong, heads up. And a blind versus blind situation. But Gary's not liking this at all. Maybe he can pick up something here. It would be an awfully hard fold to do. And does call. And the 8 of diamonds on the turn. That doesn't change much for either player other than adding another potential second flush draw that doesn't exist for either player. But expect Velu to continue, and it may be a bit larger after Gary called and the board getting a little scarier. This doesn't look like a small bet coming. And it looks like he's putting a little icing on top there. Hard to see visually how much that is, but certainly more than $1 million there. Might be half the pot for 1.2. Nope, it's more. At least 1.4. $1.9 million, so a pretty big bet there. Approx 80% give or take of the pot. And now Gary has to think. It is hard to believe his opponent, even though we see that his opponent has him crushed. In fact, Gary is drawing dead at this stage. Gary's counting out chips. Gary needs to hope in hindsight that a river comes that he can get away from if he's going to call here. Otherwise, the rest is going in on the river, and we could be down to heads-up play. I don't see Velu slowing down. I mean, he might slow down to a club or diamond, but I don't think so. There's too much in the pot. And Gary does call. I mean, I can't really blame him. It's hard to fold in that spot, even though we see that he should have. And the 8 of hearts pairing the board on the river. That fills Velu up, further increasing the fact that he's likely just to get the rest in. And then it's up to Gary to see what happens here. I just don't see Velu ever checking. He's taking his time, but I think there's only one play to make here. Gary only has 11 big blinds behind. There's a lot more than that in the pot already. And you have a full house. You don't want to do this little trappy thing, because if Gary... And Gary with the 8, I mean, he's booted up as well. I mean, it's... Gary can't get away here. That's the problem. The only way he can get away is if Velu tries to trap him with a check. And does jam. Now, Gary, can you get away here? He doesn't look happy about the spot. He knows now that his opponent has an ace here a lot, but does call, accepts his fate. And we are heads up, folks, after Gary Fischer called. He locked in 97,000 euros thanks to the deal, so close to six-figure cash for Gary. Nothing to be that sad about. There was no ladder up for second place because there's an extra approx 36K waiting for the winner on top of the deal numbers that are made.
Full house again, full house.
Okay, we're getting a post-hand announcement from Anna Boyko. So it's not just when there's a sweat going.
So Gary got third place. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Gary. Well played. You beat out 1,030 entries to get this far. And hopefully see you at the party. Ah, there we are. Glenn Brown is magically bad. How'd you get here,
I'm
Glenn?
back, sneaked in.
It's like you're a birthday boy. We just clap your hands, Glenn, in the seat. That's amazing, Glenn. So welcome back.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd come back and say hi very quickly before you go finish it off the heads up.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting battle. These are two players near stacked. We have Velu with a slight edge on Tal. I'm not saying skill-wise, but chip-wise. Yep. And there's no ICM heads up, even if they didn't make a deal. But there was no ICM three-way for the same reason that they did make a deal. But I think we're going to be seeing some interesting plays heads up. It could go for a while. It could be over in 5 minutes, actually, because they are deep stacked. But heads up, coolers happen. Sometimes it doesn't matter how deep you are. But Glenn, happy birthday.
Thank you again. Thank you again. I know you all said it earlier on. Thank you very much. It's this is good poker. I've been sitting watching it. I've actually been in the room watching this game. In here they have the screens for the guys that are not here. They have screens up on the live stream. So on one side you can have a rail which actually sees the table and the cards, which is quite nice.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of that before, but then I realized that there's another screen where I could watch the stream and watch the table in case I hear some rumbling. So
yep.
while you guys were busy for 2 hours, I caught the whole deal discussion and all that. So it was a good time. But yeah, Glenn, we'll see you at the party. Are you off now?
I'm off very shortly. I know we're having a very quick break. And I thought I'd come and say hello, so you didn't be left alone.
Yeah.
During this break.
There's a rumor they're moving the entire studio to the party, so I'm not going to miss a thing. I don't believe that rumor.
I actually suggested that to Eggers. I said, if this goes on too long, well, you know we have a party to do. I said, we'll have to have like a 20-minute break. Can you move the whole studio?
Including the TV table.
And he just looked at me and he went, actually, I'm not going to miss the party, so that's an opportunity.
That's an opportunity.
And that would be an amazing rail too.
Well, thank you very much, Glenn Brown, and we'll be back with some coverage in about 10 minutes' time.
Sure, no problems at all. Have fun. I'll see you later. Bye-bye, guys.
täna avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community. So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're the main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. Seems like there are shenanigans going on in the producer room as well in our ears.
Yeah, why not? It's
close.
Sunday night. The party's about to start. The rumors of us moving over to the party, though, maybe the party moved over to the production booth.
Maybe. Well, we are ready for the heads up, Jason. You were taking them to the heads up from three ways yourself. And what was the feeling? Gary Fischer going out in third?
It was a bit of a cooler for Gary. I mean, he was behind the entire way, but on a paired ace board, it was ace king. You had king 8, and I don't think I would have played it any differently, especially with the deal locked up and no ICM at all. It's all chip EV, even three-handed once they made the deal. But I expect an exciting heads-up battle between these two. They have similar yet different styles at the same time. They're both willing to go with what they think is best. And I don't really have a prediction for the winner. You know, I know that we have a lot more Finnish fans in the chat, not in the chat, but actually live, and we have a lot more Israeli fans actually in the stream. So we shall see what happens. You have a prediction, Wise Guy?
No, it's anyone's game, I think. Huge respect to both of these players. I think Veli been the one that's been really solid throughout the entire game, and we had him a lot on the feature table as well, but it's a well-deserved winner, whoever walks away with this one. So let's head over to the heads up, and we can talk about more. You can see them being prepared here as well. Lenka taking the final picture from the heads up players, and also our tournament director for the main event, Sarah, is getting ready to start the clock. You can see that they have repositioned, and we have on the table, Jason, what's that between them?
That might be a crown, but look at that beautiful trophy. You know, it's an honor to be crowned the champion at the Kings of Tallinn, and the honor increases much, much further for the main event, where you get your name on the stairs during events here at Olympic Park Casino under the Kings brand. My name, for example, is not on the stairs, but I feel honored to be a Kings of Tallinn champion in a side event at least, right? So I still have a trophy, but it's not this beautiful crown that we're looking at here, Wise Guy.
Maybe you can have a shot at it next year.
It's a multi-day event. That's more than time than I can actually commit to a poker event with everything going on, but you never know.
You never know, but now we are ready to get started with the heads up between these two, Finland versus Israel. And as you mentioned, Jason, if we have any new to the stream, they did make a deal three ways.
That is correct, and we have the information actually in the chat. If you scroll up a little bit, but we can repaste it actually. But Tal is guaranteed 112,775. And Velu will receive 113,820. They're playing for an extra 35,955. This deal was done three-handed, which resulted in Gary Fischer going home with 97,000 as the short stack.
Yeah, lovely figures for all three of them, of course. And now we are off with the heads up, and Veli Pekka is limping the button, checked by Tal. Off to the first heads up flop.
Not the worst flop for 7 deuce. Tal with the top pair and Velu with the open ender.
And we can see going into the heads up, Veli Pekka has the slight chip lead, 16 versus 14 million. And looking to increase that by stealing this pot with the open ender, but I don't think Tal will fall for that. But of course, with the top pair, just a question if he raises or calls, and goes for the raise. And those green and white chips, 4 of them, makes it 1 million, right?
That is correct, but we'll see the pace of play based on a little bit of what Tal does here. It is a scary flop despite the top pair. Maybe he's going to raise, and he does raise. And Velu quick and calling. So they did come to play. That much we know now. That's good. And the 4 diamonds on the turn might make both players slow down, actually, but we'll see. I at least expect Hal to maybe bet because he just did that very strong-looking check raise.
Yeah, and I mean, pairing of the board almost makes his hand even stronger. Now with 2 pair, and Willie Pekka most likely, of course, live, he must think. And we know he is with the straight draw, but the question is whether to invest 1.3 million more or not to see the river.
It is a little less than half the pot, but he's saving his chips. So now Tal takes the lead. So we already have a lead change during heads-up play on the very first hand.
Yeah. And here we have the crown again. Close up.
I think that's the closest either of us are getting. I don't think you could wear it, but you can put it on your head and take a picture with it on your head.
Yeah.
It's probably too heavy to walk around with on your head, though.
Seems like a dangerous piece to bring to the player party as well.
Potentially speaking, actually, in multiple ways.
Yeah, exactly.
It's dangerous for the trophy, and it's dangerous potentially for some of the partygoers.
Yeah, that as well, because we overheard Teresa earlier talking to the players at the final table that it's would appreciate it if the winner would come to the player party and accept the trophy there as well. Everyone is welcome, but specifically the winners. He's the red carpet is rolled out for the winner of this main event, of course.
And I would say most of the time the winner will come. There's some times where it just ends too late to go to the party, and other times where there's just complete exhaustion. But I have a feeling we'll see the winner of this one at the party.
Do you know why it would be troublesome in one way if one of these becomes the winner? The number of letters in Veli-Pekka's name, does it fit in the stairs?
It should. Well, I mean, we have Frankie's name on the stairs.
Oh, I think this is more letters, actually, because he has a double last name as well, right?
We'll have to consult with Christy and Alice to see what they think about that.
Maybe use 2 steps.
Marketing and branding of OlyBet, but yeah, maybe 2 steps. But it's Veli-Pekka Pentinen against Tal Brasovsky.
Yeah, but it's Tapani Pentinen. I think he uses both, maybe. So.
Oh, you think he uses Tapani? I don't think he does.
I don't think maybe he wants all of it in the stairs, so that's true. We might be good with Veli-Pekka Pentinen, sorry. But we're not there yet. He hasn't won this one. It's anyone's game, as they are almost equal in stacks now. And sure, the Tal Brasovsky is eager to get his name also in the stairs and to walk away with this.
But I like where you're going with this. It's the people with the stairs that are responsible for the branding that may actually have a sweat here rooting for Tal.
Exactly. At least it's not that.
We're joking around, guys.
Yeah, we're joking around. But at least it's not that, when you put the name into a trophy and you're sitting waiting like the golf and the Masters and stuff, when they should write the name in the trophy, and sometimes it's just too long. Takes 10 extra minutes at least.
We do have some Vepa fans in the chat. Hockey KO, average IQ, asking about the prize pool, but you can see it right there. It's a 1 million guaranteed prize pool. We got 1,033 runners, and down now to just these 2 players for the prestigious title.
And 3-bet from Tal. Gets it done. Increasing his chip lead a bit.
And Hockey KO saying on the OlyBet Poker YouTube channel, it's written in the stars. Maybe it's written in the stars, but needs to be written on the stairs?
It's written in the stairs, yes, exactly.
But he's saying stars, so I understand that's definitely a fate is on his side kind of statement. The stairs, I think, are more retro, so after the stars come the stairs.
But now you actually gave Martin Franke a bit too much credit, because at this series it's only the main event winners. He's a ring event winner.
Yeah, it's not on these stairs, but he's on during the ring events. That's right.
Just so you know,
yeah, it's
we
good
don't
to
want to
clarify
pat
that.
his back too much.
Yeah, he didn't win a ring and the Kings of Tallinn main event.
No, exactly. He's a good guy, but not that good.
He didn't finish in the money, though, in the main event this time, which is, I wouldn't say unusual for Frankie, but lately he's been focusing on the mixed games and doing quite well with them. So
yeah,
he can play 2-card as well.
Absolutely. And he did it on one bullet only. I think that was his most proud achievement.
That's why he only min-cashed or a little bit better, because in Vilnius it took him, he said 6, but it was 5 bullets, and then he took that one, took me out in third, and went on to win it.
But you're not bitter.
No, I gave him a big hug. I'm happy always for Frankie.
For Tal, but no action.
If it was in Riga, it would be a different story, because I don't have a trophy there yet. Then I'd be angry like I was at Edgar's.
Okay, so then I'll give you the promise. I'll come to Riga in 1 month's time to give you a sweat.
Okay.
Not give you those trophies for too easy, at least not in Sweden.
I need to earn it. I'm obviously never upset about anything that happens on the tables. You know, you try your best, and if you feel you did your best and there's nothing else to improve from it, then you celebrate with the person that won. It's more than fine.
Now then, call from Tal on the bottom with Queen 5, and really surely racing from the big blind, trying to get some chips back. Now that he's tallying a bit.
Tal asking how much, but we haven't really seen him have any propensity to fold yet heads up or three-handed.
No.
Or in blind versus blind situations even well before that, to be fair. Now we got Finnish and Hebrew in the chat.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, we should maybe ask everybody to speak in English, or do we allow people to speak in their local languages?
As long as they behave, I think it's fine. Anything.
Yeah. But if you want us to understand, we don't know.
No, exactly.
Neither Wise Guy and I, unfortunately, know Finnish, even though we picked up a few words here and there for the amount of time that we've spent with the Finnish poker community over the years.
But
and
it's mostly the bad words, and we don't want to see them in the chat.
Well, we also know Keepus.
We do.
And in Hebrew, I maybe know 4 or 5 words as well. So, and I can't read Hebrew. And I'm pretty sure Wise Guy can't read Hebrew as well.
You are correct, sir.
But I can recognize it's Hebrew at least. That's a good thing.
That's a start.
Yeah, but I understand that you're speaking also in English. You could speak in both. I just didn't know what the rules of the game are. Andreas has been in the booth many events.
Oh,
For me,
I'm setting the rules.
I'm happy to be a guest subbing in for Mr. George Sanford this time, and the last time I was the main commentator was back in the pandemic times when we just had one commentator, more low-budget events.
I think you've done a fantastic job, Jason.
Thank you.
And swing and a miss, as George Sanford would have said.
Strike one.
And he also would have loved the ducks, though, for Veli Pekka.
Deuces never loses, as Mr. Sanford sometimes says,
That's what they
too.
say, and he won't probably this hand either, because Tal doesn't have much connection with this board, so I expect him to maybe go on to the next one, keep the chip lead, and keep the fantastic glasses. Do you think if he's all in, it's going to put the glasses in play as well?
It should be at this stage.
I don't think you want to lose them.
No, I think they would serve as a good memory, maybe even good luck charm.
Yeah.
I would get people to start signing the glasses, at different events or something like that, make it something cool, but it already is cool as is. So we're having bring to state of Israel pride. I mean, I think you could already be proud. Somebody's already commented that you had 2 Israelis in the top 4, was it?
Yeah, correct.
And you have 1 heads up. Considering there was less than 10 Israelis actually here and 3 made the final day, that's
decent.
Quite impressive. I think you can take it.
And one in 13th place as well, Lev Margolin.
Yeah.
Went out earlier today, so 3 Israelis in the top 13. Decent effort. It's almost like the Spaniards we've had the other years. They've been, I think we have 5 or 6 of them in the top 20 one year. But now, new hand, and the nice ace deuce suited is up against the suited ace 7.
And Velu not going anywhere. But let's see what happens. An 8 high flop could be trouble for Tal. Otherwise, I think it's going to be player that bets it will get it if nobody connects. And nobody did connect on this 4-ace-6 board. No red cards about, with both players having red card flush draws. And the new pride of Israel, Tal, trying to wrestle this one away from Velu. But Velu also has the gut shot, may want to see at least a turn. It is just for 1/4 a little bit less of the pot to call. Not good pot odds if you think you're behind, but maybe good implied odds. 10 of clubs on the turn adds another gutter to the mix, but also adds a scary third club for both players. I mean, Tal must think that he has no chance to win this hand unless he bets. And Velu may be thinking, you know what, let's see if we could take it now, but I think he might check call, might go check check. It's kind of up to Tal here now. A big bet. The pot is yours, I believe. But you have no way of knowing. Velu doesn't have that much connected right now. And how scary that board is for him. It's Veli Pekka. You can call him JP.
Should we trust that information?
Or Yippee. Yippee. Is that right? Yippee. Yipa. No, that can't be right.
Yeah, Jipe. In Finnish, Jipe is Jipe.
So Vipi? I don't know. I'm so confused right now.
Let's keep it Veli Pekka for now.
VP. Okay, well, that's what
you see what you did
we're
here
being
now
told to
in
say.
the chat. Yeah, Jason's never letting this go now. 20 minutes in. Jipe, Vipe. Pairing of the board now, and the one who tries to steal it will be Jipe.
Now, it's a strange one for Tal. You may think he should quickly fold. He should definitely not call. But the way this hand played out, he may want to raise to try to steal it, but gives up on it.
And chip lead is back in Finland.
It's our second lead change and heads-up play.
Very slightly so, though. 60 versus 64 big blinds.
So I'm being told Velu is fine. So I'm going to just stick with what I've been doing. Or I can go Vepsi.
Now
like Pepsi.
29 names.
Vipe. Vepe.
A love child has
I feel
many
bad
names.
now. I have respect for you, Velu. I'm just trying to follow along with what the chat thinks your name is pronounced. And being that I recognize at least one of these guys as a Finnish fan, we're going to trust that this is correct information.
Absolutely. And now, racing, Veli Pekka makes it 500, and a jack also for Tal, slightly better one though. So defending.
Deja vu, just jack instead of an 8.
Glasses go on, was just about to say.
Ooh, this could be trouble for Velu. I mean, not that much trouble with bottom pair, but if a jack comes, it's going to be trouble for him. And Tal, it looks like he quickly checked the middle pair, but maybe it was just him picking up the chips. Yeah, he did check, and let's see. If Velu wants to try to take this one away. He's betting his bottom pair for 375,000. Don't expect Tal to fold, but we'll see if he calls or raises. And he calls with a rainbow call, one of each of the chips, and the two of hearts on the turn. Another check by Tal. And a check back by Velu. And the king of diamonds on the river. Tal with the check mark. If that check mark means he wins the pot, we have another lead change. And let's see, Velu with showdown value. He's not going to really bet too much off with a bet, so I expect a check back very often. And that's what he does, and Tal regains the chip lead.
And Velu showing his hand.
They're calling him a king now. It's a little bit premature. He hasn't been crowned yet.
Absolutely not.
Who was the king in Israel back in the day? There was a king. It wasn't Israel, I don't think, back then, though.
And speaking about main event winners and names in the stairs, I walked by this table just before they started the heads up, and Johan Carlson was on the rail.
Nice.
Rooting for sorry, not Veli. Velu.
Velu, yes. now you guys have confused Wise
exactly.
Guy.
That as well. No, I was rooting for Velu, and they have been on the same team on numerous occasions during the Kings of Tallinn, but not this year.
That's a lot of respect from Johan, actually. He's like an all-around good guy. Actually, Johan, as you know, is a good friend of mine as well. We talk a little bit in between festivals. I always like seeing him, always like getting a hug from him. But he is a machine in terms, he's a nice guy, but on the tables, he is quite good. He did win the Kings of Tallinn main event, this very event, back in 2020, right before the pandemic started, right around this time of year. And at the time, it was a record-breaking prize, which I think has been eclipsed since then.
Yeah, and also on the rail, of course, a lot of Finns, and the entire team of Velu was rooting for him because I think they were in contention, not to win the team competition, but this score for Velu will at least take them into the money in the team competition.
Yeah, but because they made a deal, they're not getting any more points.
No.
They're all going to get the third place points for the team competition.
Yeah. I think that should be enough, though, to get their team into the money. 7 spots paid in the team competition.
And it probably got this Israeli team in the money as well. I mean, they started into the... No,
I don't think so, actually. They needed more.
Second and third, and what was it, 14th or 13th isn't enough.
No.
It shows you got to really be on the grind at the Kings of Tallinn if you want a chance at the team competition.
They might have just inched inside the money in 7th place, but I think they were only going to get around 10th
So there's at least one teammate that might not be happy that either of these players made a deal.
Maybe.
But you have to do what's best for you in such a big tournament. And to even out the payouts, I don't think anybody's going to really complain or try to talk you out of.
You can buy the team a nice dinner at least for the winnings from this one, in case they miss the money in the team competition, as we now have a 6-9-8 flop.
We had a min click and a call. And I don't think Velu is going to check this one back.
Highly unlikely.
Something like 400, a little bit more, 525, but still less than half the pot. And a call by Tal. And to quickly answer Argo, you can go to OlyBetEvents.com, click on the Kings of Tallinn landing page, and you can actually see the information about the team competition there, along with, I believe the scoreboard is updated daily, but it may be live at this stage as well that I can't answer. But connects with the bottom pair on the 3 of hearts turn does Velu. and is ahead just with that, but would love to see a club on the river to be sure of it. Meanwhile, Tal was being a little bit sticky, calling the flop bet with King 4, but he was a little bit ahead if the hand that ended there with the King versus the Queen. But now we can see Tal is in rough shape. And I expect to see a fold facing 2 streets of aggression with just King high. Even if you don't believe him, you might be able to find a better spot. And he does call. This is very interesting. And the ace of hearts on the river. So let's see if Tal tries to bluff this one. Did not hit at all. Called bets on the flop and turn. But he does have an opportunity to steal this one away if he thinks his opponent is weak. But he does check, and Velu, let's see what he does. He probably thinks he's behind when we see he's ahead after being called on the flop and turn as well. But I think in his head this bet is a potential steal with the 5th pair on the board. But we see the check marks already with him, and unless Tal just wants to do something that would be uncharacteristic for all the players in this kind of thing and raise it up, which would probably work, the chip lead will go back over to Velu. This is interesting. I don't think this is Hollywooding at all. He's thinking about something. Wow.
Oof.
Wow, wow, wow. Not just a call. Maybe he's sizing up for seeing if he can raise. I'd be shocked if he's calling, unless he misread his hand. I mean, or we're seeing wrong graphics, but that would be unusual considering that hasn't happened.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think he's actually making a move here.
I mean, the King would be non-nutted to the ace. I mean, and it makes sense. Velu could have rivered an ace as well. I mean, the river bet does kind of align a little bit.
Oh, here we go.
Wow, he makes the call. I think that was the first, let's say, not reading the situation fully correctly there by Tal, but I think that's subjective to my opinion as well. So unfortunate for Tal. And Velu now has almost a 2-to-1 chip advantage.
Yeah. Talking to the rails a bit, both players. And you spoke about the team competition. Did we mention about the winning team who run away with the competition?
Is it already announced with not all the events completed yet?
No, but the winners are. No one can
yeah,
reach
it's
them.
clear. They're clear in front, yeah.
Yeah, and the team of Onni Hutunen, Alexis Heikkinen, Mika Töyrys, and Jussi Julkunen.
This is unofficial, of course. We haven't audited the results ourselves, and we know there's a lot that goes into it. Until they officially announce it, don't go off running around with a trophy, but we believe that you are the clear winners. If I know Onni won, I think 2 events, and several of these other guys were deep as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Onni was second in the 555, right?
It was second, and then I think he won a side event. So it was a first and a second in 2 fairly big field-sized events.
Yeah, so he should be the MVP, I guess, in case you get one of those for having the most points individual as well.
Yeah, I don't think anybody even is over 100.
No,
I guess after the main event there will be, but it's not going to be enough to overcome.
Yeah, some nice names in this team competition, of course.
And you got a compliment for a good pronunciation of Finnish names.
Oh, thank you.
You know who we're missing in the chat is our Swedish friend QCC, but she did come in person, but she was around all that no filter last time.
Yeah.
But maybe was more interested in that because of all the Swedes that were involved. And today, unfortunately, it didn't go quite well for the Swedes. So first player out, I believe, on the final table was from Sweden.
And Velu waving to the crowds. Is he trying to order something or just saying hi to some friends maybe? Because there is a big Finnish rail on his side. And you can see his drink is out. So maybe he's saying, come on, we need to get me a new one here.
It's a casual 36,000 euro heads-up affair. Why not wave to the crowd?
Yeah. Autographs will be signed at the player party. And here we have him, Veli-Pekka, with the crown to his right. Question is whether he is the man who will walk away with it or if it will be Tal. He needs to turn it around a bit. Now currently 20 versus 11 millions to start this hand. And as we can see, they have the same hand, King 9 off. And we have a 3-bet from Tal.
A leveling war with the same identical hand. Is Velu going to... Velu giving it up, so Tal with his aggression stealing one away. And back up to 12 million. And Toss saying you need to drink a little to open up the range.
Well,
there's something to that, but...
Maybe we should have the heads-up being played at the player party then.
Yeah, of course.
Move everything there. The studio, the heads-up.
Yeah, we talked about that. We wanted
yeah,
to
I
move
heard
it
you
all.
and Glenn mentioned it.
And apparently Edgar's was on board, but I think there's other people such as casino licensing that might have to say about it, because I'm pretty sure even legally that would pose issues, let alone logistically, but it's fun. We should stream the party. I don't know if we're allowed to do that.
You can do it on your own channel. That might blow up.
Yeah.
Now then, surely racing with the suited ace-5 is Tal. Starting the hand with...
hello, Snowman.
Ooh.
This could be actually very interesting. Ace-5 is one of those hands that you should be quite aggressive with, especially in a heads-up format, especially when it's suited. And Velo here waking up with a monstrous pair of snowmen. And this will be 3-bet, it appears, to over 2 million, maybe 2.5.
I think that was the choice, right?
It is. And let's see, maybe Tal is going to 4-bet shove here. He would have some equity if he did.
Oh, it's going in.
He does. Oh, my God.
Oh, and yeah, quick
and
call.
And Vela with the call. It could be all over, Johnny, or it could be Tal with a massive chip lead.
Wow. It's Tal behind both in chips and in the hand at the moment. Veli-Pekka Penttinen is the favorite to take the crown in this hand, but we know everything can happen. And how many aces, Jason, have we not seen to turn this around on Turner River during this day? And
it's usually the dirty river.
Yeah. Will it happen again? There's
my, look at this.
Board, so many outs
if
for
it didn't
Tal.
get in pre, it would have gotten in right here, right now. But top set here, facing tons of draws.
Wow.
That is
That's
not a
helping,
help.
and you can see the outs in the top right corner. He needs a spade that doesn't pair the board, or... Oh, it's the pairing of the board. It's done. It's over. We do have our main event champion, Kings of Tallinn 2026. Jason.
Veli-Pekka Penttinen, our new Kings of Tallinn champion, 149,770 euros. Very well played. And also congratulations to Tal Barasovsky. Second place, you played very well, 112,770. Fans for both these players and the entire final table should be proud of the performance. It's been a great affair. That was a bit of a setup hand, whether it was pre-flop or post-flop. But we're coming to the studio.
Yeah, that was not a long heads up, but they fought it out well. And, of course, making the deal played a part of it, but still some extra 35,000 to be taken down by Veli-Pekka. And nice finish of the day and a long series has come to an end. Yes.
And Tal ended it on a high note. For those of you that weren't happy with the excessive celebration, you saw as soon as he lost the hand, the first thing he did was start clapping for the winner.
Definitely.
Showing a nice professionalism at the end. Valiant opponent. And I'm sure this isn't the last we're going to see of either player. But congratulations once again. Amazing job by Velu. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I mean, we had a nice chat going, a nice friendly chat, which is always appreciated. Fantastic event, and thank you, Andreas, for the nice chemistry in the booth and watching along and enjoying the show.
Yeah, surely been a nice couple of days with the main event, and before that we also had a few other events streamed. So, and all the production, of course, behind this, we say thank you to them. They've done a hard work during the entire series as well. But before we leave you, we're going to go back to the table again and, of course, have the winner presentation again, for the first time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kings of Tallinn 2026. This is the main event, and we have our winner. The winner of the main event, 1,033 entries total, and we are down to one man from Finland, Veli-Pekka Penttinen.
There we have him, and coming back once more to the studio, Veli-Pekka Penttinen.
That was very good pronunciation, almost like Teresa Nuzianen.
Almost, yeah.
Who you'll see at the party. She'll definitely be there. Are you going to the party, wise guy?
Me?
I don't know. Maybe you have a hot date or something.
Yeah, my girlfriend's here, so
yes.
you're correct.
But a hot date at the party.
We are going to the player party, but first we want to thank you again for tuning in, of course, through this long series, and for all the players being here, for you back home cheering, chanting in the chat, and hopefully enjoying the streams. We will be back for more, and as terms of OlyBet and Olympic Casino, the next one is Riga, right?
Yeah, March 14th to 22nd. I'll be there at least in the beginning. A good chance I just stay on till the end. We have to see, my personal life schedule, but I do not want to ever miss a festival in Riga. It's a really fun place to be playing both Hold'em and Omaha. Not really mixed games so much there, but if you do like Omaha, if you do like Hold'em, and you like to have some fun, it's a great environment. Come on out to Riga and join the fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And more coming up, of course, later in the year. We have the WSOP circuit events in the summer here in Tallinn. We have Vilnius events. We have the festival back in Tallinn after the summer, and, of course, a lot more. So check out OlyBet events to not miss anything what's coming up in the live scene. And yet again, from me, Jason Glatzer, and the entire production team, thank you for tuning in. And until next time, much love from Tallinn.